You're listening to the Baumbastic Podcast with Andrew Ellis on Inside Arkansas.
Definitely meant to have the countdown play first, but welcome to the first ever Baumbastic Watch Party. Arkansas season starts in about 90 seconds, and we are here to watch it. Curtis is joining me. I'm Andrew Ellis. We are with Inside Arkansas, and that is Curtis Wilkerson you see there. And it's opening day. No introduction really needed. No real time for introduction because the Razorbacks will start their season, like I said, in about 90 seconds here. Curtis, how we feeling? You pumped up?
I'm pumped up, man. I love this. And there's something to be said for opening day. For me, opening day hits different than the start of football season. Like, what do you call that? Kickoff? Like basketball, tip off. Opening day is just better, man. I don't care what the weather's like. I don't care that it's cold. This is exciting, and I think it's cool. I don't know if Washington State's good at baseball or not, but at least I know who Washington State is. Like, they're playing a brand that I'm familiar with. Let's roll, man. I'm excited.
Is Washington State your favorite Mountain West team?
Absolutely. Yeah. My favorite Cougar, too.
There you go. Nah, cannot go with you on that one. Not my favorite Cougar, but they are the Cougars, and yeah, I mean, listen, it's kind of crazy. We're a little bit, for anyone that's just now joining, I feel like most people were watching Inside Arkansas Live and moved over. We did our normal Inside Arkansas Live show at 11 a.m. today, a little bit of a condensed version that definitely didn't get off the rails really quickly. So I appreciate everybody for being here for real. This is going to be awesome. And listen, I feel the need right now to like cram in a bunch of like stuff, but really we're going to be live for like six, maybe 7 hours. So, we're gonna chill out a little bit. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, I didn't even pee before this. I peed before Inside Arkansas Live, but I didn't pee before this stream. That's definitely gonna be an issue that I'm gonna have to just deal with. I do have a cool little graphic to where if I do need to step away for any minute, I can it'll do a little thing and it'll be like, oh, stream returning soon. So everybody be on that might have to happen at least once or twice here in these next 6 hours or so. Man, so what's the temperature right now? Is it like 40 degrees right now?
Yeah, it's not that bad today. Right now we're looking at 42 in Fayetteville. Still it feels like a 29. So because it's overcast and everything out there, but
windy as hell too.
The high gets up to 48 and looks like the sun's probably going to start peaking closer to the end of game one. So maybe you get a little bit of decent baseball, and then it might stink once the sun goes down later. I guess I was hearing the Washington State coach was saying it was like single digit temperatures in Pullman or something. So he was excited to come to Fayetteville where it's, also below freezing, like whatever.
Yeah. I'm for sure for him there. This is like a nice vacation for them. By the way, for anyone that's not clear on what's happening here, Arkansas baseball, like I said, their season is starting literally any second now. I've got my ESPN pulled up, my stream pulled up as well. Obviously, we cannot play the actual game. I saw somebody asking right before we finished Inside Arkansas Live. They're like, are y'all going to show the game? Well, we can't really do that. That's not how the rules work. They will yell at us, they will demonetize us, and they will throw us in jail. But basically, the way that this is supposed to work is you're supposed to have the game pulled up, whether you're at home watching on TV, whether you're at work on your laptop doing whatever. And then you have this stream pulled up. It's your game companion. And so we are just going to react to the season together. We've done a few of these watch parties for basketball, and it's never really been that big of an issue, but it is definitely not lost on me that like we're all going to be kind of seeing different things happen at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, because there's always a little bit of a delay with Watch ESPN and stuff like that. Right now, I'm watching number 23, this lefty swing the bat. And the season is about to start for me. Has the season started for you?
No, not yet. He's just now stepping into the box, so I don't know.
Okay, that's pretty much where I'm at.
So right. Okay, cool.
Did you bet on the first pitch prop?
No, I should have.
I went with a ball, and I did not win that bet. The first pitch of the season is a failed bunt attempt. That is a foul ball. The Razorback 2025 campaign is underway, boys. The Natty run starts now. Gackle looks sharp out there, man. He looks that jersey looks good. Just
yeah, man. I wonder what the odds would have been if they would have had first pitch bunt attempt on the old ticker.
Yeah, if I had known they were going to be playing pansy baseball and trying to bunt around and stuff, I probably wouldn't have bet on the ball first pitch. But I think I put like $4 on it or something like that. So just another donation to Saracen and the boys. Ryan McDaniel says, "Okay, you guys are ahead of me. Shut up."
Catch up.
Okay. So I'll try not to like react immediately. This happens with you and I a lot where right before we do the post game show, we watch the final few minutes together and you're always ahead of me, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that does happen. We'll really have to figure it out for basketball tomorrow. Baseball is kind of it's so laid back that you can get away with it, and just not reacting in real time to everything so quickly. Basketball moves so fast that if we're 10 seconds apart, it gets a little bit weird. Which, by the way, I don't know how much you more than me, but I just saw the Washington State's lineup graphic was up before this dude stepped to the plate. Is it weird that we have a Rocco Pepe and a Rico Longo in this game?
I guess I didn't realize they have a Rico Longo, but yeah, we've got
Rico Longo in the 3-hole, man. It's their
we've got
DH.
some names.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for anyone who we're ahead of, but there has been an out recorded this season. Has that happened on your screen yet here?
It has. Yeah, it has.
Which, by the way, does everybody see this cool little graphic over here that shows the score, shows everything there? It's if y'all knew the work that went into that, the scientific technology, the developments, the advancements that needed to happen to make that happen. It may not look great, may have a weird little white border on the top and bottom, but it shows the score. So I'm hoping that people who maybe can't watch the entire 7-hour stream that want to kind of skip around and say, oh yeah, let's see what happened here. Hopefully that score bug will help out a little bit. I don't know if you can quite read where it says top one and all that, but so far Gackle looks pretty sharp. I mean, the fastball's electric. I haven't seen any radar yet. I haven't seen the radar gun popping up, so I guess we're not getting miles per hour here today.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
If only we had TrackMan in our respective homes,
We should have sent John with a little radar gun and just had him sit behind home plate and give us the juice.
I wonder what we can see some of the crowd. I mean, I don't think anybody was expecting it to be a packed house in the cold weather and 2:00 on a Friday, my computer says 2:00. It's noon. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, Gackle just straight up hung a breaking ball on 0-2. Dude just swung right through it. Didn't even have a chance. that's the type of pitch that Gackle's gonna he was probably kicking himself after he threw it. Oh crap! I let that one hang a little bit. Didn't matter. Blues not giving him that outside edge.
That just seemed like a home field call for me, but didn't get it.
I'll tell you, man. And look, obviously, guys, this is going to be a very free-flowing, very chill stream. We're just going to be kind of hanging out, watching ball, reacting to the action as it happened. Of course, when the bombs start flying, that's when we'll really get going. Hey. No, cameraman was duped there. I saw Davalon slowing up in center, and I was like, oh, crap. Did that ball really just fly out of here? What's the wind doing? But it was really just him giving way to the left fielder who was not in the frame.
Sorry, Rico, you don't have the type of bat that Rocco has, buddy.
Yeah. By the way, David says, what does Gackle's fastball touch? So he was up as high as 98, and he touched 98 a good bit last year. He's consistently in that 95 to 97 range. We'll see if there's any more juice in there. What I really like about Gackle, though, is one, it's not a super high effort delivery. He's got a pretty repeatable. It doesn't look like he's really max effort out there. So he's a guy that as he's making this transition to being a starter, which of course, by the way, if anybody's really relying on us for updates, the top of the first inning is over. He got two true punch outs there, one with the fastball, one with the slider, and then gets a lazy fly ball to left field. 1-2-3 inning for the Hogs. So off to a very good start for Gabe Gackle's sophomore year. But as he's making this transition to weekend starter, and who's, of course, he threw a lot last year in a lot of high leverage situations, but it's a very different situation throwing the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and then throwing 1 through 6. It's a little bit different. But he's a guy that obviously, he'll get his experience, he'll take his lumps, but I feel like with his skill set, his mentality, and just everything about him, his makeup, I feel like he's going to be fine. I'm not really worried about that transition as much as I'm sure some people maybe are.
Did I read that DVH was planning on starting Gackle in game two of a super had they advanced? That he said that the other day.
Yeah, he was. So that was the thing that kind of down the stretch, one, of course, of course, he's starting game 1 here. So it was always kind of in the back of their minds that Gackle's a future starter. But yeah, after that regional, where it got to the point where Tiger was injured, he was not on the roster for the regional, and Mason Molina by the end of the year, like they just didn't trust him to go even 3 or 4 innings. I believe Gage Wood was getting some starts there as well. They were really getting low on who they were going to start, and so I think if Arkansas had advanced, it was very much in play, particularly if Tiger wouldn't have been healthy. Like it was very much in play that Gackle would have made his first career start in a super regional, which again is just awesome. It's just fascinating. But I think again it kind of speaks to how they view him and how they're not really worried about his makeup. Like, oh, is he going to be able to handle this transition? Like I think they're perfectly fine.
Yeah.
How
about okay, my first observation, Charles Davlin looks like a leadoff hitter. I mean, doesn't he just, he's got the build for it, man.
He's got the build, he's got the accessories. He's fun to watch. He's got a little personality to him. I mean, of course, he's French Canadian, so he sounds like a French Canadian. But he's just one of those guys that just talks a lot. He's very expressive, like with his body language. Play style wise, he reminds me a little bit of Tavian Josenberger. And one thing I loved about Tavian Josenberger when he was Arkansas's leadoff guy and center fielder, he was one of those guys where he jumped on the first pitch a lot. Like you saw it happen a good bit. But he also, after the first pitch, if he didn't swing at it, would work like a 10, 11 pitch at-bat. So you kind of had the best of both worlds where it's cool to get that one pitch base hit up the middle. Like everybody loves that. Everybody loves jumping on the first pitch. But it's also cool to have the leadoff guy that's not afraid to take a few pitches. Oh, hit that one pretty well. Does not look like that ball's getting out of here. Fly out to Davalon. So, or fly out to left for Davalon. So this team sucks. They're hitting 0 on the year.
Yeah.
Nate Thompson. Dude, got to figure it out, bro. Got to figure it out. By the way, I see a lot of people commenting on the lineup. There's nothing crazy with the lineup. Like it's not like stunning in terms of like who's starting. The order is interesting. So Logan Maxwell, the TCU transfer who, has a ton of experience, hit 300 back-to-back years, hit 330 at TCU. Like it's not like him batting third is that crazy. I just kind of thought based on the offseason and how certain guys were performing. I mean, someone like a Nolan Souza, someone like a Kendall Diggs, who's been swinging it really well and has a ton of experience. I would have expected someone like that to maybe replace him at that 3 spot in the lineup. But I mean, they've been doing it all spring. Logan Maxwell's been hitting third there. And he's been banged up a little bit. Hopefully he's back to 100% health. We'll see how he looks, but that's kind of the one surprise to me though. But in terms of who's in the lineup positionally, I don't think there was any big surprise. Now, Curtis, what do you think about Vahiva going with the long pants today?
I respect it. It's cold out, man. Like you just got to have the sock and the pant leg covering you up. You got to keep those calves warm, man. You don't want to get tight and get a cramp. No, I don't mind it. I am a big high socks guy usually, but it's all good. How about his batting stance? I know he like kind of revamped his look up there. It's the first time I've seen it. I wasn't out there in the scrimmages and stuff. You like it? You a fan?
I like it for sure. And, most importantly, I think he likes it. I think he feels a lot better with it. That actually happened in the Cape this past summer. Okay. And DVH went up there and what's weird is I don't remember if it was like a coach in the summer or if it was just kind of something he started tinkering with. And of course, in the summer when you're out playing ball, like that's kind of your time to do this stuff. But DVH went up to the Cape to see him play and immediately was like, whoa, he noticed the same thing where he's like, that stance is very different. And so he like took some video, sent it to Nate Thompson, sent it to the coaches and was like, hey, check this out. And he was like, man, he looks comfortable. It looks like his, everything's in motion. He looks very, very free there. Like they feel like that works and it's going to help him kind of stay through the ball. He feels comfortable with it. That was the thing that always baffled me with his stance last year. I was like, I mean, he doesn't seem uncomfortable, but I'm like, it looks uncomfortable. But I'm like, if he's comfortable, you do whatever you got to do. And really when it comes to hitting, just let these guys do what they got to do. I mean, there's no sense in trying to, at this level, it's rare you're going to be like, oh no, we really need to just make wholesale changes to your swing and how you stand and all that. You just got whatever these guys are comfortable with, you got to do. And thought that was an okay at bat there from Vahiva. Gets down in the count, works it back 2-2, goes up the middle, and they were kind of shaded over there toward him. But I'm okay with it.
So I didn't realize how well Maxwell swung it at TCU.
Yeah, not a ton of power, but big, pretty consistent. Like it's a pretty safe bet that like at least some of that production is going to translate over. You'd imagine.
His injury, is that hamstring?
I believe so. I mean,
I remember reading about
really
he had like a hamstring deal the whole year or something last season at TCU, and that's been kind of bugging him still or whatever. But
yeah, he might play some outfield for Arkansas at some point. He's obviously the DH today, but he pretty much exclusively DH'd at TCU last year. And so it's kind of interesting kind of thinking about, and like, there's a lot of guys like that. Like Pepe is a guy who we thought might play outfield, ends up being the starter at first. Diggs has played some outfield, played some infield at Arkansas, came to Arkansas as a third baseman, obviously DH'd as well. And so that was kind of one of the big questions of the offseason is like, I feel like Maxwell's a surefire starter. I feel like Diggs is a surefire starter. I feel like Pepe's a surefire starter. Where do they all go? And so I think they've settled on a pretty good mix there. So the Hogs go 1-2-3 in the first. No strikeouts, but a couple. Well, one lazy fly ball. I don't know who caught that fly ball there for Maxwell. Was that did that end up getting to the outfield?
I
don't know if it quite did.
I don't know.
I don't think it got to the outfield. So you got a couple lazy pop-ups. Davalon's was hit pretty well, I guess. But yeah, so nothing doing for the first inning of action here. So we're off to a roaring start to the 2025 season.
Launch
it looks
angle.
like they're playing baseball in the cold is what it looks like.
Yeah, seriously, man. Aren't you just so happy? Well, I guess I should ask this question because I don't know. The pitch clock and everything, like the abbreviated between innings and all that. I love it. That wasn't a thing when I was covering the team a few years ago, and every single game like this was 4 hours long. It was brutal, man. I love the speed of the game now.
Curtis, the pitch clock is the best invention anyone's ever come up with.
Beautiful.
People pissed and moaned so much about it. And I mean, hell, even DVH wasn't a huge fan of it. And really what it does is it's tough on the pitchers because the pitchers, you know how pitchers are weird characters. You know, they always kind of need their thing. It's a lot tougher to hold on base runners where you're getting your signs, you're doing whatever. And then all of a sudden there's 5 seconds on the pitch clock. You get a really fast guy in there like a Nolan Souza or a Justin Thomas, and they're looking at that clock too, and they're like, all right, I can time this pretty well. Boom, I get my jump. And so stolen bases are of course been up. But overall, like I think it definitely helps the speed of the game. And I feel like baseball kind of needed something like that.
Yeah. What are we looking at? 50, 60 pitches for Gackle today? Does he have a count on him? I wonder.
So the cold weather is always kind of a weird one too, where you don't want these guys throwing a ton. I want to say he threw 66 pitches last weekend.
Okay.
And by the way, didn't throw particularly well last weekend. And Dave talked about that in his press conference the other day, that he was pissed about it. Like he's a guy that obviously has high expectations for himself. He's throwing really well this offseason, but like, I think he gave up 2 runs, went like 2 1/3, 2 2/3, and his pitch count just got way up there to where they had to go get him mid-inning because, of course, you don't want these guys throwing a ton. But his bullpen this week had a little extra fire to it. I think the pitch count could probably be in that 75-80 range.
Okay.
A lot of it, of course, depends on what kind of innings not all pitches are created equally. If you're throwing out of the stretch, it'll be interesting to see, especially if Gackle continues to roll the way he did in the first inning. I could see him getting up in that 70, 75, 80 range, but of course you're going to always err on the side of caution when in doubt. I think Hagan threw 42 pitches last year, but he only threw 1 inning, didn't go well for him, and it was freezing, and they were like, nah, let's just go ahead and get him out of there.
Yep. Okay.
Could Washington State get their first base runner here?
Don't do this, Cade. He says, how triggered would you be if they changed the Arkansas A&M game tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m.? I would be very, very triggered if that happened. I don't know why you would say that.
Is that
like I don't know if it's going to be a thing. Well, the only reason I even entertain it is because they canceled the press conference with Bruiser Flint this morning. That way they could get down there. It's like, I don't know if there's weather coming through or something weird. Hopefully he's just saying that for the sake of being strange. I would be very, very ticked off if that happened. Anyway.
Curtis, as a pitcher yourself, as a former high-level pitcher, when you're in this situation, 3-2 count, you've thrown a few heaters back to back to back, and he's starting to foul them off, maybe getting the timing. There's part of you that's like, man, if I land in breaking ball here, there's no way he's hitting it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Gabe Gackle was thinking. But I was going to ask, like, in your mind, like, if you're in that situation, of course, you don't have to go back to your playing days. That has to be kind of like, if you really, that's that next level as a pitcher when you kind of know I can land a breaking ball right here and there's no chance. I mean, you saw the hitter's reaction. He wasn't going to swing no matter where that pitch ended up. A little frame job from Helfrich, maybe.
He's that guy.
I would be very surprised if the TrackMan had that as a strike. I'm not going to complain about it.
No kidding.
So that's now 3 strikeouts for Gackle through 4 outs. I'll take it. It's not bad. Ryan Skansby is at the plate now for Washington State. By the way, Curtis, we didn't really talk about it much. We didn't. There's not a ton of plan, not a ton of structure to this whole thing. You are more than welcome to hang around for as long as you please. I'm sure these fools in the chat will keep me entertained regardless. Oh boy, this is gonna be trouble. It was not trouble.
Nah.
By the way, this is shout out to our boy Dre. I'm assuming this is a reference to what we're talking about on the show.
Love
these guys aren't MLB ready. I love that.
Yeah.
I was thinking, let's try and predict. I haven't really been tapped in with the chat a ton. What do you like? I'm trying to think of what the first like big overreaction will be, because we're gonna get one today. Like someone's gonna have a huge reaction.
I mean, like if they have another 1-2-3 inning here, and then get through the order one time without a hit or a run, people are gonna start being like, oh, same story, different year.
Yeah, so we are through an inning and a half now. We're now on to the bottom of the second. Gabe Gackle 6 up, 6 down with, what did we say, 3 strikeouts? Is that what we're working with here?
I think so.
Throwing a ton of strikes, nothing too crazy. Cold weather, man. It is not an offensive day. Not an offensive day, which, since I'm planning on doing a stream for all 18 innings, I'm not going to complain about the fast pace here. We certainly would appreciate some Arkansas runs right off the bat to get us going. But I imagine there's going to be a lot of people if they go 3 up, 3 down right here. It's going to start getting tense a little bit.
Yeah,
our boy Ozzy,
pitches,
our boy
15 strikes.
Ozzy's always got the heat.
There we go.
Completely unacceptable. Nah, I think Ozzy's joking here, but you can never tell with Ozzy, man.
Yeah, Dalton understands the assignment here. Mississippi State, they're already rolling in the runs.
You know what's crazy? Arkansas doesn't play Mississippi State or Alabama, which, like, of course, now the SEC they no longer have divisions in baseball, and so it's like it makes sense. But it's just like in my brain. I was like sitting there looking at Mississippi State, and I'm like, oh man, they'll probably be pretty good this year, man. I'm not looking for it. I'm like, oh wait, don't even play them. Kind of throws me off a little bit.
Yeah, that's nuts, man.
Oh man,
no Bama either. I feel like they played Bama every year of course, because of divisions. I forgot this is the first year they're not doing it, right?
Yeah, it's the first year that I can think of. I can't remember a year other than obviously 2020 when they didn't play anybody. But yeah, it was Bama's going to be interesting this year too. They're not getting a ton of love preseason, but I think the SEC is fascinating. Ole Miss was picked to finish 15th out of 16 SEC teams.
Down there with Missouri, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like that's down there with Missouri, and like, look, Ole Miss coming off of back-to-back pretty tough years. I think Mike Bianco may be over the hill, but like they've got some veterans on the team. Like, are we sure they're just going to their way through it?
They just not have players all of a sudden? Like, what's going on, man?
Right. It's shout out to Nathan Choate, the head coach of Washington State.
Yeah, that's
not to be confused with the Hog beat writer. There, time for the Aussie to get going, man.
Yeah.
Crikey, mate. Crikey.
Good looking stash on that man.
Oh yeah. Oof. I think honestly, one of the things, obviously Arkansas needs to improve a lot offensively from last year, from where they were at, bottom 4 in pretty much every SEC offensive category. I think one of the most frustrating things about last year's team is like they just really allowed pitchers to get into a rhythm. Like it happened a lot where it was like just pitchers, if he's pumping strikes, and he's mixing speeds. They just would allow these guys to find a groove. And I got to say, don't like the kind of groove that that Ryan Griffin appears to be getting into.
And dude's coasting a little bit here early on.
Definitely. And I mean, the first inning, wasn't no strikeouts. It wasn't like a ton of just shameful work he was that happened from the offense. But there he got his first strikeout there. Feel like he's starting to get a little bit of a groove, and I don't like it.
Is Iredale a candidate for the Hiva Aloy trek from last year? Like kind of a slow start. People are like, what the hell? And then he gets it rolling.
I actually don't know if I could. I don't know if there's a better candidate. Like, frankly, like I feel like he was kind of built in a lab. I've compared him a lot to Caleb Cali in terms of just, JUCO guy coming over. That's now you're starting third baseman. You're expecting him to have a ton of power for you. I think that he's definitely like he's more talented than Caleb Cali, who was talented, but Caleb Cali was like the guy who really, I can't remember what he started that year. It was like 2 of 20 or something like that, 2 of 24, something crazy. And he stunk in Arlington to start the year. And it was like a lot of people were like dunking on me because I hyped him up a ton preseason. They're like quote tweeting me. They're like, "Oh, this is the guy you're talking about. This is the guy."
Of course,
ends up hitting 300 with 10 home runs. But
bro, Souza looks like a professional athlete.
He's a big boy, man. He's a big dude, man.
He's well put together.
Literally might be the fastest player on the team.
I like that a lot. I know that we were talking. What were we doing? Oh yeah, it was those Locked On crossover episodes that we would do, and we were talking about them stealing more bases this year, but it's not going to be crazy, right? Like it's I think you say that, and it's like, oh, they're going to be more athletic, and they're going to run the bases more, and people think that they're going to have a bunch of Ricky Hendersons out there or something.
Yeah. Well, and I definitely think like skill set wise, this team just has better athletes overall. They kind of have that capability. I mean, getting a guy like Nolan Souza in there, someone like Justin Thomas, who definitely has some speed to him. But I think from a mindset standpoint, it's just tough to do it, especially like Charles Davalon, he had 13 stolen bases last year. Mm-hmm. Say he gets on the leadoff walk. It's like, are you really going to try and steal a bag when you have Vahiva Aloy at the plate, who might put one over the fence that doesn't matter where you're at on the base paths,
Right.
Mr. Pepe. Stat broadcast, by the way, this is going to be a recurring thing that happens. Stat broadcast is going to just continue to spoil things for me.
Yeah.
Like I know this inning is over, but it has not happened on my screen yet. Good. Hey, he's
good word there, though. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Okay, Pepe, I respect you. He is my adopted hog this year, so
there you go. Arkansas used to do this thing a lot. I can't remember what year it was. I guess it was 2021, actually, the year that you covered, where like they would always first trip through the lineup, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, ho hum, dude.
Trip through the lineup, maybe a walk, maybe something here, and it was like that third trip, they would just like score 9 runs. It was like that was it. You had to get that guy out of there. Do not let this cat go 6 innings on you opening day.
We ain't got time for that, man.
Like really, really do not. But so next inning, you'll have Kendall Diggs leading off. You'll have Diggs, Helfrich, Thomas, which is might be the best 7-8-9 in the country. I don't think that's going to remain the 7-8-9, but
I kind of like Diggs down there, at least early in the season. Like there's no pressure on him. I mean, he's obviously going to be the next post-shoulder surgery success story for Arkansas. It seems like they've had one every year here lately.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, it's crazy. We've been rolling 30 minutes here. Does it feel like we've been talking for 30 minutes?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all.
Yeah. I mean, and luckily the game is just a flying by. We're still waiting on a base runner, right?
Yes.
We're through 2 innings of play, and we have not had a base runner on either side. That's what you love to see. That's what people come here. That's what people want to see when they come to the park when it's 40 degrees and it feels like it's 27. They want to see 0 base runners. Although, hell, I mean, I'm sure you're probably like, go ahead and finish this game up. We'll go ahead and wrap it up. But I think it should. The sun might come out around 2:00.
I think so,
according to my sources.
What do you think about this from Landon? He says Pepe is our Rock Reggio. Does he give those vibes?
He definitely has a little bit of some Rock Reggio vibes. Not that much of a douchebag. Pepe uses his powers for good.
We go. Yeah,
Reggio, but no, I mean listen. Those 2 guys are dirtbags, and I mean that in a very positive way. Yeah. They're definitely similar.
Do we like the way that the Washington State logo, like the WS there, is like made into a cougar, or are they doing too much?
I'm okay with it. It's similar to Pine Bluff, right? Because Pine Bluff
has
the
that,
lion. Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not crazy into it. I really don't like this W that they have on the helmets. It's like a really tall W.
Yeah, I don't like it either. They're doing the same thing Texas A&M is doing with those jerseys.
Just trying to just getting that little sans serif logo in there. We are in serious danger of having the game's first base runner. What's the count on your stream?
2-0.
Oh, so I'm ahead of you.
Now it's 3-0.
Okay.
Well, I was pausing strategically based on some of your reactions because I was quite a bit ahead, and now I might be just a little bit behind. So
I refreshed between these two innings.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll do a 1, 2, 3 refresh after this.
Yeah. After this plate appearance ends. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's do that. I'm looking at a 3-2 count is what I'm looking at. But I spoiled it for myself on Stat Broadcast.
I'm still 3-1, but he's throwing the pitch now. So
okay. The Washington State Cougars have officially got a guy on base.
Boo.
Spoiler alert. Gets back into the count 3-2 a little bit. Looked like he might have a chance, but ends up issuing a leadoff walk. And the season is now ruined and it's over. So hope everyone understands what's happening here. Yeah, that Dalton Motorsports cooked. That's yeah. All righty.
I really wish they had the radar gun underneath.
I know
on the broadcast. You know, like,
at least flash it up. I mean, come on.
I feel like this was a thing for a while last year, maybe. I don't know.
It seems like every year they like start from scratch of like having to relearn how to do all the graphics and stuff.
Right. It reminds me of remember a couple years ago when the basketball SID was like, listen, we can't do Zooms because we don't have the equipment at Bud Walton Arena because it's still football season. We're like, what do you mean?
It's like, you only have one computer that can do Zoom? Oof. What are you looking at now?
1-2.
Okay. So you were okay. We're good.
Yeah.
True freshman third baseman here. I remember this is among the things that I know about this Washington State baseball team. They have a true freshman third baseman that they think is good, who just got rung up on a breaking ball in the outer half to start his collegiate career. Welcome to the SEC. I was a teacher today. I told those boys, welcome to the SEC. You know what? Helfrich is a guy that I think is just like, in terms of most improved player on the team, obvious candidate for that. A big-time recruit that struggled as a freshman, hit 179. I think he's going to be a much better player. Obviously, at the plate, he's going to be much, much improved.
Mm-hmm.
Defensively last year, that was maybe what I was disappointed with the most. He just seemed a little sped up as a freshman behind the plate, which, I mean, you expect. It's hard to catch in the SEC as an 18-year-old. But I was kind of disappointed that, like, Hudson White looked like the better defensive option, because that was kind of a talking point early in the season of like, oh, are they going to maybe have Hudson White play first base, Hudson White DH, so that you can get Helfrich in there. And Helfrich didn't hit enough to really make that a thing. And defensively, it was like, I didn't think he was like an upgrade. And coming out of high school, he's a big time prospect as an athlete, hitter all around. But one thing DBH says about him consistently, he says their metrics because they track everything with the TrackMan and all that, their metrics say that he's the best receiver that they've had at catcher in terms of just stealing strikes, which he's stolen a couple today, I would say. But they feel like that's kind of where he excels. He's obviously got a very good throwing arm, and he's just a good athlete back there. But I really like his ability to receive it. So I think you're going to see a little bit more of that. I think people are going to be surprised by how good he is defensively. I don't know what he was doing last year. Maybe just in his head. I don't know. But
that Casey Opitz conversation.
Well, hey, we'll see. I mean, I definitely think this time next year when he's going into his draft eligible junior season, I think he's going to be getting a lot of that buzz as a top draft catcher. and he'll have a year of catching in the SEC under his belt. That's when I'll really start pushing that agenda.
What's Opitz up to now? Is he
He's still with the Cubs. He's played a
double,
little bit in AAA
Okay.
here and there, but I think it was one of those like we don't have a ton of guys left, so we're going to need him. I thought the ball got into center field. Okay, so we got a stolen base now. We got a walk and a stolen base, and I believe a 3-1 count at the plate.
RISP.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Nate Thompson is coaching the Washington State Cougars, if they can hit with runners in scoring position, or did that guy swing at that? They're showing 2-2 on the board there.
Oh, well, maybe he did.
Am I tripping? I thought that ball was like way
Check
outside
or something. Yeah, I did too. I guess he did swing. They're saying, yeah. I got to pay attention. I keep looking at you and looking at the chat, and then I miss a pitch.
And that one bounces away. So now we're 3-2, runner on third with one out. It's getting spicy here. Arkansas's in extreme danger of being behind in a baseball game.
Does Washington State have like a clean shaven rule?
You not seeing pretty beards?
No, a lot of baby face in there.
Mm.
You think those fingertips are getting a little chilly?
Oh, I bet. Do. Okay. Good frame job there from Helfrich. We were just hyping up his receiving. May have stole another one there. He's gotten a couple calls, I guess, this inning on just kind of breaking balls kind of on that outer half. Really big strikeout there. Obviously, runner on third, one out. Yeah, I think he stole one. The zone is a little weird today. Like I felt like he's not giving them that like outside edge to lefties, but it seems like it's maybe a ball or two out.
Yeah,
he's been giving them that, and Gackle's taking advantage of it.
The hitter didn't like it. He had duck lips there.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with the hitter. Frankly, I think that might have been a little out. Spinning it a lot this inning, throwing a lot of breaking balls. Man, those uniforms look good. Every time Aloy comes over and then like walks back, I see it and I'm like, oh, just a great uniform. Good pitch. Yeah, he's found the release point on that breaking ball. And when he'll throw a slider and a curveball, and we don't have a radar gun, so we can't see miles per hour. But a couple of these have looked like the big overhand curveball.
Right.
Which I would say is probably his second best breaking ball. Oh, did that hit him?
Guess so.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Got the Barry Bonds body armor there.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how bad it hurts to get hit by a pitch in this weather.
I hate the font on the Washington State numbers there.
Yeah.
Not a fan. And I bet it doesn't feel good at all. Like if you catch one on a bone ever, but especially in the cold weather.
I can't tell if that got did it hit like the guard?
Let's see.
I think it hit the jersey. The bottom of that sucker.
Yeah.
We'll take it. It's okay. We wanted to get Gackle some work as working out of a jam anyway. Get a little runner first and third here. So 2 outs. This is the first inning that Gackle's really had to work at all. Pitch count's now getting up there into the mid 40s. We'll see how we'll keep an eye on that.
There's a sawed off little dude.
Oh man. David asked, do they not have to move anymore? Yeah, because that was a thing for a while where it was like you had to make like a conscious effort to get out of the way. That was like a thing they kept talking about where they were like, you have to try. I didn't necessarily see an attempt there, but you know, I'm also not 100% sure it even hit him, but
he's got a big bruise on his jersey. Yeah, it's not wear that thing a little tighter, and he's not on first base.
Some early adversity for the Diamond Hogs. They read the headlines. I think that's really what's happening with this team. They read those headlines. Yeesh. Are we sure about that?
I guess. Oh,
I was, it looked like we're getting a
Yeah,
review.
they're gonna look at it. Damn.
Well, here's the thing. Why would there be a transfer with 2 outs?
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's a little concerning to me. For those that are not watching, they went to commercial, so I'm guessing. I guess they'll review it during the commercial
and bring us back. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, that was interesting. So there was a ball hit to Vahiva, first and third. He just has the quick toss to Nolan Souza, and he dropped the ball, and then the umpire immediately signaled the transfer, which that's the umpires love doing that. They love doing that. But I don't understand why he would be transferring when there's 2 outs. You just catch the ball. End of story there. But we'll take it. The Hogs will definitely appreciate getting out of a little bit of a jam there. And look, they're still a commercial. I don't know if they're. I mean, those in the arena, those at the arena can.
Those streaming this watch party from Baum, let us know.
I bet you there's at least one person. By the way, is there anybody in the chat who's at Baum and watching this?
It should be up and loud in the hog pen.
They should probably just play it on the scoreboard, frankly.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll send Oliver a text real quick.
So
Stat Broadcast is on to the bottom of the third now. Zach Edwards has confirmed out. Good. Zach, are you at the ballpark? Our boy Zach? Zach, you there? You a bomb? Or maybe he's just following Stat Broadcast as well. Our boy Trey says Hayden Ulmer is. I think Hayden Ulmer is actually. I think he's at Bomb. But I think he might have also dipped out of the stream. So fake Baumbastic fan, but real Arkansas baseball. Zach says he's listening on the radio. So
that's smart. Yeah.
That makes sense. I can see how that works.
Listener. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and hit a little refresh. I want to watch this replay real quick.
Ooh.
Okay. I actually, weirdly enough, do think that is the right call, only because he took it out of his glove.
Yeah.
For some reason, which, again, with 2 outs, especially with in a situation like this, maybe just hold on to the ball. But it definitely did look like he was reaching out. But I just feel like as an umpire, can you really call a transfer whenever that would be the 3rd out?
Yeah, no kidding. Well,
I like that little peek in the dugout there. Let's see. You see any concern on the look of the face of the lads, or just freezing cold temperatures?
They look unserious to me.
What's this cat's pitch count at now here?
23.
He's at 23. Got it. All right, that needs to be at 40.
Yeah,
minimum 40 after this inning.
Yeah, worst case scenario, Arkansas has to have the same type of inning that Wazoo just did to make them work.
Exactly. So Gackle, by the way, for those counting at home, is now at 3 innings. 46 pitches with 5 strikeouts and 1 walk, and of course the hit by pitch. That's actually not. That's not a crazy pitch count or anything through 3 innings, but with their guy being at freaking 23, definitely would like to get that up there. There's Kendall Diggs talking about why he wanted to come back to Arkansas. I wonder if in the video he just says, "Because I did not get drafted."
Yeah.
Obviously, I think he didn't get drafted because he was hurt, but I don't think he had that much of a decision to make.
Yeah, 229 last year. Was it his back shoulder?
I want to say it was his left shoulder. So that would be his back one, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it was definitely it was definitely crazy. Hit 299 with 12 home runs as a sophomore, and then drops it down to 229. Extremely similar to Peyton Stovall hitting 295 as a freshman and then dropping it down to 253 as a sophomore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's going to be as simple as now he's just going to be Peyton Stovall and he's going to hit 340, but it definitely would not surprise me.
Yeah, I'm saying it's that simple. It's just how this works. Who else?
I think he's definitely going to be a lot closer to the guy he was in 2023 when he was an all-conference guy and clearly a guy on track to have a nice career.
Yeah, Stovall, Goodhart. There's at least one more, right? That I'm trying to think.
Well, Trevor Ezell had a similar injury, but it was before he was at Arkansas. But he of course had a very good season after shoulder surgery.
Right.
One thing Kendall Diggs is going to do, he's going to see some pitches.
Yeah, he is.
Are we on the board? Are the Hogs on the no foul ball?
Not quite. Damn it.
Oh,
That would have been awesome.
I was wondering. I literally immediately just looked at stat broadcast and I'm like, I'm not seeing the score update. I don't know, man. I was about to
turn on that sucker, man.
We were about to have some guerrilla action in here, boys. Also, I have there is a bet on Saracen first hit of the season, 9-1 for it to be a home run. We are still waiting. Right. That would have cashed that. So that kind of sucks. Of course, he's gonna punch out here. Of course.
Were you ever a hoodie under the jersey guy in the cold weather?
I was not, but also I feel like that trend didn't really start happening. Like it didn't become acceptable until like a few years ago.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do the dry fit, like the Under Armour cold gear or whatever, but
yeah. I never even had like the cool little like I don't know what it's called.
Oh yeah, like those I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like the little thing that like just surrounds it. I know the Hawaii boys really love that.
Yeah.
They love wearing that.
A shiesty.
Great AB here from Kendall. We'll see how it ends up. But it's 2-2 count, and he's just seeing pitches, making the guy work, fouling him off. When I talked about the pitcher getting comfortable, this is the kind of stuff you want to see. Make him work a little bit. Maybe get him in the stretch. You'll really make him work. But I can live with ABs like this. And, line out to left field. You know what, Curtis? That's a quab right there.
That is a quab.
That's what we call a quab. Absolutely. For sure. Arkansas starting to at least, make some contact, hit the ball okay. Pepe had a line drive out there. Davalon hit his well, but have not gotten one to drop.
It's just a matter of time.
Well, I would certainly hope so. Decent little crowd out there in the hog pen.
Hang on.
What are you chatting about here?
I'll let it play out.
Oh, wow. The first hit of the season. You want to talk about small ball. The first hit of the season. Also, I'm just now realizing that my score bug has not been showing the score because I zoomed out. I didn't realize if I did it on one tab, it would do it on all the tabs. That's kind of messed up. So I'm just gonna have to go without the, because I pulled up like a second tab for stat broadcast to like just look at the stats. I didn't realize it changed the score bug there.
Right.
But yeah, how about that? Ryder Helfrich, your catcher with just a straight up bunt for a hit.
Yeah, man.
Look, the dude is one of the most athletic catchers in the country. Like that I feel confident saying. And speaking of athletes, Justin Thomas is a guy that I think fans are going to just really like. Fans already love him. They've loved him since the summer.
Where's he from?
So he's from Florida. I'm pretty sure. I think they showed it just there. He's he went to a JUCO in Florida. Yeah, Florida Southwestern State. He started his career at Georgia. Played 1 year there. I believe that was 2023.
That's the guy. Okay, I knew that there was started in the SEC and then went JUCO and came. Okay, gotcha.
Yes, and he was a guy that there was actually some thought that he actually might get drafted last year. Him and Iredale both really. Both end up deciding to come to Fayetteville, and both end up in the starting lineup there. And Thomas really, I would say, kind of forced the issue because he was not a guy that like I didn't project him to be in the lineup during the fall, even coming out of the fall. I really kind of just assumed Pepe, Maxwell, Diggs, Davalon, like those would be the four guys. Mm-hmm. Pepe moving to first base was kind of a result of Thomas being good enough to where they were like, hey, we kind of need to get this guy in the lineup. And, that was kind of the way they went about it. They really like his defense, really like his athleticism. He's streaky at the plate, and DVH has referred to him as such. But, when you're talking about the 9-hole, you can kind of afford that. Right. But he's got a little bit more pop than you might think looking at his frame.
Okay, so because I see where to go. Zach or Patrick. He said, I already missed Bobby coaching first base. What were the moves they made again? So Thompson's in the dugout now with Dave there.
Yes. Now
Bobby
Bobby
went to
moved from
third?
first to third, and now you've got Hudson Polk coaching
Hudson
first
Polk,
base.
okay.
Hudson Polk, who was the backup catcher in 2023. Oof, Helfrich out by a mile trying to steal.
Okay, so you have a catcher here, and he's bunting for base hits and then trying to steal.
Yeah, he's he's stolen some bases and here and there in fall and in spring preseason action and stuff like that. And he will steal bases this year. He'll get some. But that was a tough one. That was a tough one. He got a horrible jump. They just showed
Really
the replay.
bad.
Holy cow, that was a bad jump. And Justin Thomas is aboard with a walk, so could have had runners on first and second with one out. Instead, you got a runner on first with one out. You cowards that wanted this small ball crap. This is what you get. I'm kidding. Because it also, of course, got Arkansas their first hit of the season. Hudson Polk, he was 16 when he was playing at Arkansas. They've now demoted him to number 15.
Sheesh.
Yeah, Hudson Polk last year because Polk played a little bit here in midweeks and stuff like that. They actually got him. He got a couple starts at DH last year because he was swinging it pretty well leading up to the season. But Dave said last year, he's like, this guy, he's definitely got that future coach feel to him. And I didn't realize it would be that immediate. But now he's coaching first base, student assistant. Love to see it. Did I ever tell you, Curtis, that my bookie for years, my literal I'm a human being bookie, was the first base coach at LSU?
No.
Yeah, he was. He played at LSU. He was a pitcher that was there for 1 or 2 years. Got drafted in the 12th round and signed for I think it was $20,000 or $30,000, and immediately put it all at a roulette table on black and doubled it right off the bat. And then eventually became a bookie once his baseball career didn't work out. Went back to LSU and was a grad student assistant for a few years, and was their first baseman while he was getting started as a bookie. And he's now graduated from being my bookie because he's big and high enough up there. He's climbed the ranks.
Oh, dang. Okay.
They
just give you a new guy, or
what was that?
They give you a new guy? What's going on?
Yeah, no, I've got a new guy. Don't worry. But I also use Bet Saracen. Seriously though, I mean, you got to check the odds. You got to odd surf, and certain sites have certain things. But I do use.
Sometimes you're not within the state of Arkansas, and you got to make some moves.
Yeah, when we were in Lexington, I was definitely using that a good bit. Okay, so 3-1 on Davalon. I said they needed to get the pitch count to 40 at least, and it was there. Davalon's really mad about that 3-0 strike.
Seems like it.
Which 3-0, you always get the nod. He didn't like that.
It's a healthy lead.
I thought he might be running. He had a little bit of a twitch there. 3-1, you think, okay, you're probably getting something.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I like that. That would have been a cool time. Man, you get a guy on base here. You get a guy in scoring position.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So he calls it a strike, and so that is Arkansas's first stolen base of the season, courtesy of Mr. Justin Thomas. That's what you love to see, man. When you bring a guy in for his defense, for his athleticism, he's made a couple plays out and left already. Gets on base with a walk and steals a base. How about that?
Yeah, 35 of 42 in JUCO.
Well, that's a healthy amount of stolen base attempts.
Yeah.
Oof. Is that going to get out of play?
Yeah.
Okay, so still working at a 3-2 count here, unless some of you guys are ahead. This is at least making the guy work. I think you said you wanted the inning to look kind of like Washington State's inning. That's pretty much what's happening here.
Fairly similar, yeah.
These teams are just evenly matched, man.
Juggernauts.
Come on, Chuck. Come on, Pig.
The Cougs could come out of the Mountain West.
They could come out of the Mountain West, man. How about that? Oh, looks like that will end the inning. So, okay. Davalon flies out to left field. Another pretty solidly hit baseball. Again, you see why he was so upset about that 3-0 count.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw this or not, but probably an easy answer in between innings here. A little super chat action.
Yeah, well, this will definitely be an easy answer because Lovich, regardless of which one you're referring to, neither of them are on the team. There are 3 Loviches. So you've got Ross Lovich, who finished his career at Arkansas last year. He has gone pro in something other than sports. I don't know what he's doing, but he's not around. You have Jackson Lovich, who's actually still at Missouri and is their best player. He's probably going to be hitting in the 3-hole, playing third base there. He's really good, and Arkansas will have to face him at Baum-Walker later this year. And Eli Lovich, who was one of the best players in Arkansas's recruiting class last year, went ahead and signed professionally, so he will be getting his professional career started. So there's your Lovich family update. But yeah, that's what's going on with the Loviches, man. I like that family.
An update from Dalton. Mississippi State now has 8 runs. I mean,
yeah. Who's Mississippi State playing? For real, I really genuinely don't know.
Let me see what the old.
If they have 8 runs already, I would assume maybe Mississippi Valley State, something like that.
The old Google doesn't tell me anything that I need to know.
People are saying something. Did Camo Gang say something crazy?
Oh, Manhattan. Oh, Manhattan. That's Michelle. When she was a grad assistant, she was the baseball athletic trainer at Manhattan. So she followed them Jaspers around.
Okay. Well, it's not going well for him in Starkville, it would appear.
No. I don't think she would have made that trip.
I saw a few people responding to this Camo Gang post. Pay you get to first, not get thrown out at wind. That sums it up there,
Big
man.
Latin? What's going on?
That boy Camo Gang, he said, man, I'm staying home from work on Valentine's Day. I'm getting on the liquor. And I'm going to watch me some baseball, Baumbastic watch party. Curtis, man, I appreciate you for popping. You've been on here we're in the top of the 4th now.
Well,
you've been cruising with us.
It's opening day. And, like normally we would be on Inside Arkansas Live at this time anyway. You hang out with me. Listen, we've had some rough losses during basketball season to talk about. No, this is cool, man. I like being on here, hopping on. My plan tentatively is just kind of hang out through the first game, just be here, man. And, I got a little Valentine's reservation a little bit later that take the wife for a little dinner, but it's good times, brother.
And y'all are headed, you told me earlier, where are y'all headed?
Fellow Well Met. Place by
right.
Pizzeria Ruby. Yeah.
The MILF house, as they call it.
Exactly. There'll be more Cougars at Hell Fellow Well Met than there are in the Baum-Walker today.
Big day for the Cougs, man. Is this trouble here? It is not trouble. Iredell, I've tried to deem trouble on 2 different pop-ups, and Iredell has handled both of them well. They showed Vahiva, by the way, just a quick shot at Vahiva playing short. Those Hawaiian boys do not like playing in the cold weather. I'll just tell you that right now. Vahiva, dude. So Arkansas played a doubleheader last week on Saturday, like an inter squad or whatever. Vahiva goes 0 for 3 in the first game, and then the temperature warmed up about 5 degrees, goes 3 for 4 with a home run and a double. Just he's just one of those guys, man. When it gets over 45 degrees, that's where he goes. I see American Lee here says Michigan 2, Virginia 0 in the top of the 3rd. I think that's one of those games that's being played at like a cool location. I don't know where, but that's notable. Virginia is like, if you ask all the experts, they would say that Virginia is the best non-SEC team for sure. I know a lot of people have picked them to be their national title pick. They bring back like everybody from their team that went to Omaha last year.
And Michigan's in Arlington next week, right?
They sure are. So we'll have to do some scouting. Make sure Michigan might be the Dragon Slayers this year. Hell, Arkansas's in a dogfight with Washington State in game 1, and now apparently they're going to face the Dragon Slayers next week in Michigan. Arkansas might be toast, man.
Yeah, last undefeated, huh?
I mean, hell, it's looking like they might be the first defeated.
I know we got a bunch of folks from the Natural State watching this. I keep seeing the West Rock Coffee thing in the background. Is West Rock Coffee still a thing? Because I used to buy it at Walmart and I really enjoyed it, and I have not seen it in forever.
So it's like a coffee you buy in the store, not a like coffee shop.
Is that well? I don't know if they have a coffee shop or not. I don't think it's it might be like a Little Rock thing. I'm not sure, but they used to have it. I'd load up for my for the old trusty Keurig, and I've not seen it in at least a couple years now.
The only thing I know about West Rock Coffee is that they sponsor the U of A. That's all I know about them.
Yeah. Robert says
you're listening to the game on the radio. Good. If you listen to the games on the radio, listen to Phil Elson, you hear a lot of West Rock Coffee.
Yes, you do. Yep.
This guy's been fighting Gackle at the plate a little bit down 0-2. Let's go ahead and put one on the dirt, kid. Let's go ahead and bounce one. or yank one. I will say, I'm actually, weirdly enough, I know this is going to sound stupid, I'm actually kind of impressed with the crowd. Like, obviously, it's not full by any means. There's probably like 5,000 people there total, maybe. And not even 5,000. But, like, you look behind home plate, like, there's a decent amount, like, bundled up there. I'm impressed with anybody who is in the middle, who's at Baum in the middle of a work day, frankly, when it's 40 degrees. If you're there, man, you have my respect. Couldn't be me.
The year I was covering was the post-COVID year where it was like reduced crowds and social distancing and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And because it was indoors, we couldn't access the damn press box until the regional, I guess, or maybe a couple SEC series before that. But these February games, they just put tables out there on the concourse and they're like, good luck. That was, I went to about 2 of those and I was like, yeah, you know what? I think I'll cover from home, man.
Right. I mean,
trying to type a story out there. Nah.
That was a quab there from number 7. He ends up flying out to center field. But those are the type of at-bats that will possibly ensure that this is Gackle's last inning. So his pitch count's now at 58 with 2 outs here in the 4th inning. Important something to note for anybody who cares about pitching wins, which you probably shouldn't. But if you do care about pitching wins, if Arkansas were to take the lead in the bottom of the 4th and this were to be Gackle's final inning, he would still be in line for the win. I know everyone always, we know you have to go 5 innings and all that. There is like a specific rule. One, in college baseball, the rule is like it's up to the discretion of the scorer. So hypothetically, the scorer could give me or you the win. But also when it's a scheduled pitch count thing, they're okay. Yeah. They like the rules are funky. So you can pitch 3 innings and get a win. Hell, you can pitch actually 1 or 2 innings. I remember Brady Tigert actually in like the month of May, he was working his way back from injury in 2023 through 2 innings. But he was on a very strict pitch count and ended up getting the win in that game. The no-hitter is gone. Washington State now has their first hit of the ball game. Who's that, number 9 there? I don't know none of these Washington State cats, man.
Let's get your random early prediction. Who's the first arm out of the pen for Arkansas?
So last year it was Will McIntyre, and I feel like he's going to be kind of in play.
Good for it.
How many lefties we got in this Washington State lineup? I think Parker Coyle is a very serious candidate to be the first arm out of the pen. Now, if Arkansas ends up scoring 12 runs here in the next few innings, I'll feel a little bit differently. I'm going to go Coyle. I think Coyle is the guy that, depending on kind of how it works out, I think Coyle could be the first guy out of the pen. And by the way, I'm assuming this will be Gackle's last inning, but I don't really know that for sure. I could see them bringing him back out for maybe one more if he gets a quick out here from Ali Abnur. I've been pleased with what I've seen from Mr. Gackle today.
Yeah, he's just a stud, man.
Yeah. I mean, he checks so many boxes, and so it's like some nights he might not have the fastball command, but then he's still got 2 breaking balls he can throw at you, mixing a changeup. There will be a lot of games this year where if he's locating his fastball well, he'll be able to use that 70, 75%, locating that well when you're throwing 96, 98. I mean, you can live and die with it a little bit. I just feel like he does so many things well.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Man, yeah, it looks so cold. Like all the players look cold every time they show them, but then the crowd, you just see those people back there. Nobody looks comfortable.
There's nothing worse than like being out there in the outfield and your feet are starting to go numb, and then there's a fly ball. You got to giddy up and just painful every time you take a step.
Yeah, I would get caught napping, man. I'd be caught out there just like freezing, looking around. Oh crap! Oh, I gotta run. Yeah, no, that's the worst. Especially when you got like a strikeout pitcher on the mound or something like that. And he's got like 7 or 8 punchies, and you're just kind of coasting. Okay, so Gackle is through 4 innings of work, and I believe that was 66, 67 pitches. So we'll see kind of if they want to run him back out there. He really hasn't had to work a ton. He's only thrown out of the stretch. He's probably thrown 15 pitches out of the stretch, maybe 15, 20. I could see them maybe giving him another, but I don't know why you would really want to push it too much in a game like this. But hell, yeah. Shout out to elite defender out there in right field, Kendall Diggs.
Yeah,
Daniels does. Diggs, he made a catch and didn't lose his hat. He does like to do that. Well, Kendall Diggs is like such a fascinating defender because if you just look at his career highlight reel, he's made like 12 unreal plays where he's like diving, having to like chase down a long one, but also you don't feel really confident about any ball hit his way. It's just one of those like funny things. But all right, let's get these bats going, man. Arkansas's got the 2, 3, 4 spots in the lineup coming up. Vahiva, Maxwell, and Iredale. One of those big donkeys got to be a donkey here.
Yeah. It's crooked number time.
Yeah. Go ahead and get a little 3 up there. I'll take 3. Sign me up for 3 runs this inning. Matter of fact, I hereby declare it.
Perfect.
Arkansas scoring 3 runs. Glad Arkansas got that hit out of the way, so we don't have that kind of hanging over us.
Yeah, no, seriously.
I'll be honest, man. I just did not see Ryder Helfrich drag bunt being the first hit of the season.
No,
did not take that Saracen prop, but
who's it? Aloy.
Yeah, Aloy, Maxwell, Iredale, I believe is who would be due up.
Let's get a little Aloy solo shot here.
It certainly would not hurt my feelings. So LSU has a really good shortstop this year. They actually made a shift. They had the guy who was playing second for them last year is now their shortstop, and the guy who was playing shortstop last year is now their third baseman. They've done a little shuffling, but this guy Monster Milam is what they call him, Stephen Milam, and he really got hot down this stretch for LSU last year. So I had a buddy literally today that was texting me, and he's like, "Hey man, I think our shortstop's better than yours." I'm like, "Shut up,
easy guy,
shut up, relax." So I'd really appreciate a Vahiva Aloy bomb right here, so I can go ahead and just send him a quick little FU.
By the way, did you see our buddy from Alumni Hall in a coconut bra and hula skirt in the hog pen?
Oh, really? Peyton?
Yeah.
Wow, dude, he crushed it, man.
That was him.
Yeah. He is at every Razorback sporting event, and he's always front row. Basketball, dude, the camera loves him at the basketball games. He is always on camera at basketball. I'm sure everybody knows who we're talking about, even if they don't know who we're talking about. All righty, Vahiva.
Come on, guy.
I'm looking at a 1-2 count. What are you looking at?
1-2.
Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page here. Oh, struck out.
I was going to say, I am no longer looking at a 1-2 count.
Michael Kopesky wants to know about this Tennessee player being ineligible. So, Curtis, have you seen all this stuff? The Ozuna kid? So, my understanding is he's played 4 seasons of baseball at the Division I level. Like he was a JUCO transfer or something. Maybe he was a JUCO transfer during COVID or something like that. But he's trying to find another year of eligibility. He's got a ton of experience. Would be a nasty addition. Oh, let's see. Logan Maxwell is through with a base hit. There you go. Cool. Good to see him get it going a little bit. So Arkansas's got some action with 1 out. Pitch count getting up there to 50 for Griffin. So we'll see if they can make something work, man. Iredale, this would be a good time for him to start being awesome.
Yeah.
Ryan McDaniel, you are wrong. That is not the first hit. That is the second hit. But I don't know, maybe he means for Logan Maxwell. But yeah, it's very interesting. Like this dude's played like 20 years of college baseball, and he's like, everybody wants us to feel sorry for him. Like I've seen all these national writers that are like, it's a travesty. What's going on with Ozuna at Tennessee, man?
He's trying to do the Diego Pavia thing.
Yeah, I'm like, relax, man.
But I guess he's temporarily screwed, and then they're having a hearing or something about it on the 26th. So like he'll miss 2 weeks, and then they'll see if they approve it, or I don't know. Yeah,
well, you know what's funny is Tennessee had a weird thing with this. They had a shortstop transfer from Kansas, Maui Ahuna, who also had some eligibility things. So this is not the first time Tennessee has entered a baseball season without one of their best players, and who knows if he's going to be back in time. Brent Iredale has his first hit as a Razorback. A little pokes one down in the shallow left field. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Just 1-0. Didn't try to do too much. That's what you like. That's what you like.
Was Maui Ahuna the one that they got hit with tampering for, or was that somebody else?
Yes, it was him. But I feel like there was some other weird thing that I can't remember what happened. But yeah, like I think he missed like the first maybe week or 2 of the season before he was able to play. So Interesting stuff. So now we've got, what is it? Nolan Souza up at the plate, first and second, one out. The Hogs are flirting with some stuff here. Nolan Souza, by the way, that's my guy. Like everyone else, we all love Nolan Souza, but like it's my guy. Like y'all can appreciate him, but you just have to acknowledge that it's my guy. Although if he doesn't get a hit here, maybe he's not my guy. Can't have my guys being 0 for 2 on the year. I mean, that's shameful. Okay. So yeah, they're starting to at least make this cat work a little bit. And I really wish we had radar gun because I have no context for like how hard he's throwing, what he's throwing, what it's been looking like, but hasn't necessarily been like missing a ton of bats. Oh, I don't know, Blue.
Yeah.
But he's throwing a ton of strikes. I think his strikeout to walk ratio at the JUCO level was like preposterous. It was like 117-10 or something like crazy like that.
Gosh.
So he's a strike thrower for sure, man. I think he's only issued one walk here today. Oof.
Damn.
Just got under that one a little bit. Okay, 2 outs. Guy's up to 56 pitches now, and Rocco Pepe's at the dish.
Rocco.
You know, when I was planning this stream, really did not think we were going to have 0 runs through 4 innings of action.
No, me either.
But you know, you win some, you lose some. Again, I guess the you take the good with the bad. I'm not going to have to work for 12 hours today.
Yeah.
And Rocco Pepe pops up the first pitch he sees, and
Pete.
That's not what you like to see. It's not what you like to see. You know what's tough about this, Curtis, is like, one, of course, we joked out people are going to have their overreactions and all that. And so, of course, you're going to have some of that. But it's one of those things where it's like, how many strikeouts have there been? Like 3 or 4? Like, it's not like Arkansas like mowed down. They're just kind of getting under a ball here, hit one right at a guy here. You know, just nothing really.
That first pitch pop up was admittedly the first time where in my belly I just kind of had like a damn it. You know,
yeah, no, that was the first swing that pissed me off, I would say. Everything other than that is just kind of like, but yeah, it's like one of those where it's like, if you want to do the freak out thing, it's like, I guess you can, but it's not like they've just been inept and just not doing anything. Right. But you just got to string some shit together, man. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, come on.
By the way, so okay, I want to talk about this for a second because Hunter Ratio says, I hope we don't leave a bunch of runners stranded again this season. So one, you are, because literally everybody is. Like, it's just kind of the way this thing works. But also, if you look at Arkansas's numbers last year, and again, they stunk offensively. With runners in scoring position, they were actually better compared to where they were ranked, because they were ranked 11th in the SEC in batting average, 10th in the SEC in runs. They were like 12th or 13th in slugging, and I believe they were 9th in the SEC with runners in scoring position. So, like, obviously not good, but it's like they're actually just a bad offense. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not like they stink with runners in scoring position; they just stink. So you know, it is what it is. But yeah, it's nothing through 5. I'm scared. According to Stat Broadcast, Gabe Gackle's still on the bump.
Okay.
So okay, we'll see if I feel like 80 had to be the number in their brain. And yeah, I see him now. He's throwing. I feel like 80 had to be around the number in their brain where they're like, we probably don't want to throw him more than 80 pitches. But it's not like it's been a ton of high stress innings necessarily. So we'll see here. It'd be nice if he can get through this inning in like 10 pitches and then just go sit on a bag of ice, call it a day.
No doubt.
We can confirm he is off to a better start this year than Hagen Smith was off to last year.
This is a fact. An absolute fact.
If you really think about it, Gabe Gackle, infinitely better than Hagen Smith.
It's good to see Eureka Strings says, sat right behind John at the basketball game a couple days ago. Nice guy, but he went to town on a plain glizzy, which is crazy work.
That's one of the funniest comments we've had in a while, man. That's good stuff.
Fantastic.
I don't know if I've ever seen John eat a hot dog. I didn't know he was a plain glizzy guy.
What if I told you I know how he got the hot dog and it wasn't because he went to the concession stand and purchased it himself?
So you're telling me someone brought him a hot dog?
He was given the dog.
Dude, that was another that swing that just happened was another one that duped me because I was looking at the left fielder, Thomas, and saw him kind of like slow up, and I'm like, oh crap, man, that ball's just gone. Off the bat, I don't know if it's the angle or whatever. I'm like misreading all of these balls off the bat. Like I thought that ball was going straight to left field, and it was really straight to center.
Mm-hmm. 7 flyouts, 1 ground out, 5 strikeouts. Is he a fly ball guy?
Definitely a fly ball guy.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, most power pitchers these days, I feel like are fly ball guys.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I don't know if Arkansas has a ground out in this game. I think they've been mostly fly out as well. I think nowadays with the way these hitters pitch, like if you're not a fly ball pitcher, you know, that's probably a recipe for disaster. Like you can get a lot of cheap outs that way. But hell, it's cool to see like a throwback ground ball pitcher, which by the way, in game 2, we kind of are going to see a little bit of that with Zach Root, though. He'll miss some bats as well. Zach Root's the fun one to watch where it's like any count, any pitch is on the table. Whereas, you know, someone like Gackle is pretty, obviously he'll pitch backwards here and there, especially to certain guys.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I feel like he sticks to the, you know, I'll throw fastballs early. I'll try to put you away with breaking balls. They give him the punch out there? No.
Dang.
Coward of a first base ump. Coward. But yeah, Root is just one of those guys. I mean, he just throws 4 for a strike and it'll be 3-1. And he's like, you know, let's mix in a changeup, you know? And so he'll get some of those swings that are just like the hitters are kind of assuming he's going to stick to the script a little bit.
Yeah.
It's very mean when pitchers don't do that.
Was he carving during the scrimmages and stuff? Root?
He really carved last week. He threw 5 innings and I think he struck out 8. I wouldn't say he's been carving. Oh, a little high shed for the swing and miss.
Okay. See, that's where I want to see the radar, man.
I know. I'd love to see that because I feel like, and especially because that's his 75th pitch,
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to be able to tweet that out and be like, hey, Gackle's 75th pitch was 96 upstairs. Certainly looked like he had some giddy up, but I wouldn't have, if you had asked me 2 weeks ago, has Root been cooking in the scrimmages? I would have said, he's, you know, in the fall, there was one scrimmage in particular where they just roughed him up. Like I think he faced kind of the starting lineup and they just kind of jumped after him a little bit. Oh, that was almost a cool little out there from Helfrich.
Yeah.
But he's settled in a little bit. And of course, these veteran pitchers, especially someone like Root, who's very accomplished, like they use these scrimmages leading up to the season to kind of tinker, especially someone like him who mixes speeds a lot. And so I think he was kind of working on some different things, but he's looked a lot better. Him and Beidelshees both, I feel like their stuff has been better than advertised. And maybe that's just a result of working with Matt Hobbs and, you know, everybody just ends up being nastier. But like him and like Root and Beidelshees both will flirt with the mid 90s, which is not really what I expected, especially from Beidelshees. Beidelshees was like 90 to 92 last year at Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Root is honestly, he is leading up to the season, another punch out for Gabe Gackle, and I think that will complete his day. Love to see that, man, especially when your coach gives you that like kind of opportunity to, hey, go out there and give me one more inning and we'll keep a short leash, but just go out there and go ahead and show him, hey, I can handle this deep into the ball game, especially in your first career freaking start, by the way. What a way to handle that. But definitely will ease up any concern if there was, not that I've seen many, but anybody who was like, oh, can Gackle handle the transition? I would say he's handling it okay.
Seems that way. Yeah, that's a solid day's work, man, for sure.
Yeah. Curtis, could you do me a favor and pull up Stat Broadcast?
I got it. It's up.
Okay. Give me the final line on Gabe Gackle, or what we're assuming will be the final line.
Gabe Gackle, 5 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. Beautiful. 78 pitches, 51 for strikes.
I think that'll do. I haven't been firing off any tweets in this game because I've obviously been doing this. But I like had it in my brain. I was like, I'm gonna tweet out a bunch of updates and like link the stream and all that a bunch.
Yeah.
Completely have not been doing that. But I'm gonna do that now. Okay. Does anybody happen to know if there was anybody throwing during that inning? Because that'd be interesting I would imagine there had to be someone at least stirring in the bullpen, but hell, maybe they have that much faith in him where they're like, he'll be all right.
Yeah, they never panned over during the broadcast, but I bet they will when they get back. Willie Mack, Ryan McDaniel says. It's his guess, maybe.
Okay. That's his guess. Okay.
Washington State did have a 3.41 team GPA in the fall, in case you're wondering.
Wow. Hey, good for them.
Program record. Smart guys.
I love that. Love that, honestly. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Diggsy. There's a couple Washington State fans made the trip, some parents or something. Family.
Gotta be parents, right? There can't be anybody who's like, you know what? Let's just hop on this jet from Pullman to
yeah.
Okay. Kendall had a really good at bat. I feel like one of the better ones the first trip through the lineup, and he's immediately down 0-2 here. So we'll see if he can lock in and fight. And this cat's at 60 pitches, man. So he might go CG, man. That would be shameful, honestly. That would piss me off, actually.
That would be really annoying.
Beautiful take. That's a veteran take is what that is. It's a veteran. By the way, and I'm joking a little bit, but that's one. I think Kendall's best attribute as a hitter. He swings at strikes. He does not swing at balls. I say that as he swings at a pitch a little bit on the outer edge. But I really do feel like his understanding of the strike zone is kind of one of his better attributes there. And let's see. I just got a text from Hazelwood that said, has the Fire Nate Thompson crowd been out yet? No, but I'd imagine they'll probably be there. I mean, hell, there's a lot of people who'd never left that train. It's not like they were like, it won't even take that much of an adjustment. They were just already kind of there.
As long as it's 0-0, like if Washington State gets a lead and then Arkansas is not hitting, people are going to start freaking the hell out.
Absolutely. As they probably, I mean, not freaking the hell out, but like, I've said this kind of all off season because I was very critical of Arkansas's offense, of course, last year, and Nate Thompson specifically, where when you have a year by year trend that starts to materialize, you have to start asking some of these questions. And look, I don't feel super comfortable doing the whole, they should fire this guy, they should fire that guy, do this. But I do think like if Arkansas's offense underachieves this year, which they have the last 2 years, if this particular lineup, which I feel like all offseason I've felt they improved the talent level at damn near every position. If this offense is equally as bad as last year's, I feel like that's a disaster. And one that I feel like fans should be pissed about. And it would lead us to where it's like, we have to have a real conversation about what's going on with Arkansas offensively. I think that would definitely, and I think, frankly, the coaching staff kind of knows that.
Oh my.
What a great take from Ryder Helfrich, man.
Yeah.
And again, I say that jokingly, but 3-1, hey. I'm good with that take. But the strike zone, man, I don't think anybody has a firm grasp for where it's at today. It's been a little all over the place. You
know what Ryder Helfrich is? Always on base. That's what
I like that.
We're
AOB
2 for 2 on the base, brother.
I mean, your catcher leading you in OBP, man. How about that? And see, like now that's a strike to Thomas. That's like, I thought that was a worse pitch than the one that Helfrich just saw.
No, seriously. Look at old Polk, man.
You want a prediction, Curtis? I have a prediction for you.
Yeah.
I think Justin Thomas is going to get off to a really good start this season. Worked a walk in his first at-bat. We'll see what he does here. But I think there's going to be a stretch like 3 weeks into the season where he's hitting over 300. And people are like, holy cow, this guy is like the man. Can't believe more people weren't excited about him. And he just grounds into an inning double play. Great stuff there. Yeah. But I'm going to finish my point. I think he's going to be that guy that like starts off, people really love him. And then he's going to start SEC play like 2 of 20.
Yeah.
Again, because I think he's a streaky hitter. And really, when he's in there for his defense and his athleticism. So really, anything you get offensively is a bonus. But I remember Jacob Nesbitt's, I guess his redshirt freshman year, he was hitting like 314 going into conference play. And people were like, I'm just Nesbitt. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Look at the sky. And then you get into conference play and it's like, okay, actually might not be a plus offensively, but that was tough there, man. But Arkansas, man, again, I talked about they just let these pitchers catch a rhythm. And it's a little bit easier to do that when you don't, like, weirdly enough, if you have a strikeout pitcher, they end up throwing more pitches. I think this dude's got 4 punch outs through 5 innings. So it's not like he's been mowing them down, but a lot of quicker outs. I mean, you get 2 in one swing right there. That's not great, man. And so we will officially see who is the first pitcher out of the bullpen.
I know who it is.
Is it Will McIntyre?
It is Will McIntyre.
Okay. I mean, listen, you got to do it. You got to, it's just the recurring bit at this point. Last year, he started the year, I think he threw 6 innings on opening day after Hagen's whole thing. He ends up throwing like the next 5 or 6. And so, hey, if he can replicate it, man. You like this, Curtis? This Alex Eden says Arkansas baseball offense equals Arkansas basketball offense.
Christ. I hope not.
It looks like that January or that like late December, early January Razorback basketball offense.
Yeah, they had a Georgia and Oklahoma homestand offense.
Yeah. Kip C says he has been impressed by the Wazoo starter. Yeah, I mean he's been
dude solid. He'll win some games in the Mountain West.
We don't have the radar. We don't know. Perhaps this dude's throwing 99. We have no idea. I don't think he is. I'd imagine he's probably 91, 92, if I had to guess. Throws a ton of strikes. Doesn't really throw the ball over the plate. Like, there hasn't been a ton where I'm like, oh, man, that one was left hanging. Oh, man, he probably should have done some damage with that. I feel like he's been pretty good at just not throwing the ball over the plate in a good way. But also not walking anybody. I think there's only been 1 walk.
Yeah.
Or no, 2 walks because Helfrich just walked on what I thought was a strike. There's Big Mac. Now, Big Mac has been throwing the last few weeks, has thrown the ball better than he's thrown the ball like all offseason. And frankly, like historically, he's not a guy who throws well in scrimmages. So maybe that's a bad omen, but we'll see. I'm excited to see what he looks like here today. Confirmed Circle of Trust guy. We're going to continue to update the Circle of Trust. But I throw 10 pitchers in there, the Circle of Trust, where I'm like, if these guys are on the mound, the coaching staff feels good, the fan base feels good, and you've got to work your way into that. I have Big Mac in that Circle of Trust because of what he's done for his career, of course.
I respect
and
that.
Been throwing well here. He's a confirmed Circle of Trust guy right now, and so no surprise to see him in here now, and we'll see who all can emerge. Maybe after this weekend, I'll have to update it. Gabe Gackle, I'm going to keep him in the Circle of Trust for now.
Yeah, controversial take, but
DVH said the big difference with McIntyre this year is his fastball command has been way better. And of course, he's not known as a power pitcher who's going to light it up with a radar gun, 90, 91 with the fastball, but he comes in and just dots 2 right on the edge there. Did you like that? Did you see that hype video they posted with McIntyre, and it was like the kid that is like wearing a Bryant jersey and all that?
I did. It's pretty good stuff.
Good stuff. Pulled on the heartstrings. It reminded me of a Budweiser commercial.
Well, talk it over.
Helfrich didn't like that. We talk about this a lot. Arkansas is one of the few schools in the country who really puts a lot on their catchers to call, and then not every single pitch, but most pitches. And so I think that's kind of something that I had someone asked, they were like, how good is Helfrich at calling pitches? I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to know that? I think there's no way for me to, I don't know what he's calling. I don't know who's shaking him off. I don't know what. But I think that's going to be something interesting to monitor is his ability to command this staff. Of course, him and Gackle, he's caught Gackle for like 7 years at this point. So no surprise that they had a nice little rapport early. But I think that's going to be something interesting to kind of monitor, and we'll form our opinions about is how does he feel about calling pitches for some of these guys and who he has that good mix with.
Right. They got to chill out with the camera. It's giving me vertigo, man.
It's opening day for everyone, man. It's opening day for everyone. There was one point where they just started zooming in randomly, like in the middle of an at-bat. I'm just like, all right, what are we doing here? Will McIntyre with a swing and miss on a fastball. This guy's a power pitcher, man. We've always said it.
Big fella.
Camo Gang says bunt the only hit we got. No, Arkansas has 3 hits, right? They got the Helfrich bunt. Logan Maxwell ripped a single through the right side, and then Brent Iredale just kind of poked one, did a good. I think it was like a 1-0 breaking ball that he got, and just kind of poked it into left field. Looked like they had something going there for a second. And a quick out number 2 for Willie Mack there. Out to Charles Davalon. Boy, Davalon's got so much energy, man. Like, he just is always moving.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a guy when he's at the plate or in the field, he's just moving and talking a lot. It's kind of, I haven't gotten to talk to him yet, like just in any capacity. I'll be interested to see. I'd imagine he's got a little bit of personality to him.
Yeah. I like him
I love that Pepe video that they posted yesterday where he's like, 3 rounds of rake. I'll end it on that. He's funny. You don't get the nickname Juice by being a dweeb. It's not something that happens. I didn't realize that Gackle went exactly 2 trips through the order. The last hitter he faced was the 9-hole.
Studley.
Another perfectly located fastball there from Big Mac. I can't wait for in mid-March when Will McIntyre gives up a home run to somebody and people are going to be like, man, why does DVH always trust in this McIntyre? He sucks. Why are you putting him in there? And it's like, I don't know. It was the 200 career innings that you didn't like, or
teacher's pet.
Yeah.
Them freshmen got better stuff.
Which is funny because you remember the story on Will McIntyre. He had to storm into Matt Hobbs' office to beg to pitch in 2022.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's the guy that people have decided that DVH plays favorites with. The guy who had to beg the coaching staff, please throw me in the game. That whole 2021 season, man, that whole fun year, number one team in the country all year. McIntyre was just straight up redshirting, just did not play at all on that team. I always think about that. He's the guy that obviously has a lot of motivation, loves Arkansas, always wanted to pitch here. I bet that's something that he thinks about a lot, that he had to sit there and just watch that year happen. I thought that ball was fair. I'm going to just say it. By the way, we haven't really seen much defensively from Rocco Pepe because there hasn't been, would they show one ground ball out? And that was the fielder's choice, which didn't go to Pepe. So we really haven't gotten to see anything from Pepe defensively. That's going to be something to monitor. And I don't mean that in I'm worried about it, but I mean, he's playing a new position. They got him as many reps as they could leading up to the season to just I think they knew that kind of made sense to get him there at first base in the lineup. But I'll be honest with you, and I always say this a lot. I hate when people will ask me for my opinions on someone as a defender from the scrimmages. And I'm like, they played 5 innings and the only ball hit to him was a routine pop up and he caught it. What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
And so I don't have a great feel with Pepe on how well he's going to really adjust to first base. Hasn't been a ton of opportunities there in the scrimmages. And of course, 0 today. So not saying that everyone should be panicked every time a ball is hit over there, but I think that's just something to keep in mind. Curtis, I think something bad has happened. Curtis, I don't think something good has happened. Stat Broadcast has let me know that something bad has happened.
Bro, he pieced it up.
Oof.
Dang, man.
Oh, off the facility. Man, that was a great at-bat by that kid, too, because did he get down 0-2 right off the bat?
Andrew, I got to be honest with you. I don't know why Dave Van Horn continues to put trust in
I tell you, man. We gotta should we update the circle of trust in real time?
I mean, it's up to you. You are in control of how you feel in your belly there. So,
well, we'll have to see. But you start off the year 0-1 with an L. That's what Gabe Gackle did last year. You can't trust that kid clearly. Boy, that was a tough one. So I think he got. I can't check Stat Broadcast. I think he got down 0-2 immediately. Kind of had to work his way back into the count, and then got one just belt high. Just could not have been more over the plate.
Brutal.
Well, Hogs, if Arkansas loses 1-0, I might just cancel the stream for the second game. I don't think I'm streaming the second game.
Yeah, enjoy Valentine's Day, people. This is
get some laundry done. Get some, do some chores around the house. Do something else.
They're gonna win this game 5-1 though. Arkansas.
5-1. I like that. I think that works for me. I'll accept it, even though that would not cash the Saracen prop of 7 runs and 1 sack fly, which does not seem in play at this point. Ground ball to Vahiva Aloy at first base.
Michelle, what did you say?
I tell you what a stab there at first base.
Looks good.
I said, put a bet on that prop, and I did.
You bet on the prop?
Yeah.
Okay. How much you put some
what
heavy
idiot
point
told
on
you
it?
to do that, Michelle? What idiot told you to do that?
A whole $1? You think we're made of money here?
Goodness gracious.
I'm gonna have to stiff the waitress tonight. You're not gonna be able to
cash
afford
out on $1.60 if it hits.
Dang, man.
That would actually kind of like piss me off if I were Michelle. Well, and I also bet on it, but like if Arkansas came back and scored 7 runs here and got a sack fly and all that, and you win $1.60 off of it, it's like, damn, you feel like you should get something bigger than that.
Right.
I'm still holding out for the Brent Iredale home run at plus 300.
Yeah, that needs to happen.
It seems more doable than the other one. All right, Hog fans, how we feeling? So we're going to the bottom of the 6th now. Arkansas has 3 hits. 3 hits. 0 runs, and they trail. And they trail in this ball game. By the way, I bet the score updated here before like the chat saw it. So I bet some people got it. Well, that's why you just don't give up home runs, because those are immediate score changes. The scorer doesn't have to do any work. He just hit input, boom, it's there. At least if it's a double in the gap, runner going from first to third or something like that, it takes him a while to compute. But
just got to answer here. Like we can't do another 1, 2, 3 thing here.
No, you definitely got to answer right away.
It's gonna get a little testy. Hey, it's a new guy.
Oh wow, okay.
Lefty
Roy Shepard, they're going to the lefty.
A lefty from Idaho with glasses is
from Coeur d'Alene. Yeah, now you can't. Oh, it looks like he's got good numbers from last year. So
is this one of the 2 guys who pitched
through a D1 pitch?
Year? Yeah.
Gotcha. So all right, you're into the bullpen, and now you've got one of the 2 competent players that we believe they have on their roster. And I say that jokingly. I'm sure they've got plenty of competent players. Hell, it seems like they've got a pitcher that's pretty good. But it's interesting. And so where are we at in the lineup? Who would that? That was Matt and Tom. Right? So we're back at the top. So you got Davalon with a left on left right off the bat. Will Arkansas pinch hit for Logan Maxwell at the left on left in the 3-hole? I doubt it. But all right. So now your 3rd trip through the order. Does that sound right? Yeah, 3rd trip through the order. You gotta get something going here. If this were the 2021 team, this would be the time.
Here we go.
And here we go. Shout out to John Rothstein.
Yes. A legend.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you, zone, I really have no idea where the strike zone's at.
No.
And I'm really not one of those people that complains about the zone too much, because usually you can kind of like tell, okay, he's giving us a ball outside. He's not giving us this inside. But he hasn't been super consistent one way or another. I always feel like it's demoralizing when you bring in a lefty to face a lefty and he doesn't get the lefty out. I always think that's funny. So would be really sick if Chucky Davalon could just find his way on base. And he's the type of guy, again, you get him on base to start at inning 1, you get a leadoff guy, but the kind of guy that I feel like can give you a little spark.
Yeah. Some nice work right there.
That's exactly what you're looking for. That's exactly what you're looking for. 2-1. Nobody's trying to be a hero. He was in a hitter's count, but he gets one over the plate.
Yeah.
Just hits it where it's pitched. Love to see that. That's good stuff from Chucky.
We got some forearm smashes at first base now. These guys are locked in.
Man, that's good stuff. I wonder if some of the returning players that like played with Hudson Polk, if it's like, I'm sure they all love him. I mean, he seems like a guy that everybody liked. But I bet that's like funny for Kendall Diggs, for a guy that was his teammate for 2 years.
Right. Are the Cougs falling apart?
Oh, whoa, hey, whoa.
I think they're falling apart.
Wowzers. Okay, so Charles Davalon moves up to second base on the E1.
Do you
threw it away there?
How about the little camo Razorback bandana there?
That's pretty good. I like that. I like that. That's a Blaine Kinsley special. You remember Blaine Kinsley?
Yeah.
He was the ultimate strength coach. I'll tell you, Charles Davalon makes stuff happen, man. That helmet was dying to fall off.
I'm starting to wonder if Washington State's built for this, man.
Yeah.
Feeling the pressure on opening day.
Team should have utilized their bullpen.
Yeah.
That's where it all went wrong for everyone. I mean, listen, let's just be honest here. You got to get this run in. Like, I don't care how, you got to get this run in. Runner on second with no outs to start the frame. Like that just has that's the exact type of situation, especially in a one-run game late, that fans that hate Nate Thompson, that worry that does this team have the versatility? Are they able to shorten up and make things happen? This is the exact type of situation you're looking for. And I'm being a little dramatic here because obviously, it's not like there's that much pressure on game 1, inning 6, but right. I think this would be nice, man, especially because you've got pitcher a little bit rattled here. You've got the top of your order up. Your leadoff guys at second base. Like, you got to find a way to get him in here. Vahiva, let's hit a ball to right field. I don't care up, down, up, around. Hit a ball to right field.
He looks miserable in this weather.
Yeah, he hates this, man. I mean, the fact that he put those pants legs down is a little bit of a red flag, if I'm being honest with you. He always has them up, but them calves is cold. He'll heat up about mid-March. That's when he'll start to get going. He tried to go to right field. He's pissed he missed that one.
Yeah, he is.
Vahiva's he's always, even like, I think Vahiva's going to hit like 300 with 20 home runs this year, really, like, very seriously. He's always going to be one of those guys where you show up to the park one day and you're like, this guy sucks. He cannot hit a baseball at all. Yeah. And then you'll show up to the park one day and he's Hank Aaron. Like, he's always going to be streaky. And you just kind of have to live with it. All right, so the pitcher's back into the count 2-2 here. Vahiva's visibly frustrated at the plate. He's got his oven mitt in his back pocket. Oh, did that hit him? No?
I guess so.
Okay. So 3-2. This feels like a massive pitch, like the biggest pitch of the ball game. Is that going to get out of play? It looks like it will. How far ahead of me are you?
Like 5 seconds.
Okay. I can live with that. I can live with that a little bit. Man, at least they're making this second guy work a little bit.
Yeah, he ain't him.
Man, he was pissed, dude.
He's really mad, man.
Yeah. I mean, hell, you're fighting. This is a great at-bat, I would say.
Were you a strike out and throw your shit in the dugout guy, or no?
No, not at all.
You didn't get mad like that?
Because, well, maybe when I was younger I would, but there was one time, I think I was maybe like 10 or 11. My dad got so mad at me for doing it that I was like, all right, I'm just never doing that again. Mm-hmm. And you realize how childish some of those other guys look when they do it.
Yeah.
Vahiva Aloy with a base hit through the left side. That was a really good at-bat, man. That was a really, just not a selfish at-bat. Obviously, a guy with his power, you always have the long ball in the back of your mind. But he gets a 2-strike count, works his way back in, works it full, fouls off a couple, finally gets a pitch he can do something with, pulls it through the left side, man. Look like an off-speed pitch, too. That's good stuff. So you got runners at first and third. That was our first decision that Bobby Werniss has had to make as a third base coach. I think he made the right one.
I was gonna say I think it's a good one.
It's a good one. I mean, even if the throw had sucked, you really don't want to make the first out of the inning at home plate. Like that'd be a bummer. So Logan Maxwell's up, left on left matchup again. A lot of room to work with there on the right side. Good pitch to start it.
That's a good pitch.
That's the pitch as a hitter. You just have to concede.
Yeah.
You try to hit that one. You're rolling that over to second base, and it's a double play. Although I guess that would be an RBI double, or not an RBI, but that would tie the game. By the way, this Razorback lineup, of course, there's still going to be plenty of boomer bust. I mean, guys like Vahiva, guys like Brent Iredale, I would even say, and even Helfrich, who's got on base twice, like that are just going to be by design a little bit up and down. That are more, boomer bust. Like I said, Maxwell is kind of the exact guy you want in this situation, where he's a little bit more steady, makes consistent contact pretty consistently. He's down 1-2 now here, so we'll see if he can fight. But not one of those like when Dave at the end of the year was talking about we want to have a little more balance, different skill sets in our lineup. This is the kind of guy that I think there was a very important addition for that very reason. So we'll see if he can make good on that. I've been a huge jinx today, so that doesn't sound promising for his chances here. Man, that throw on the third scared me a little bit, I'm being honest. So 2-2 now, first and third, still nobody out. Old Chucky Davalon. He was always going to score the first run of the year. Like that was always going to happen.
Oh yeah.
And Logan Maxwell hits the ball pretty well to center field. It's going to get caught. Hey, nice play there by the center fielder. He had to cover a lot of ground. Yeah. So we got a tie ball game, 1-1. That's what you need. That's what you need right there. Hey, these are grown man, adult at bats you're seeing here. Just one run. Let's not relax. Let's not go crazy. But I like what I'm seeing from literally everyone who has gone to the plate this inning.
It's a hell of a grab by the center fielder.
Yeah, he was playing in, man. It looked like he was like kind of hoping for that shallow sack fly where he could let the hose loose. Yeah, he was shaded over to the right too. Yeah, that's a lot of ground he covered. Good stuff. Good stuff from number 51. That little Bo Limmer ass, or that Ricky Stromberg ass number. Come on, man. Dude, the camera guys, man, they're having a rough go of it.
Yeah, they are.
I'm just going to assume that he was safe at first. All right, Brent Iredale. Go ahead and do something here, Brent.
Yeah, I
guess you already got a base hit, but go ahead and announce yourself to the Razorback Nation. Ooh, late on that one. Haven't been checking in on the chat. How we feeling, guys? We feeling good, chat?
Hanging in there.
Yeah. Probably a lot better than they were about 5 minutes ago, I'd imagine.
Dre's happy.
That's all that really matters. Potentially our newest sponsor, Dre.
I wonder what Dre does. Dr. Dre, maybe?
I want to say he lives in Bentonville, which is where all the cool people live, What does Dre do? I guess we might be finding out soon.
Yeah, I mean.
The pitcher was being so still that I thought my stream was frozen. That was a great pitch right there. So Arkansas has not delivered that knockout blow, but they're working the body a little bit. Oof. Now it looks like that part of the plate is the plate to go to if you're the pitcher today, trying to figure out where this zone is. We saw Gackle get a ton of those, like that outer edge to righties. 1, 2, yeah.
I don't like
Probably not in the strike zone, but it's also just been called a strike all day. Dawsey didn't disagree too much. He was like, eh.
Dre said he owns a healthcare company. He hires doctors, but he's not a doctor. Just for the record.
Interesting. He's the middleman to health. Some people are like Jake Bates and they're brick salesmen. Some people sell you health. Oof.
Dang.
Souza was trying to put one in that pond.
Yeah, he was.
That's how they do it.
Finagle a job out of the. That's
Wait,
crazy. Michelle's trying to put in an application over here
with Dre.
with Trey.
Trying to get into the healthcare biz, eh?
Yeah, just a little personal trainer action. Well, he's not getting cheated on them swings.
No.
Golly.
I think Souza's ability to hit lefties is going to ultimately determine his ceiling as a player. Obviously, we know he's got all the tools, but left on left, like he really struggled in those matchups last year. Vahiva Aloy has the second stolen base of the season for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Vahiva is weird where, like, I don't necessarily think he's a burner. You know, it takes him a while to get going to top speed, but once he gets top speed, he's usually pretty athletic.
Yeah.
Got a decent jump there, and of course, he's long. Last year, I think he stole 6 or 7 stolen bases last year, which, you know, not like a crazy amount, but it did lead the team. He would pull the swim move every now and then. At least 2 of his stolen bases were ones where he was thrown out and just kind of beat the tag.
Mm-hmm.
I like that, man. 2 outs, get a guy in a scoring position. That's what you like to see. Maybe put the seed of doubt in this lefty to think maybe I should just go ahead and walk Nolan Souza.
I'd be okay with it.
Now that first base is open, I think Souza would sign up for it, or I would sign up for it for sure.
Souza was not interested in that.
No, that was he did not look comfortable that entire at bat.
No.
Yeah.
Game on.
Credit to Ryan McDaniel, he pays attention. I don't know if maybe this isn't a reference to, did I say that on the show today or yesterday where I was like, I think Souza's going to win it next year.
I think you did.
We're going to start planting the seeds. Next year is the Golden Spikes year for Souza. But I guess we said Iredale might be the guy. Turns out Souza's going to be the guy who's getting all the preseason love and then is going to stink to start the year. And it's like, you told us this guy was good.
Yeah.
Let's get into this chat a little bit. I've been abandoning them a little bit. GM says, I'm so sick of human umpires. We have to introduce tech for balls and strikes.
You have a take on that?
So, like, one, they're always going to have the human umpire there. It's just a matter of if he's really calling it. Sometimes they'll do like the radio thing. I know they've been doing that with minor league. I'm okay with it, but I don't feel that strongly. I'll talk myself in when they eventually do it, but I don't know. I'm not like crazy about it. I'm okay with the human element a little bit there.
I was going to say, even if it pisses me off sometimes or a lot of the times, I like the human element. It's something about the unpredictability of it that I appreciate.
Yeah. I miss same a little bit too.
And I like the calls back there, like the punch outs and everything, you know.
Exactly. That's what I definitely like. But yeah, it's interesting. What's weird in here, he says we have to introduce tech for balls and strike. That's what's weird about it is that like the tech is already there. Like the TrackMan and all that already does give us strike zones. But it's not official where that's the call thing. I think they should do the umpire back there where if he gets the call in and it's like, oh, hey, that's a strike, you call it a strike. Like it has the radio in his ear or whatever. Mm-hmm. But I also, because I've seen some where it's like a weird, the catcher doesn't frame it right and it looks like a ball and the guy calls it a strike and everybody freaks out. I think you kind of have to give the umpire that power where, like, if he really strongly disagrees with it, he should not call it a strike. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm okay with full on TrackMan. The thing it would do is it would make catcher a much more offensive position because obviously there would be a lot less value in that. I mean, you still have to throw and catch and all that, but pitch framing and all that. There's a lot of guys that have careers in the big leagues because of their ability to do just that. Mm-hmm. And so it would definitely. You'd see a little bit more offense out of your catchers, I'd imagine, because you just throw any old random big boy back there.
Willie Mack, inning 2.
Yeah, Willie Mack, that's a dude. Dude, he threw 4 and I think it was either 4 or 4 1/3, 4 2/3 the other day in a scrimmage out of the bullpen through more than 4 innings. It's like I was
rubber
like, holy cow. Yeah, so he's a guy that like he could very well finish this damn game. We'll see if that ends up happening, but like he definitely could. Oh, my LSU buddy already texted me. Oh, the lineup's in mid-season form, eh? Shameful stuff. By the end of this day, Arkansas's got to have at least 10 runs, right? Well hit. But Chucky Davs makes the play. We're all good. We're all good. One pitch, one out. No, nothing to see here. I think that ball's gone off the bat.
First, I was wondering for a second there.
Bum 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 bum. Bum ba ba da dum. I'm at the point now where I'm like refreshing like every other at bat.
Yeah,
Willie Mack, he said a bad word on the television.
Children watching, Will.
Yeah, please, man. Have some respect. Especially after they showed you as the role model icon for the state of Arkansas. Oh.
Yeah, man.
Hey, it's not a sword, buddy. Yeah, if Matt could get through this inning, I'd feel a lot better about my life. But Hogs just have to hit, man. That's really all it comes down to. Oh, that ball's well hit, and it's going to get down for a hit. Going to hold him to a single. All righty. There should be some action maybe starting to get going in that Razorback bullpen. Mac was really good through two hitters, but there's been some barrels being found. Plus, literally everybody is available.
Yeah.
So no need to leave them out there too long. But where they're near the bottom of the lineup. Yeah, number 7 here with the catcher at the plate. Got to have it out here simply.
Eric Johnson just pulled up. He said, just join. Quick recap, Woo Pig. Gackle was awesome through 5 innings. Willie Mack gave up a solo shot. Arkansas answered with a run in the bottom half, and it's 1-1 here in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, what does Arkansas have? 5 hits total?
I think that's right. Let me see.
Yeah, I think they had 3 going into that last inning. Then you had the Davalon single, the Eloy single, Logan Maxwell with a nice sack fly. One of the better swings of the day, I'd say. It produced the 1 run, so certainly, but it was a well hit ball. 2 strike, did what he needed to do. Logan Maxwell, MVP of the Razorback offense so far.
Oh boy,
got him. Yeah, I think that
you're going to regret that one, sir.
That ball did not move around in Helfrich's glove at all. Obviously, he had to go to a knee there, but it was very clean. I think that hitter, the rule there, if you're running on first, is shin guards down, you go.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the shin guards were down, so it's like the right read. But Helfrich had that ball. Like he caught it a lot more cleanly than I think it looked initially. So he's able to quickly rise and fire. That's a huge second out there.
Yeah, you can't be giving away on the base pass. That's tough for the Cougs.
Yeah. Hey, they owed us one because, we had Helfrich himself actually get thrown out at second. So Helfrich also owed us one. So now we're even. I made a joke earlier, said these teams are evenly matched, but hell, this game has been as even as a game could be. Ay.
Don't do this.
Okay. Look at the stretch from Pepe. Look at that. All righty, good stuff. So Arkansas's through. I guess we're now headed to the bottom of the 7th. It's 7th inning stretch time, boys. Curtis, would you like to lead us in a little take me out to the ball game?
No.
Good stuff.
I did see I saw a sitting hog call in the stands a while ago.
Shout out to Woke COVID Survivor, by the way. For one, just one of the more chaotic names that we see pop across here on the chat. But when we were talking about it, dude, Thero yesterday with the whole flu and all that, his antennas were up and said breaking all of our hitters got the flu before the game started, which explains why they look so bad. Yeah.
I hope not. I think that's contained to the basketball program for the entire season for whatever reason, but
basketball team, man. Those you get a slight breeze in the locker room, and it gets a little rough there. What do you think about? So yeah, I know we talked about the sitting hog called Megan.
Yeah.
Well, I believe this is the mean Megan, right? Or no, that was
no.
This is not the mean Megan.
Not
Megan
mean Megan.
Trimling is the mean Megan.
Yeah.
But she says this should be illegal. I got to be honest. If I'm out there and it's 30 degrees or whatever, and it feels like dog piss, I'm sitting for the hog call. Screw it.
Yeah. And it was just, it was like it was kind of an inconsequential mound visit when I saw it for Washington State. So it wasn't really a moment either. But yeah, I didn't see anyone behind the camera really stand up, but yeah.
American Lee here with some sabermetrics says, good news. We have 3 at-bats left and they only have 2. This is true. This is a true statement. Although I will say, I guess we should be hoping that Arkansas only has 2, because that would mean they scored, took the lead, and everything great.
I think is that maybe a semi-standing calling of the Hogs just then.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, they needed a little hog call. Well, I guess it's 7 inning stretch. So
there's a mother eating a child's hand.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
Alex Eden says he won't put too much stock in this game. First game jitters. I have a feeling the second game will be more of what we expect. Yeah, definitely expect more offense. Although, again, I said it earlier, it's not really like there's really not been a ton where I'm like, oh, I didn't like that swing. Didn't like that there. It's really just kind of not necessarily a day meant for offense, I wouldn't say. I thought their starting pitcher did a really good job of just getting ahead, staying ahead, attacking. Feel like Arkansas was in 1-2 counts a lot. But we've seen some decent swings here and there.
Yeah, they're gonna, whether it's this game or not, they're gonna open some things up here this weekend, I think, and
definitely gonna get into that bullpen a little bit. Still the same lefty out there.
I'm not sure.
Looks like it. I mean, like they still have the same pitch count.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I guess it is.
So Rocco Pepe with the quick ground out. He was disappointed with himself there. Hey, Rocco Pepe has not seen that many pitches in this game because he hit that fly out that he hit really well. That was pretty early in the count. Had the quick pop up last time up, and then quick ground out. He's covered it all.
Fruity Pebbles on the sponsorship there.
Oh yeah, they started to mix that in last year, I believe. I like that. At LSU, they always have Tony Chachere's back there.
Of course.
Does not appear Arkansas is going to be taking the lead in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 quick outs. After you had some momentum there in the 6th. Right back to playing Nate Thompson ball, man. That's what you hate to see. All righty. So Ryder Helfrich, who has been really good in this game all around. I mean, had the bunt single, had a walk, got thrown out stealing, but then made up for it by throwing a guy out stealing. I feel like he's just done a pretty good job behind the plate.
Sweet Pete, man.
Did he really just pop up the first pitch he saw?
Oh, okay. No, it got out of play.
Okay, it got out of play.
Gosh.
Again, though, the depth perception here is crazy. Like, I thought that ball was going like to straightaway right field. He's looking to his leader, Hudson Polk, for guidance. Yeah, man, I think Helfrich's going to be he's going to be playing baseball for a long time, I would imagine. I mean, him and Souza, I've said it like all offseason. Sounds like a broken record at this point, but I feel like him and Souza are like the keys to unlocking this team. You know, if they're good, this team's going to be good. It's just kind of that simple. Okay. Is that one also going to get out of play? Okay.
He really likes it over there. Souvenirs for the kiddos. Good old Dave.
He ain't worried about the cold.
He doesn't really have the Dracula Flow vibes today.
Nah, he bundled up a little bit. It's tough.
It's usually in the post game huddle. It's when he really gets them going. Kind of looks up slightly and
yeah, the angle.
Yeah. Yikes.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That was a pitch that I don't think the pitcher was intending for it to be. It might have been a little bit above the zone, but
hat's too big for his head.
Much better second frame from their little slapdick lefty who had a pretty good year last year, according to the numbers.
Okay.
By the way, this is really the kind of game where it's like, if Arkansas wins this one, I think Washington State's officially getting swept, right?
Yes.
Like this
I'm
is the
feeling
one
that.
they've thrown their one pitcher that they have confidence in. Their starter was good. Interesting. American Lee says this nail biter makes a team better, but man, I want to win. Well, I think they want to win as well. And man, it would not please the fan base if they horsed around here and did not win the first game of the year.
Right.
Sharkansas says, what's it going to take for fans to change their opinion on Nate Thompson this year? A lot, I would imagine. And I really does he mean positive or negative? I mean, hell, I think honestly, like just the numbers have to be there. You just have to show statistical improvement pretty much across the board. I think if they can get back to maybe even that 2021 offense where they were walking a lot, hitting a lot of home runs, maybe hitting that 265, 270 range, which would actually be a little bit down. They'll probably need to have that a little bit up, but just you have to be in the top half of the SEC in runs scored. That's where I'll set the bar. Like you just have to be a top half of the league offense. Not on pace for that yet this year, but even then, I still don't. I think there's gonna be a lot of fans who it would take a lot for them to change their opinion on Nate Thompson. But hell, there's probably a lot of fans who are watching this and they're like, I'm not seeing them trying to hit home runs. They're stealing bases. They're laying down bunts. I love this. So who knows? I'll give Nate this credit though. He's owned it like all off season. Like he's not really made a bunch of excuses. He's just been like, look, we know we had to make changes. We know we got to be better. Like, let's just get to work and make it happen.
Exactly.
Kip C says, didn't have a Dracula Flow reference on today on the card. W reference, Curtis. Oh, man, there was a stretch where that was all we were doing.
We throw them out there. I guess since the move out of the office in the Natty State days, you don't have the Dracula Flow in the background of Baumbastic anymore. So
no,
you were good for it back then.
Yeah, it brought the Dracula Flow yielded a first round exit, and
it had to go. Something had to change. Sorry, Willie Mack
coming back for inning number 3.
Boy. Okay.
And the pitch count, he's at 31 pitches, completely irrelevant.
Yeah, it does not matter.
120 if he needed. Will Kendall get to this one? Oh, wow. I'm telling you, man, off the bat, all these look like they are just going different directions than they wind up going. You like this from Ozzy?
Will, I like giving up home runs, McIntyre. Ozzy's not a believer right now.
Nah. He wavers drastically one side or the other, but as Seth says, we got to figure out smart hitting. The offense in the round is very concerning, but I'm not putting too much weight on it since it's the first game. We need to scrap to win this game. I mean, I know they have quite literally one run here. Yeah. Justin Thomas.
Damn it. Yes.
Needed that one.
Sorry. But yes, I feel you.
Obviously, they had just one run, but I thought that inning was like, that's kind of what, I mean, like I said, that's kind of what people want to see. I thought that was encouraging. Obviously, you want a little bit more firepower. But again, today's not super offensive. Man, that's tough.
Right. It has to be a strikeout now, or what? Like you cannot have him on base after that ball pops out of your glove.
I'm always weird. I'm always a little like, baseball scoring is always a little bit tough. I'm always a little bit like, I never know what it is when it comes to errors.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so he gets the punch out. Because I know like they'll give errors, on a ball that you drop in foul ground. But I don't know if like does the guy have to reach for it to count?
Oh, good question. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
I guess so, because otherwise, how would you even score it?
Yeah, like how do you give a guy an error if he doesn't reach base? But I've definitely seen it. Like people definitely get errors for balls. Oh, popped up a bunt attempt.
Oh, he's gonna get one of those eventually.
Helper's been all over the place trying to catch those. That one that he nearly caught behind, like right by home plate, that would have been crazy. I hope Helfrich does not catch game 2. I would assume he wouldn't. But yeah, don't have that dude catch 18 innings out here. Get Zane Becker his first career start. Which by the way, Zane Becker, freshman catcher, freaking love that kid. Love that guy.
Oh yeah.
He's just been really impressive, man. Like, I mean, he's I wouldn't imagine he's going to hit for a super high average as a freshman, but in some of those scrimmages, like they have him hitting 2, 3, 4 in the lineup when he's with the non-starting squad, and he's showing off some power. He's got some pull power. Who did he homer against? It might have been Gackle. I think he homered against Gackle a couple weekends ago. He's got something to him, man, for sure.
Yeah,
that's punch out.
What the hell was this kid doing? Am I missing where they had someone on base? Like he went to the bunt twice there, and
not looking to buy anything today. I'm just looking.
Yeah.
A lot of punch outs for the Razorbacks. That's now 3 for Willie Mack. If he can get through this inning. That'll be it for Willie Mack. Okay. Who are we going to here? Parker Coyle, maybe? I don't know who they have coming up.
It is Coyle.
Yeah, that would be Parker Coyle. Okay. I feel good. When you asked me who the first guy out of the pen was, I was trying to decide between Coyle and McIntyre. Nice to see them both be out there. Both circle of trust guys. Dude, Parker Coyle has been throwing so well leading up to the season. Of course, he's going to come in here and give up a 3-run nuke or whatever, but I can't remember what the numbers exactly were, but it's like 4 2/3, 8 strikeouts, no hits, no runs. Like he's been really good. Kim McElroy wants to know, which by the way, shout out to Kim. I think she had a doctor's appointment or something. She was saying something about on Inside Arkansas Live. Like, I got to go do this. But she says, what is the percentage of the games we won on our opening day? It's a very, very high percentage. I know that in 2022, when they lost on opening day, I want to say that was the only one they've lost under DBH. I could be wrong on that, but it was definitely the first in a really long time. Weirdly enough, Arkansas has played Washington State on opening day before. They're 1-0 against Washington State on opening day. David says, time for the smoke. He's a high 90s guy, isn't he? No, he is not. Parker Coyle is not that. He is good. He is very good, but he's like a 91, 92, maybe some 93 here, but his slider is one of those like 3,000 RPM, like one of those that has like the spin rates that they really love. But no, yeah, he's very good, but velo, not like a high velo guy necessarily.
I was in the middle of the
rant. What was I talking about before that?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, I was talking about them on opening day. That's right. Yeah, I mean, I think they've only lost once on opening day under DBH. So, you know, if you do the math, that's like once in 22 years or whatever. They don't lose much. Although I guess they could lose once today and not lose the first game of the year.
This is true.
But also, dude, if they like win this game 2-1 and then lose game 2, I would not sleep tonight. That would really annoy me. Oh man. All right. So go ahead and get this out real quickly here. I'm assuming it's gonna be a lefty that he's facing. Nice little game recap that's only gonna take 12 seconds.
Yeah, no shit.
Parker Coyle from Edmond, Oklahoma. Coyle's interesting. He threw a lot as a freshman. I think he threw like 25, 30 innings or something like that. It was, him, Fouch, Bybee, and Wood. They used those freshmen a decent amount in 2023. Hell, they needed outs they could get from anybody with all the injuries they had that year. Mm-hmm. And then Coyle just didn't really take that next step as a sophomore. His numbers were like, he threw about the same number of innings, but his numbers were worse across the board. All right, little lazy fly ball to, oh, he did not catch it. It was a little bit of a tough play. I thought whenever I saw it again, I got duped by the cameraman who is struggling today. I was seeing Davalon and I was like, oh, easy fly ball to center field.
Thomas got to go put his glove in the oven, bro.
Yeah, no, let's see. Let's get a look at this. Should he have made this play? He had to cover a lot of ground.
Or no? Let's see. I mean, it's really tough, but
yeah, it's a tough play. Just like a little bit of a weird angle. Nate's got that towel out there, man. He's going to direct him. No Dubs defense. Another fouled bunt attempt here. But that's tough when you get the left on left matchup and now you got to face a righty here. Dude, Evan Taylor a couple years ago, it was unreal. They would always bring him in for an inning where it was like left, right, left.
Yeah.
And it was like almost clockwork. He would strike out the first lefty, give up a hit to the righty, and then get the lefty out. And then, and sometimes it'd be like a solo home run. It was just crazy how often he would get the lefties and not the righty out. Oh, trying to steal, and he steals.
He must have had a hell of a jump there.
Yeah, no, seriously, because I mean, that might have been on coil a little bit. I mean, first movement.
Yeah, Helfrich's talking to him.
Yeah, he must have just not held him on. Yeah, you see the numbers there. Really, really struggled, and it was really a lot of it was early in the year. He pitched better down the stretch, but oof. But it's been good to see him this offseason.
I mean,
and you just throw the ball to first base.
Yeah, let's.
But all right,
it's opening day. It's
Rob Iredale. He gets the tag out. Inning over. Going to the bottom of the 8th. Arkansas. I do not want to see you bat in the bottom of the 9th. I'm just going to say that. You got 9-1-2 coming up here. I do not want to see you swing the bats in the bottom of the 9th. Go ahead and send us home early. By the way, since we're getting close to the end of the game here, a little programming announcement. I'm gonna keep the stream going. Like the stream, we're not gonna like stop the stream and restart. We're gonna keep the stream going. I'm going to take a miniature like go pee break. Might even go downstairs, give me something to drink or something. But don't go anywhere. We're gonna stick right here. I'll probably really like live chat it up during the break there. Might get John Neighbors to come hang out with me a little bit, but we're gonna keep it rolling, man. We're gonna keep it rolling here on the channel. So stay tuned in. We got 9 more after this. So get you some caffeine, get you some whatever. I need something to freaking eat. That's what I might do. I might throw this little graphic up there and go downstairs, give me some leftover wings.
There you go.
I went to B-Dubs last night, by the way. That's where I spent my Valentine's dinner. The Dubs. Oof.
As mid as always.
It was above average. The food I always like, but the
food's always good.
The service was definitely below average. And it was funny because we had our waitress was training someone, had someone standing there, and they're like, "Oh, I'm training her today, so whatever." And then she like didn't come for like 20 minutes. I'm like, "Is that part of the training regimen? Is that really the example you want to set there?"
Yeah.
But by the way, guys, if there's any question about the team you want me to answer, you can go ahead and start dropping them in the chat now. I will go through once this game ends. I'll just go through and get through the chat and just answer questions. We'll kick it for a while. And like I said, maybe John Neighbors will come stop by and grace us with his presence.
I'm sure he's got some takes. He's probably mad about the crowd and
trash. Trash. Did he say he was going to bomb? Is he at this game?
He said he was going over there, but I don't know.
He might have then looked outside and was like, actually, it's cold as hell. I'm not going out there. Still the same lefty in here. I'm trying to get inning number 3. Old Justin Thomas. Let's see if he had an interesting run there defensively in left field.
Yeah, repent for your sins, man.
Yeah. Confess and repent and then get us a base hit. That is your job, sir.
Camera, come on.
Yeah, no, that's tough.
Jeez.
I like Thomas's patience at the plate, even though he grounded into a double play his last time up there. Drew a walk early, laid off some breaking balls down. Why does Troy Shepard's name not have an H in there? Like it's oof. Like, normally Shepard has an H.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, there's an H at the beginning, but not it's just Shepard, P-A-R-D.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Right now, Curtis, it's 2:18. We've been going live. We're just over 2 hours, coming up on 2.5. Right now is the first time that I've really thought about the task at hand here of that me being live for 6 hours, and it's really starting to where I'm like, you know what? This might have been not a great idea, but we're neck deep into it, man. It's not my fault that weather.
Yeah.
I was going to go live for the first game of the year, and so I was like, I got to do that. Right. And so I was like, I'm going live, might as well.
Get a little break, get something to drink, you'll be all right. Bounce back for the second one.
I'm definitely going to go heat up those wings and eat them during the break between games. By the way, the fireman is up and throwing in the bullpen.
Oh.
Would love to see Arkansas go ahead and get a lead here. give Christian Fouch his first save of the year. Wouldn't hate that.
I like these.
It would make me happy if you and I get to experience a Christian Fouch outing together.
It would make me happy if we sat here for 2.5 hours and it ended with a win. That would make me very happy.
That would definitely make me happy.
I like these baseball streams though. It's chilled out, man. This is relaxed. We're doing this for the basketball game tomorrow, people. Tap in with us for that. 11 a.m. against A&M. That will not be laid back and relaxed at all. It's chaotic with the basketball stuff. Maybe we'll do some of this for football next year in a roundabout way, not a full game. A lot of folks will do like the last 10 minutes of basketball games or something, like the fourth quarter of a football game. I don't know if it's close.
I like that. No, I like that. Football is a tough sport to, we talked about the pitch clock and how it speeds it up. Football is a tough one. I love this from Camo Game that says all week to practice hitting in the cold. Weather can't be an excuse.
Yeah.
When we say weather, we're not saying like the players are cold and they can't hit. We mean like weather conditions, wind, and the ball doesn't carry as easily in cold weather. That's what we mean. We're not saying the players themselves are cold and that's why they can't hit. Although I'm sure it doesn't help. But it's and again, I'm not like being like, oh yeah, I expected them to score one run here today. They should definitely hit a little bit more. And hopefully they do in game 2. Oh, good swing from Davalon, but it's right to the left fielder. He's been going oppo like early and often, man. I think all of his swings have gone opposite field.
They're not going to do the thing where they play like 13 innings in the first game, are they?
That would be messed up. Now that really like genuinely would.
Hey, bro, he is geeked up, David.
He's got a little. There's some juice there. Bahiva.
Come on, guy.
Yeah, come on, be a dude.
I'm fine with that being a ball, but like it's
again,
strike a lot today.
All over the map, man. It's crazy. Yeah, he's been antsy and frustrated at the plate, man.
Very flustered up there, isn't he?
Last time he was flustered, it wound up with a base hit. So we'll see if that's just what it takes. It's weird because this time last year, you remember you and Scotty were like getting almost annoyed by how much I was talking about Vahiva Lloyd leading up to the season, just because he was homering in all the scrimmages and he was a newcomer. I feel like Vahiva this year, going into this year, is the least talked about projected first rounder in school history.
It's kind of crazy.
Like we really just are like nobody asked me about him, and of course it's because we kind of know who he is. You really just want to talk about the newcomers and the transfers and all this, but it's crazy that it feels like there's like less buzz going into this year, which really he might end up putting together one of the better, seasons in recent memory. Or at least hopefully he does.
Right.
There hadn't been a ton of great seasons to sift through. A lot of 280 with 8 home runs. I think he can top that.
I think the sun's starting to poke a little bit, at least outside my window.
That was what the sources were saying, was that around 2 p.m. was going to be when the sun would start to come out. Oh, that's frustrating. So the Hogs go 1-2-3 in the 8th. We'll see if they go to Fouch, because I assume they had him kind of getting loose, anticipating maybe having a lead. Now that they don't have a lead, I would imagine that means you probably stick with Coyle. I don't know who's coming up.
They are going to Fouch.
They are.
According to Stat Broadcast, he's already on the mound.
Wow. Okay.
There we go.
I definitely would have thought they would have stuck with Coyle. But again, maybe they're thinking, hell, we'll bring Coyle back in game 2. Yeah, that's interesting. So I mean, now it becomes interesting because you assume, all right, Fouch comes out here, throws a scoreless inning, cool. But then if you don't if you don't win it in the 9th, it's like, what are you gonna do? Just keep him out there, like throw him 2-3 innings? That's I'm gonna be really annoyed if they go extra innings. Yeah. Like really annoyed.
Yes, I am too.
Ozzy says, oh shit, hold on. This Ozzy says this is a bullshit performance. I don't know if I'll go bullshit performance. It's a frustrating performance. It's like it's just not what you want to see whenever you're hoping this team's gonna be improved offensively, and I still definitely feel that way.
Yeah. We won't remember this in 72 hours or something, but yeah, right now it's like first impressions,
Exactly, and that's the annoying thing about it is like they'll play better, they'll do more, blah blah blah, but it's like we just have to kind of sit here and eat it, which is what we had to do when this basketball team was playing poorly. But
not a lot of fun.
No, yeah, and so it definitely sucks, man. I've got a rumbling in my tummy. I really want those wings now that I've remembered that they exist. I really got to get down there and heat them suckers up.
Yeah, they got a quick work here. Walk it off. Let's be done with this.
Yeah. All righty, Fouch. You remember Roaring Boar on Hog Sports?
I do.
Roaring Boar taught at a high school in Colorado, and I believe it was the high school that Christian Fouch went to.
No kidding.
Yeah, I remember him. He messaged me on the Hog Sports board when Fouch first got to campus, and he was like, "Hey, man, I know you do a good job covering baseball. Like, we got this freshman from this high school that I taught this guy. Let me know how he does." And at that point, Christian Fouch was just a young pup trying to make his way onto the roster. So it's cool to see his career develop this way. And I mean, he's a guy that, very realistically has a chance. I mean, it's early. I'm not trying to put a bunch of stuff on him, but based on the projections, could be one of the first relievers taken in the draft this year.
He looks the part, man.
Oh, he looks the part. In the stuff's there. He's a guy that he will 1,000%, not today, probably. He will touch triple digits a few times this year. He touched it a few times last year and has a splitter. I don't know if I've told you this, Curtis. Freshman Brenton Clark, outfielder, is a left-handed hitter. He faced Fouch a few weeks ago in the fall and struck out swinging at his splitter. And Brenton Clark swings left-handed. He said his splitter looks like a left-handed curveball, which you just think about a righty who throws 100.
Yeah,
and he throws a pitch that looks like a left-handed curveball. Like that's something. That's a unique mix, I would say. God, I wish we had that radar gun right now, man.
I know.
Oh, this is the hog killer right here. The guy who has their one run.
Young in the face, fella.
Yeah, Mr. John Stone.
Every time I see this John Stone, I think about the righteous Jim Stones. Do you ever watch that? I know it was a big Scotty thing.
I never did. I've heard how funny it is.
Some of the funniest stuff I've ever watched.
Yeah, we talk about how devastating it would be for Arkansas to lose the opener, and it definitely would be. It would definitely kill my vibes and make me sad, and probably resort to making me do drugs. But also losing it where you throw Gackle and you throw Fouch, if Fouch caught it, that would be really disheartening, Not that, again, it's like if Christian Fouch gives up a run against Washington State, it doesn't mean he sucks and that the season's, we can't count on him or anything, but it's like that would make the loss all the more devastating there. That lefty, man, he had some stuff to him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see the splitter here, kid. Or do we stick with the cheese?
Wow. Hey,
that looked like a little bit of off speed there, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, tip your hat, man. The Johnstone guy is a Razorback killer.
Yeah, I guess he's good.
Who'd have thunk it? Who'd have thunk that this guy might be MWC Player of the Year?
Could be.
He's on pace. I don't think anybody in the Mountain West Conference has more hits. Definitely not more home runs.
Enough people were talking about how Washington State was in the Pac-12 last year,
the last man standing.
You just got Cougars and Beavers roaming around wild without a home. Shout out to the Mountain West.
I'm trying to think. I really don't know. Is Oregon State in a conference this year?
I would guess they're doing the same thing as Washington State, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, Washington State, I do not believe they play Oregon State this year.
Oh, well.
You look up Oregon State baseball conference. It looks like they are just a Pac-12 baseball team, and they just don't play conference games.
Straight independent, huh?
At least according to my Wikipedia Google search, real quick. Well, I'll check. I'll look into this further. But what the hell?
If that's the case, it would be crazy if Arkansas didn't have them on get them here for 2 in a midweek. What are we doing?
Yeah, no, that'd be pretty sick.
They got to play whoever they can. Like,
well, it's always interesting to see. It's like, who do you play on the weekends in what would normally be conference play? Yeah, that pitch is very comfortably out. I'm not going to complain. How do you feel about the nickname Dr. Fauci?
I want to know how a woke COVID survivor feels about it.
Yeah, let us know. Let us know, woke COVID survivor. That was a sneaky good play there from I believe it was Iredale that got to the ball.
Yeah,
always a little sketchy. Those ground balls that are right between third and short. You see those sneak through all the time, and for him to get that lead runner was big. I feel like. I don't know if he had a chance to get the guy at first, frankly.
Yeah.
What a name. So 1 out. Skajansky is in the game now.
Fauci's a hero, according to woke COVID survivor. So he's in on the name.
Well, also, I think he just maybe thought we were just asking about like the actual Dr. Fauci. I just meant as a nickname for Christian Fauci, the pitcher. We cool with that nickname?
Yeah.
We would spell it a little bit differently.
Oh, come on now.
Wowzers. Did the runner advance on that? We don't know because
that's my biggest pet peeve in the world. Get it back to your pitcher.
I mean, seriously. Helfrich, man. We've been complimentary of you today. You're playing good ball. What are you doing?
Yeah, come on, man.
Also, camera guys. Can we maybe get a look at the ball while it's squirting away and the potential go-ahead run might be moving to scoring position? I shouldn't be watching with no sound like we are now, but okay. Little 4, little 6, little 3.
Oh yeah. End this. End it now. Iredale.
We ain't playing 10 today, buddy. We are not playing 10. Brent Iredale, walk-off nuke to cash the prop. Let's do it. Everyone get your predictions in the chat. Who walks it off for the Razorbacks here in the bottom of the 9th? See, okay, now here we knew this was coming. So Master Red Eye, not to be confused with Master Jedi, I'm guessing. He says, it looks like shitty Nate Thompson has worked his black magic against us again. Fire the bum. Master Red Eye, I want you to tell me, like, really seriously, and I'm being dead serious. I get 1 run. You want Arkansas to score more. Hell, I want them to score more. I'm annoyed that they're not winning this game. But what have you seen today that really makes you feel like Nate Thompson ruined them? Is it just that they'd have 1 run? Because if that's it, we can call it there. But like, are you seeing something that you're like, man, I really think this team has a bad approach? Like, what is it? By the way, we've got some Dylan Clifton thinks it's going to be Souza that walks it off. Would be nice to get Souza going here, man. That'd be a great way for him to start his sophomore season. GM says Diggs. So I guess, all right, so they're at 3, 4, 5, and Diggs is the 7 hole. So if Diggs gets up, that means it would be like 2 outs,
and
loaded type of thing, or like something like that. I don't know. My math is struggling here. Nick Yates says 11th inning minimum. No, come on now.
I'm Xing out of the stat broadcast because I don't want to get tipped off. I'm going to try not to look at your score bug.
Oh. And so Big KG says, no, it's his steady decline over the past 3 years. That's pretty indicative as to not being good when after 3 years, no improvement. Well, I don't know if we can chalk this year up. Like the last 2 years, no doubt about it, in which we've talked about that a lot. Hell, I've broken down the numbers and kind of indicated the downward trend that they've had the last 2 years. I'm not willing to concede that this year is continuing the trend. I will agree with you. If this offense isn't improved like drastically, I would be extremely concerned. Hell, we said that at the top of the show today. That yeah, they definitely have to show some improvement. But it's I just don't know if right now is the time to be doing that conversation. But no doubt about it. Like there's been an offensive decline. I've said for a while that I feel like Nate Thompson, the recruiter, should be getting more criticism than Nate Thompson, the hitting coach, because the approach and the way that they play offense, it didn't seem to be an issue when you had Heston Kerstad, Casey Martin, Dominic Fletcher, all these guys. They were top 20 in the everything offensively. I don't think that like the approach of the team has declined. I think they've had a less talented lineup. I don't think Arkansas should ever, no disrespect, I love John Bolton. He should never be the starting shortstop at Arkansas. Like, I don't think that's a hot take. I don't think Parker Rowland should ever be the starting catcher at Arkansas. I don't think Ty Wilmsmeyer should have a roster spot at Arkansas. Like, there's just a lot. Like, I mean, we talked about Ross Lovich earlier. Nice guy, you know, like the family and all that. You probably brought him in just to get his little brother. I don't think that Arkansas should have brought him in thinking he was going to be a starting outfielder. And of course, injuries have played a role, but I think the level of talent has been a big issue the last couple of years. I feel like they've improved the talent in the lineup this year. We'll see if it leads to anything, if that comes to fruition. But I don't buy the narrative that like the approach has shifted the last couple of years. They've been playing gorilla ball for a while. They just didn't have gorillas this past couple of years.
It makes me so happy that you're already having to deal with this.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, it's game one, bro. Logan Maxwell fly out to left field.
Oh,
wow! The wind must be. I mean, it must be going right to left like that.
Yeah,
because it was a similar kind of ball that Logan Thompson. Yeah, or not Logan Thompson. That Justin Thomas struggled with. I'm talking about Nate Thompson. I'm talking about Logan Maxwell. I'm talking about Justin Thomas.
Going on here.
All in the same. But it was a similar one that he struggled with. I wonder if the wind kind of is pushing those balls to the left side. Because I thought that ball was going to be like straight away left field. That was damn near a home run.
Come on, buddy.
2-2. Logan Maxwell has provided our one run of the day for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Can he be a hero once again?
Run it out a little bit there, bud.
Yeah, he has been banged up a little bit, so maybe he's not quite 100%. But I mean, hell, second baseman took his sweet ass time with that.
Yeah, he did. That was kind of a weird deal.
It shouldn't have been a close play, but it kind of wound up being one. Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, sun's out. It's time. Come on.
Dude, these people are so funny. Master Red says, only losers blame weather. We just can't effing hit a beach ball with a tennis racket. Dude, it's crazy. I can't tell if people are like being dead serious. Like it's 2:30 in the afternoon on a Friday on Valentine's Day. You guys are like really like dead serious mad.
I love it.
I'm bummed out that Arkansas hasn't scored more runs. I would prefer them to score more, but good Lord, bro. I just imagine people like just laying in bed and they're just like angry.
Yes.
Nate Thompson going to ruin my day tomorrow. I've definitely uttered that to myself a few times, though, for sure. Yeah, Ray Braswell, I agree with him. He says the approach talk is out of date. Mm. It's just funny to hear approach talk from people who like I don't think have any concept or any notion of what Arkansas hitting approach is. Brent Iredale with the well hit ball. Oh. Not the right part of the park, man. He hit about 395 dead central. Clearly, Brent Iredale has been working with Nate Thompson. Guy sucks.
Yeah, bomb.
Man, we cannot be playing 10 innings, bro. We cannot. And we might play more than that. This is unacceptable, man.
Worst case scenario.
Like truly, when you have a stream scheduled for this long, this is not ideal. Let's see how many people are up in this bad boy. We got about 211. That'll do. Looks like they're going to the pin. I wonder why they're going to the pin because you got Souza up and he did not look good against this guy last time.
We're setting hog calls.
Yeah, them boys. I haven't seen many people stand at all. All right, they're sticking with them. That makes sense. And got a righty up in the pin, eh? A righty number 41. It's been a bad day for righties wearing number 41 throwing right-handed, so. Although McIntyre, I guess he did recover pretty well. And what he go 2 2/3, gives up the 1 run. It's a good piece of hitting from Nolan Souza. Left on left, jumps on a first pitch. Hey, that's what I love about Souza. You see, obviously he wasn't going to actually go to there, but it's like if you hesitate coming up, throwing in right field, he will take that second bag on you, man. Davalon loves to try and get two on what looks to be a single. I think he got thrown out like half the times he tried it. All right, Mr. Pepe. I think they're going to go to that righty now, right? Yeah,
probably so.
All right, so we got a little bit of time to mess around here. Hey, Ozzy. Oh, shout out to Ozzy. He says, anyone sweating Arkansas minus 750? Oh man. Please tell me you at least like parlayed that with some things. Like you didn't just straight bet minus 750, huh?
That's tough.
You can't lay that much juice, man. Tanner Harris says he thinks it's Hudson Polk's fault on the offensive production. Listen, 2023 is when the decline really started. They stunk in they underachieved in 2022, but then in the postseason they were really good. So I was kind of able to talk my way out of it. 2023 is when it really took a step, and that's when Hudson Polk arrived in Fayetteville. So you could a case could be made. Oh man.
What are you gonna do if this winds up running crazy long? You're gonna be like the bear in the kitchen. And you're rushing through that meal tonight.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to say if this goes 12 innings, I'm just not doing game 2.
I mean, we got lives, like it's you gotta.
I can do 21 innings, dudes. I don't think I can do 21 innings today. 18, I was there for that, but
yeah,
I don't think I could do 21 innings of baseball. But I don't know. The chat, it ultimately is up to the chat. If the chat is still bopping and they still want to do it, I'll roll, but I'll at least have a bad attitude while I do it if they go into 12 innings. Hopefully game 2 is just a blowout, So maybe if I get into game 2, it'll be like 9-1 in the 5th, and I can be like, all right, guys, we've seen what we need to do.
More walks, and I don't know.
You're right. But at least there could be an early exit there,
Yeah.
All righty. But no, I'm serious. We're gonna keep rolling. We're gonna keep rolling for a while.
There's a boy.
Disgruntled Hog fan says y'all need to do a watch party with Ozzy. That's literally what we're doing, pretty much. I know Ozzy's not on here, but I mean he's in here. He's in here horsing around. Crowd looks nice. They look happy. There's our boy again. Oh, yeah, that's why you said that. So you're ahead of me. Damn. Let me refresh one more time. I can't let that happen. Okay. Oh, so he threw a lot for them last year. Numbers do not inspire confidence, but that's a lot of innings. 64 2/3. Mr. Pepe, eh? Good pitch for one. Okay, so yeah, Curtis, you were the one that I'm just trusting you on they only had 2 guys throw a pitch in D1 baseball last year. I believe we've seen both of them now.
Yeah, I guess so.
Unless they just showed his JUCO numbers.
I think it was their coach that I heard say that.
Mm-hmm. He's like, yeah, these guys suck. We only got 2 of them that have ever played before.
Yeah.
Souza might steal second at some point here. He's definitely going to think about it. What a call from Andrew Ellis there. What a call. Did anybody else just notice that? Holy cow. Now, I mean, also it was the least surprising call of all time because he stole. So in the fall, he stole 13 of 14 bases. And then I can't remember what the total ended up being in the spring, but he stole at least 6 or 7. So we're talking about like damn near 20 steals in like 23 scrimmages or something like that. Like he, anytime that dude's on first base, he's a candidate to go. Oh no, Rocco Pepe.
Oh,
did it hit Souza?
Or did it just get under the glove there on?
Gotcha. I couldn't tell. I mean, and nobody reacted. I mean, if it hit Souza, you'd have seen some celebrating there. But okay, so an infield hit. I'm guessing they're going to go there for Pepe. I guess. Let's get a better look at this. So just a chopper.
He just sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, you could probably go E5 on that. Probably should go E5. I mean, that play's got to be made, if I'm being honest with you. So now you've got Kendall Diggs, which is whoever it was in the chat that was like, Diggs, this is the exact situation that kind of needed to play out, where you had some outs, had some guys on base. Okay.
Finish this.
I mean, please, Kendall, please, Kendall, please. And this is not us being biased and cheering for the Razorbacks. This is just
want to be done.
Just cannot have this game go on for too much longer. Oh goodness. I mean, I'm not even going to speak about it. I'm assuming that we're going 12. I'm speaking as if we are going 12 innings for sure. I didn't realize Kendall was 0 for 3. It seems like he swung the bat pretty well today, but has not got him a hit yet. And you got Helfrich's spot on deck. So if you do walk the bases loaded here or something, you'd have right on right, bases juiced. I don't know if that's an appetizing situation for the righty. Kendall Diggs, man, I mean, he had a stretch where he was about as clutch as any Razorback. You got to throw down to third?
You think that chick's got the daddy signs out there?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Oh, Pepe's still second, I guess. So, not that matters, but I guess it eliminates the force out at second base, which is, I guess, does matter a little bit. 1-1 count. Good pitch. The at-bat doesn't start with Kendall Diggs until there's been at least 3 pitches thrown. God, it's going to be such a gut punch. Oh. And Kendall goes down swinging for the second time today. And we are officially going to extra innings. Curtis, did you honestly, I'm being dead serious, Curtis. I thought you were going to be here for like 3 innings max. I
committed to the first game. That might be a big mistake on my part. I don't have anywhere to be for a little bit, though.
I really didn't. I didn't expect you to be here for the full game, even if it was a 9-inning game. But hey, there you go.
One of us.
Hey, Eureka's drinks says all events at Arkansas has been leading up to Andrew pissing in a bottle on a 6-hour baseball stream. No, I will definitely go piss in the restroom and just throw up a little graphic.
Sheesh. First extras in the first game, bro.
Extras in the first is effed up is what that is. Yep. Max says, how is one at-bat going to determine his whole season? LMAO.
Ozzy said it was going to.
Oh, Ozzy said.
Yeah.
Oh, this I see now. This at-bat will define. Well, if it's going to define Diggs' season, then that's a rough one. Hey, this is a great comment. Nolan Souza does look like a Disney Channel villain. He looks like the jock that would throw the guy in a trash can.
He's got that jawline about him.
Yeah, I like that. Joey Ellis says, cameraman gonna have to have a performance review after this one.
Seriously though, it's.
I mean, we don't talk about people's jobs here, but yeah. Dalton Motorsports, our guy says, Andrew Ellis, for whatever the equivalent of the Broyles Award is, I'll take it. Yeah. Kip C says, I think we can all agree the ESPN Plus app and the camera work are performing much worse than our bats. Yeah, no, I think that's an accurate assessment.
It might be kind of comparable, but
it's pretty comparable. How many hits does Arkansas have now? 6?
I guess so. I turned the stat broadcast off because I didn't want to be surprised by the walk-off that didn't happen.
Yeah,
so.
well, you're not going to be surprised by the walk-off, or at least not in the 9th inning. And now we're at least in the top half, so there you go. 3 of the last 4 innings ended in a strikeout for the Pigs, and Christian Fouch is out for another one.
Oh, Does he do that
By
often?
the way, so Kim Muckelroy was asking earlier. There's been 3 opening day losses in school history. It looks, or that's the last 3. I'm glad that I turned out to be correct about that stat. I was just kind of somewhat guessing on. It was an educated guess, but it was a guess on. I feel like I remember writing that, like that it was the only home opener or loss under DBH to start the season. When it's interesting because they played like in some early season like tournaments, like they've opened the season in Arlington 2 of the last 5 years and didn't lose those games, but lost to Illinois State at home.
Yeah, they opened there in 2021, the year I covered. I'm pretty sure it was. They had Texas, TCU, and Texas Tech in 3 straight games or something.
Yeah, they beat Texas Tech, and it was like back and forth, like a bunch of lead changes, all kinds of stuff like that.
That was my first Flow Sports experience.
Did you have to buy it?
I did.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It's
Trey caught me, so it was okay.
Gotcha. He sent you a $30 reimbursement.
Yeah, a little Venmo action. So
yeah. Goodness gracious. All right. Christian Fouches goes 3-0 on the opening guy. That's what you love to see.
Yeah.
This is why do we do what we do, Curtis? Why do we keep putting ourselves in these positions?
I don't know, man. We're sickos.
We're gluttons for punishment. There's nothing more exhilarating. Okay, he's back in 3-2. There's nothing more exhilarating than just looking like an asshole with hundreds of people watching. Nothing more exciting than that. Man. Dalton Motorsports says you need to whip out the weenie on the stream.
Yeah, little man's made an appearance. He's struggling over here, snoring and shit. So I didn't know if it was picking up on the stream or not. But
by the way, Disgruntled Hog Fan says he loves the Washington State logo. So
really, yeah.
Let's clarify though, Disgruntled Hog Fan. Do you like that really weird W they have on the helmet? Because I don't like that. I can get behind the like WS, little cougar there.
Cougar mouth.
Although it doesn't really look like that much like a cougar. We talked about this.
Okay.
I wonder how they're going to score that too. I don't know how hard it was hit.
Yeah.
I feel like you probably got to go E3 on that though. I mean, it was hit right at him, right?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll get a little replay here. But there's your converted outfielder at first base. Yeah, no, that's an easy E3, I believe.
That's a tough one.
That is a tough one, and not a great time to have the first ball hit at your first baseman who's playing his first game there.
I think they got to put Diggs over there. This is crazy.
Someone in the chat earlier said Diggs needs to put the fries in the bag.
That's
There's that. Diggs needs to put the fries in the bag, bro.
Dang.
Kip C says he will say this. He hates that Gackle doesn't get rewarded for his great start with the win. That's the only bad thing I hate from the game so far. That's the only thing you hate, eh? Is that Gackle's getting a no decision. Interesting.
Rocco was really thinking about it over there.
Yeah, he didn't like that. This freshman's had this is his debut, his collegiate debut, over 3 with 3 punchies. He'll have better days. I think they said he was the number 1 player in the state of Washington or something like that. Boy, his helmet's shiny.
Yeah, it is.
I feel like, does everyone's helmet look like that? That looks shiny. He got that chrome heart.
Camo Gang said, do we get DVH in the presser?
I don't think they'll do anything between games. I doubt they'll do anything between games. I think he'll just do like once they're done with the second game recap.
Ain't gonna send Hudson Polk up there? Pull a cow?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe if they go 0-2, he might think about it.
Oh, what in the world?
Appreciate you for swinging at that one, Chief.
Yeah.
I'm just having trouble locating that fastball right now. He's only thrown 20 pitches. I mean, I really don't want them. If there is an 11th inning, I do not want Christian Fouch to throw it. I will just get out in front of that now. Nah. Oh, all righty. 2-1 count.
Okay.
I'll pump that one by him.
Yeah.
Given the two swings he's put together on the fastball, I'd imagine he's probably going to stick with that, eh?
Okay. A little chest pound.
Yeah.
I see you, young man.
You know you're locked in. It looked like not a fastball. Another. He's doing that. Curtis, I got to be honest. You're kind of setting yourself up. If Arkansas rakes in game 2 when it's me and John, that's going to be a little bit of a bad look. If I'm being honest.
Oh no, I can't come back.
No, you will not be able to come back. Well, you can come back, but we will just we will just yell at you. I like this comment from Grady. He says, "Just tuning in. Why is it still 1-1?" Now neither team has scored since the score became 1-1. That was a.
Oh my God.
Oh wow, is that going to score a run? That sure did. So Arkansas is down 2-1 in the top of the 10th. 2 errors led to this.
Don't y'all dare blame this on me.
No, that's on the guys that just made back-to-back errors in the field, man.
That's frustrating.
Goodness. And Helfrich was having a nice little day, both offensively and defensively, and that was just a piss poor at bat by that kid too. He was all over the place, swung at 3 bad pitches, and then I guess that's why you shouldn't have a 5'8" first baseman. Boy, this is shaping up to be an absolute all-time stinker of a season opener for the Arkansas Razorbacks.
Craziness.
Whew. Casey wants to know, any way for us to watch? Yes, on the ESPN app. If you log into a TV provider, there will you can watch it via SEC Network Plus. Yep. Hazelwood, our boy. Oh crap! Always stuff. Hazelwood says FML about to chug 7 beers. Yeah, no, it's gonna get weird on this on the second stream. If Arkansas really does, if they lose this game, I'm gonna be acting like such a fool on that second stream. But the good news is, it doesn't look like Arkansas is gonna play 12 innings. Casey says, "I'm from Arkansas. What's a TV provider?" All right, you can figure it out. Just Google a little bit. John Ham says, "Why the F is our first baseman shorter than DJ Wagner?" DJ Wagner's like 6'4", right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, shorter than DJ Wagner's not the issue, but shorter than Robert Moore might be the issue. But also, you just got to have a better throw from Helfrich there. Rocco Pepe's height is not why he just couldn't field that ground ball hit right at him. So you're about to have Christian Fouch take an L without giving up an earned run. That's tough, man.
Yeah, it is. No more damage here.
Yeah, no. And so coming up next frame, you would have Helfrich leads it off. Thomas in the 9-hole, possible pinch hit spot there. Almost guaranteed pinch hit spot, actually. And then Davalon back at the top, Aloy. So, I mean, not all hope is lost for Arkansas. All you got to do is just hit the baseball and score runs. So they should be able to do that.
Novel concept.
Ozzy says Dave Van Choke picking right where he left off versus Semo. It's always funny when Dave gets the strike because I'm like, what did Dave do? Like, what was Dave supposed to do? Not pitch Gabe Gackle? Not pitch Ouch? That's a well hit ball. Not as well hit as I thought. I thought that ball was like smoke to center field. Ends up dropping in for a base hit. And Washington State's got runners on first and third with one out. The damage is still incoming. Ryan McDaniel, who's very positive, typically says, "GG, fellas, he's out of here."
Dang.
Allegedly, Kip C says Oregon State is also down to Xavier in the 6th.
They play baseball, Xavier?
They do. They had a really good left-handed pitcher a couple years ago that went to LSU, Justin Lower, and he ended up kind of sucking at LSU, but that's the extent of my Xavier baseball knowledge. And I think Washington State's back to at least somewhere around the top of the lineup here. I think this is their leadoff guy, actually. So yeah, certainly you're looking at a potential multi-run deficit. Extremely very likely. All right, will that be deep enough to score them?
It's gonna. Oh my God!
Holy cow! Holy cow! Dude, that was unbelievable.
Wow,
Holy
dude!
Cow! That was I mean, looked like a disaster. I'm sure we're gonna get a review here to see if he really got the tag.
That's top 10, bro.
That was unbelievable.
I mean,
One, looked like it was going to be a ball that dropped in no man's land. Vahiva Lloyd catches it over his shoulder, turns around and just kind of like, just kind of threw it up for grabs. I feel like he probably should have just planted his feet and thrown it because he had plenty of time. But holy cow.
That was nuts.
And if Helfrich did indeed get that tag down, that's massive because, dude, that's tough, man. That's really tough to get those tags down, especially in the heat of the moment. You're waiting on the ball to get there. I mean, that is wow.
Replay.
That was definitely shows the play. Come on, man.
That was almost a disaster in the outfield.
Did he hit the
tough angle?
Hit the helmet or the back? Helfrich seemed pretty confident.
Might have swiped his ass
He
there.
did swipe his his right side.
The bottom of his, yeah.
I don't see how they're going to be able to overturn this. I mean, I don't know what angles they're looking at necessarily. I mean, realistically, of course, I'm obviously biased. I would like the Razorbacks to win this game. I think he got the tag. I don't imagine that's going to get overturned. Tough to tell. I feel like if they had called him safe on the field,
yeah,
I don't know how you would overturn that either. I think he gets him on that right side, like on his right above his hip a little bit. Obviously, you can't trust any of these players. They always think they made the play. But Helfrich was pretty confident.
He said, I know I tagged him.
Boy, this is tense right here, man. At least we got some drama. At least we got some fun plays here down the stretch, and we're gonna have Arkansas, fighting for their lives in the bottom of the 10th. I love that they make them like go down here into the booth.
Uh-oh.
What do they need to discuss? This makes me think that they're going to call him safe.
I know.
Because it makes you think you're going to do the whole, all right, now, do you put the runner at second? Do you put the whatever? Why would there need to be a combo with the coach?
Dave's just chilling. Like, what?
Yeah, what, like,
gonna clue me in here? What in the heck?
For what it's worth, Stat Broadcast says middle of the 10th, but I don't know if it said that before. What could they be talking about here?
How he's going back over there? What, like,
if anybody at home or anybody in the chat is listening to the broadcast, let us know what if they're talking about something, because I got nothing. Yeah, he's got quite the grin on his face there. Okay, looks like they called him out. I mean, I'm seeing Hogs in the dugout, but what could they possibly be discussing here?
They haven't made a call, and like,
right, you never see this. It's just come out, make the call, you're good.
And now a break. And apparently the broadcast doesn't know a damn thing either.
Interesting. I mean,
he's saying, okay, Joey Ellis there was saying that Brett Dolan is saying he thinks that the tech didn't work, like they couldn't get the.
Okay, and then that would kind of make sense as to why there was a discussion.
I'd be pissed if I was Washington State's coach, though. He's smiling. I'd be like, oh, hell no.
I would be too. And of course, anytime you're in that situation, hell, if that were happening in Arkansas, we'd be like, this is BS.
We'd be freaking out, bro.
Are we all at least on the same page? Does anybody have a case to be made that they could have or should have overturned that? I don't think so.
Can't overturn it.
I wouldn't imagine.
If it was safe on the field, then maybe. But
I'd be nervous if they put a gun to my head and were like, did he really tag him? Yes or no? But I do think ultimately he did. And I don't think you overturn that. Okay. Arkansas going to the bottom of the 10th. Needs a run to tie it, needs 2 to win. Eesh. Cody Buckner also says he thinks that the runner didn't tag up. He was halfway down the baseline when Aloy turned around. I have a hard time. There's no way he didn't initially tag up. He may have left early. But who knows? But if Ryan McDaniel says if they come back, Aloy player of the game, yeah. I mean, and he also had the base hit that set up their one run, and he's also I believe he would be due up 4th in this inning. So if he gets up, he's got a chance to really become the player of the game. What should I do with this hat? Chat, let me know. Should I inside out this hat here? Is that what I should go with?
You got to do what you got to do, man. Mix it up.
Got to do what we got to do, man. You need a rally, and did not expect to need a rally. God, I'm gonna look like such an asshole if Arkansas loses this game. Like giving a post game, yeah, Hogs came up short, like just looking like this, but. So Dabbing Rhino says they said it didn't work, then it did work, and they went and watched it and confirmed he's out.
Sounds like a shit show. Like, are they playing this game at War Memorial? I mean, what's going on here?
Well, I don't understand how we were able to see the replay on TV and they weren't. Where I'm like,
right,
not the same people, and so now we're getting another look at it. Shit, he might have even also tagged his butt. He might be out twice. New arm here, righty wearing number 42. Again, Arkansas has a white guy wearing number 42. I just don't know if you can do that kind of stuff, man. That's shameful.
I don't think this guy's ready for the moment.
Yeah, this is one of their JUCO guys from Buffalo, Wyoming. So you've got an Idaho, you've got a Wyoming. This does, again, I don't know. I'm not listening to the broadcast. I don't know where they're pulling these numbers for. Maybe those are his JUCO numbers there. 53 walks in 78 2/3 innings. That's interesting. Thomas has a bat, so it doesn't look like we're getting a pinch hit situation. Nate Thompson, you know what he's saying there, Curtis? He's saying, guys, just hit a nuke. Just hit a nuke, man. That'd be sick. Don't worry about getting on base. Just hit a nuke, man. HH, our guy. I'm surprised he took him so long to get in here. He said, just tuned in so I can yell at Ellis if we lose.
I like that.
Wait, what are you going to yell at me for? What'd he say, fuck me for? Zach Edwards says, this guy's about to look like Nolan Ryan. And Cody Buckner says, they pitched their 2 best pitchers today, and Griffin and Shepard, statistically at least. Yeah, and then whoever it was that threw last inning, I think also had at least, he didn't have good numbers, but he had at least thrown last year. So I don't believe the remainder of their pitchers this weekend, unless that other guy goes back in, have thrown pitches at the Division I baseball level. So
here we go.
Ryder Helfrich, who committed one of the errors, and I would say the biggest, most costly error of the game. What can he do? What can he do?
Reverse your transgressions.
Oh, man. Dude, I'm about to tear up these wings between games. It's not even going to be funny. Hey!
Oh.
Hey. Oh. Hey.
This dude in the back of the camera might be asleep. Oh, no, he moved though. Okay. All right.
When I say rip, you say shot. Rip.
Shot.
Rip. Rip, rip, rip. I see a hole out there. I see a hole out there. Getting squeezed a little bit, eh? Not what you want whenever you had 53 walks and 70 whatever innings last year. Now you're getting squeezed in your first D1 appearance. Not ideal, fella. Oof. Ryder had tie game on his brain. God, man, this is about to be a brutal loss, man. We're going to have to kick you out of here bad. It's going to be ugly.
Don't try to pin this on me. Don't you
I'm not
dare
gonna pin it on you. It's just, but it's like one of those, like, you just got to try something different, you know?
I'll never show up on this stream again. I'm done with you.
Our ball movement hasn't been as good with you running the point. Like, I don't know. You really like to dribble that thing a lot. I don't know.
I'll do y'all a favor.
All righty. Good AB to start from Helfrich. We'll see if he can get on base here. 8th pitch of the AB incoming. And he popped it up. Is that getting out though? Oh wow. Dude, I obviously it's tough when you're watching on, watching the stream. You can't really see. I thought that ball was like the shortstop and second baseman were going to have to communicate on who was going to catch that. And then all of a sudden I see the third baseman running over. It's like I just have no sense for where the ball's going on any given swing. Just go ahead and draw a walk here, kid.
Work.
All right. Leadoff walks come around to score at a 1 billion% clip. So, or so we've been told. Okay, Justin Thomas up. Are they going to stick with him? He had a bat and looked like he was getting ready to hit. Didn't look like they were at least going right ahead to the pinch hit, and he's up there. Bunt spot for him, maybe. Yeah, he flashing that sucker around early. Good take. If this poor kid walks Justin Thomas, he's going to be in trouble. He's going to be in trouble. Mm, 2-0. Good takes there. It's tougher than it looks to pull the bat back on a bunt attempt. Like, it really is tough. And this is coming from a guy who was used as a bunter in high school. I know how to bunt. Trust me. Matter of fact, I have a 1,000 OBP for my high school baseball career. Walk and a bunt that I beat out. Those are my 2 career high school plate appearances, Curtis. So when you're talking, so when people want to talk about approach, like, I'm the guy you need to talk to. Someone's calling me from Alexandria, Louisiana.
Hmm.
Not answering that.
Oh.
Hey, no, don't bunt on 3-0, kid. I figured he was probably pulling it back, but still, that made me a little nervous. Okay, 3-1. I might give him a swing away here.
What
Just
happened?
have a pitch clock.
Oh,
I think it was a
must have
pitch
been.
clock situation. So that's an automatic ball, and it was going to be a ball either way. Arkansas's got runners on first and second with nobody out. Holy cow. It is funny how baseball works, man. Sometimes all you need is your opponent to do stupid stuff.
Shook. Knew as soon as this dude walked to the mound, he wasn't ready for this.
Yeah, and then when they flashed up that 53 walks in 70 whatever innings, like that's tough. Are they making the move? It seems like they send their head coach out no matter what. What could he possibly be trying to talk about here? They're leaving him in. Chucky Taters?
Here we go.
Helfrich and Thomas both run pretty well. With Thomas at first base, I think a ball in the gap probably ends the game.
And nobody out. There's no way they screw this up, right?
I tell you, man, if they do, you gotta at least extend the game, right?
At the bare minimum. I really hope that doesn't happen either, but
I'm gonna be honest with you. Call me crazy here, and you know, I'm being a little bit lying here, but I also don't want it to be like just walk, error. You know, like I kind of want someone to get a swing here. It does not appear this guy's going to let him. This guy's like, no, I will walk in the tying run. If you let me, I will. Coach, if you leave me out of here,
I'm good
I
for
will
it, bro.
walk in the tying run.
Trust me.
I mean, all he's got is Vahiva Aloy on deck.
I just, I don't know, man.
I did not like that bunt attempt. I also, listen, I understand why you would bunt here because you obviously get the tying run to third base with one out. But also, I'm trying to win the ball game, and I've got my leadoff guy at the plate who does, seems to handle the bat pretty well. But
Right.
I don't know. I mean, it's one of those situations. Like I just hate small ball. I really do. I just hate it. I think it's cowardly ball.
It's like a basketball team that they won't shoot threes,
Or a team that like runs
times, man.
down to 5 before they even start their set.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, come on.
3-1
game. All right, let's see. Yeah, you got to let them swing away, huh?
Yeah.
He gets a bunt.
See,
Not
now
down.
look at yourself.
Oh boy. This is what y'all wanted, eh? The type of baseball y'all want to watch? Big KG says he would rather play small ball and win games than not embrace the game and lose. Listen, Arkansas not playing small ball has not been why they've been losing games. Like, it just hasn't. They're very rarely been the case.
Nick Yates said this is the baseball version of the I formation.
I mean, really? Really? But look, man, in this type of situation, you need to run to extend the game. Like, it's hard to be picky. I just feel like I don't know if moving the runners up 90 feet and trading it out necessarily increases your win percentage. But I'll take a walk to load the bases with nobody out. This is what this kid gets for being a white boy wearing number 42. What are you doing? What are you doing, kid?
I think you are. The bill of his hat also makes 0 sense.
Okay. What? I guess I don't imagine they're going to tell Vahiva Aloy to do anything stupid here. I think it's just going to be go ahead and get a base hit and end this game, kid.
Yeah, let it eat, man.
Walk off nuke to make it 5-2.
That's what we need.
Easy opening day win. I would have liked to see that pitch, maybe. I can't believe they're like just sticking with this kid. There's a strike. All right, 1-1.
That's his best.
You get the feel he's maybe about to just like groove one.
I think so.
Hey, camera, relax.
Yeah, my God.
Good take from Vaheebs. All righty, man. I don't know how you could be back there calling breaking balls. Vahiva tore his ACL swinging at that pitch.
He screwed himself into the ground. My goodness. If he doesn't do something cool here, he might break the bat. Like he's
he's been
very flustered, man.
He's been teetering with it all game. Oh, and he punches out. Whoa. And that is going to put a little bit of a pressure on Logan Maxwell.
Oof.
Oof. Oof. Oof. First D1 out comes with the bases loaded. Nobody out after he walked the bases loaded. He picked quite the time to execute a pitch. Logan Maxwell, who has driven in the 1 run Arkansas has. Will he drive in the following 2? I'll settle for 1. But secretly, that increases the chances that we are on this stream till 5:00. Oh my God! Oh my God! Arkansas's tied the game on a wild pitch. Wait, something's happening here, or maybe he just called time there. So okay, wow. So now you got second and third, 1 out, 2-0 count now, and the game is tied. The game-winning run is at third base. Logan Maxwell had a fly out to center field that brought in the first run. That same swing would end the game. Holy cow, man. What a D1 debut. You strike out the best hitter you faced, you walk everyone else and throw wild pitches all over the place. 3-0 now, and there's obviously a base open, so walk's probably not the worst play here. In fact, they might even just go ahead and put him on 3-0. Yeah, I think they are. So now you got to force it home, and you got the Aussie mate, Brent Iredale's up at the dish.
Perfect.
He runs pretty well, so not necessarily a double play threat. But who knows? He could hit it hard at the shortstop. Could lead to a little 6-4-3 action. Could get the Cougs out of this jam. 4 walks. That's not ideal when you get put into a 1-run game in the 10th inning.
They're just letting him deal with it too, man.
Yeah. Brent Iredale, mate. Let's see what they can do. Takes a breaking ball, strike 1. Boy, this is going to be a program-defining win, man. This will clearly... Oh, boy.
Yikes.
Brent Iredale's down 0-2, swings at a fastball up. Holy cow, man. What are we doing here? These are the types of performances that make you think maybe there's not a higher power out there.
There we go.
Okay.
Easy work.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go.
All righty. The ball game's over. Arkansas wins on a walk-off sac fly. They score 2 runs in the 10th inning without a hit.
And all you cowards who are trying to scapegoat me for this can suck it.
if that win doesn't tell you that this team is different, well, man, I tell you,
1-0.
we're not going to complain about wins here on this program. That's just not what we're going to do. But if we were going to complain about wins, that would maybe be it.
Yeah,
that would maybe be it. So Arkansas is 1-0 on the year. Curtis, how you feeling?
I feel great. Needed that. You take a win. A win is a win is a win, they say. You're right. You never complain about one. And good luck in game 2.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you for being here, man. Seriously, I really was not expecting you to kick it with us for the entire stream at all.
It's
but I
good times,
appreciate you
man.
doing it, man. Like, seriously, this is awesome.
Good times. And I hope John Neighbors brings better luck at the dish when he comes and hangs out. But no, it was good. And we're going to enjoy Valentine's Day with the wife. And appreciate everybody out there for hanging out, tuning in. And Andrew, you'll see these folks for the next game. I'll see y'all 11 o'clock tomorrow doing the same thing with hoops. Should be fun.
Sounds good, man. Well, I appreciate you, Curtis. I will see you. We'll be in touch. Of course, we always are in touch. But
yes,
you guys will see Curtis at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Watch party, Arkansas, Texas A&M. Everyone be there. Appreciate everybody. Man, we got 268 in the chat, man. That's awesome. Curtis, you are excused. You may now enjoy your Friday evening. Happy Valentine's Day. Tell Michelle we love her. And I almost said something wildly inappropriate, and I stopped myself. Okay. I'm just going to leave it at that. I love you, Curtis. Have a great day.
Glad you. Love y'all. Be good. Woo pig. Hogs are undefeated.
All righty. So now let's hold on. Here we are now. It's just me. It's just me, boys. So okay, everyone in the chat. Hey, once again, seriously, guys, I know we've had a lot of fun here. Also, shout out to this score bug goes here. Why is my screen not being shared? Okay. Let's actually get. Well, no, John Neighbors is. I don't know if John Neighbors is quite ready yet, but okay. Game 1, Arkansas wins. What we're gonna do here now, I'm going to use the bathroom. I appreciate everybody for being here. Don't go anywhere though, because we are still going to keep this party going until game 2. We are gonna at the very least, we're gonna start game 2. We'll get into the rhythm. We'll talk to John a little bit. We'll see how things are going. But who knows? Hopefully they can get it going pretty quickly. I was not planning on 10 innings in this first game taking 3.5 hours. But again, appreciate everybody for being here. This is going to be a quick intermission while I go pee, get something to eat. I'm going to be right back here. If you have any questions about just whatever, whether it's the game, what's going to happen with game 2, just the team, anything you want to know, we'll do a little bit of a Q&A and we'll shoot the shit with John for a little bit. But for now, I'm going to go use the bathroom. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 coming up next. What's going on, guys? We are back with the Baumbastic Podcast, our live watch along. I appreciate everybody for being here. So as if you missed our first game, it was a doozy, boy. I tell you, the Hogs win 3-2 in maybe the most unimpressive way possible. They get the final runs there in the bottom of the 10th with 4 walks and a sack fly. I think that was what happened there. But as we say, a win is a win. I'm still trying to catch my breath for running back up the stairs after cooking up these wings. But again, I appreciate everybody for being here, man. This is really awesome. And, it's just cool to have the family. I was a little worried. I really thought there was a chance that just nobody was going to show up for the stream that I did. But I appreciate you guys for being here. And I hope you guys enjoyed that game here. So let's hop into the chat real quick. We're going to bring on John Neighbors here in a minute. Allegedly, possibly. We'll see. But yeah, we're refreshed. We're ready to go. I've caught a second win, so might be I might be committing for the full game too. We'll see. We'll see when the girl gets home. My girl Hillary. We'll see if she's cool with waiting a little bit on Valentine's Day. But you got to do what we got to do. We got to get these bats going for sure. Definitely want to see Arkansas do a little more at the plate. I don't think that's asking for too much. I wouldn't say. So let's take a peek real quick at some of these numbers real quick. I'm going to pull these up. So Arkansas finishes with 6 hits total. 6 different guys with 1 hit. Charlie Davalon, 1 for 4. He ended up scoring the first run of the game with a leadoff base hit in, I believe that was the 6th inning after Washington State took the lead against Will McIntyre. Vahivo Loy goes 1 for 5, had a couple strikeouts there, had a tough strikeout in that bottom of the 10th inning with the bases loaded. Thought he might have a chance there for the walk-off home run. He did have a good base hit, though, through the left side in that 1-run 6th inning. Logan Maxwell goes 1 for 3 with an RBI. He had a pretty good day at the plate, I would say. Had obviously a base hit through the right side, but also drove in the first run of the ball game there and then worked a walk there in that chaotic 10th inning. Brent Iredale also had a base hit that ended up being for naught. And then, of course, the Aussie with the walk-off sack fly hit to fairly shallow left field, but it gets the job done. And again, Arkansas was in a spot. They didn't need much offense. Let's see. Rocco Pepe goes over 4, but Nolan Souza had a base hit. He got a base hit there. I think it was in the 9th inning, right before Kendall Diggs struck out to end that one. So good to see him get going there at the end. Had a couple tough ABs. He also struck out twice. Would like to see a little bit more. 0 extra base hits for Arkansas. That is not something I would have expected. That's been a theme we've talked about all offseason. Is like this team's got to hit for more power. They draw 6 walks, which is like, an okay number there. 4 of which came in that 10th inning against a pitcher who had 50. They showed his stats right before 53 walks in like 70 something innings at the JUCO level last year. So you're going to face a lot better arms in the SEC. And so to say that this opening day performance so far has been a little concerning, I think that's fair. I want to shout out Ryder Helfrich, who had a little bit of a chaotic day. He made a really costly error in that 10th inning, which allowed the go-ahead run to come to the plate for Washington State. Just had a swinging bunt that he just sailed over Rocco Pepe's head at first base, which Rocco Pepe, not the tallest first baseman of all time. But Helfrich also had the first Razorback hit of the season with a swinging bunt, which was interesting. Just did not expect that. He's an athletic catcher. I mean, no real shock that he could beat out a bunt there, but just not something I expected to be the first Razorback hit of the season. Also threw out a guy trying to steal second base, so that was good to see. I feel like called a pretty good game behind the plate, handling those pitchers. Of course, we don't really know what pitches he's calling, how many times they're shaking off, all that, but overall felt pretty good. Offensively, that's about all I got for you, man. Not much going on there. Gabe Gackle, really good. 5 innings, 1 hit, no runs, just the 1 walk, did hit a guy, 7 strikeouts. He threw 78 pitches total, which is like right around where we maybe thought that pitch count might be in the 75 to 80 range. 51 of those were strikes. So that's a hefty, really solid percentage there. You'll live with that for sure. Will McIntyre comes in, throws 37 pitches, 27 of which for strikes. Did give up a couple hits, did give up a run on a home run. Forgot that kid's name. It was something like Long John's, something like that. John Stone, that's what it was. John Stone's the guy who hit it. Parker Coyle came in, and we talked about Parker Coyle a lot. It's been pitching really well here down the stretch leading up to the season. Obviously, we were hoping he would maybe take that next step as a sophomore. Didn't happen last year, but he's been a lot better this offseason. Went out in the Cape, got some good experience. He came in, got one out, faced a lefty, and he allowed a base hit, but it was a play that was just kind of a blooper in shallow left. Justin Thomas wasn't quite able to get there. Justin Thomas had a little bit of a rough day defensively. I don't know if that's anything to be super concerned with moving forward, but Barker Coyle ends up getting the next guy out, and so that was all she wrote for him, just through 5 pitches. Christian Fouch had a weird day. Y'all remember Christian Fouch last year? I think he threw 22 innings and had 20 strikeouts, which for a guy that throws 100 and has this devastating splitter, you'd expect it to be a little bit more of a high strikeout rate there. But he goes 2 innings, does not have any strikeouts in this game. Didn't get many swings and misses. I think that freshman third baseman they had swung and missed at a couple fastballs, but really not much doing there. Gives up a couple hits, gives up an unearned run because of an error by Rocco Pepe and then an error by Ryder Helfrich. So like nothing really to complain about there. Christian Fouch actually also got the win in this game, which was interesting because he was in line for the loss there for a while. Was in danger of getting the loss in a game he didn't allow an earned run, which would have been a little bit tough. But no, so Arkansas gets the win. Again, we're hoping that Curtis was just what was holding this offense back. We're hoping they're just going to crash out here and just put up 10, 12 runs. We'll feel a lot better. You'll always take it. If you can go 2-0 on a doubleheader, you'll always take it. But definitely a game 1 win that left a little bit to be desired. We will get into the chat real quick while we wait on Mr. Neighbors to get his camera set up. Ryan McDaniel says, Andrew, did you eat the wings or just swallow them whole? No, I got the wings right here, but I've been talking, and when John gets in here, we will get it going, and I will eat my wings a little bit, and maybe when the game starts, I'll awkwardly make you guys watch me shove my face. So everybody thinks, I mean, look, the wings are right here. I didn't eat the wings. Don't you worry. Don't think that I just swallowed them whole and then ran up here. No, I didn't eat the wings. I just put them in the microwave and cooked them up. Because Big 88 Fox Body fan says, dang, did you ever taste those wings? No, I have not tasted them yet, but I am freaking starving. We'll get into a few other chats here. Ghost444 says, who is the next Kevin Kopps? There is no next Kevin Kopps. That was a complete anomaly. That is something that nobody should ever expect to happen again. Like, that was just a very weird situation where you had a 6th-year senior who was there due to COVID, and it just kind of became this weird situation. He has a rubber arm, a gyro pitch. You're not going to see a 24-year-old reliever in his 6th year win the Golden Spikes as a closer. Just don't think you're going to see that again, but I'll let you know if I find one. Samuel Brooks says, fire Nate Thompson. Seems to be the overwhelming sense after this game from the fan bases. Fire Nate Thompson. And so we'll see if that ends up being what happens. Yeah. It wasn't an inspiring performance in game 1. I'm going to let this thing play out a little bit. I'm not willing to write the book on this 2025 offense so far, but definitely not. And again, I should also clarify, it's not like today are the most ideal hitting conditions, but certainly don't want to start the season that way. Definitely not one that'll inspire confidence. Samuel Brooks also says, crazy people thinking that they will start 15-0. Well, after that performance, certainly definitely not looking like a super possibility, but I don't know. I think that if you look at the schedule, next week they got to go to Arlington. They got to play a top 25 team in TCU. Of course, they'll have to play much better than they did in this game to win games like that. But now it's still very much in play, actually. But we shall see. Ryan Bryant says, Pepe off of first already. Michael Anderson game 2 wouldn't surprise me. So, okay, did they post a lineup yet? I haven't looked. I've been kind of all over the place here. And I mean, you guys have seen me for the most part. Did they post a lineup? Stat Broadcast has not updated yet. By the way, they said 4:10 officially is when they will start game 2. For those that were asking about that, I just now saw that tweet. 4:10 first pitch. So we got about 30 minutes to kill here. And so appreciate you guys tapping in with me. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and confirm we're not going to finish game 2 here. Hopefully that means that Arkansas is going to take a pretty healthy lead and we can kind of close it at a reasonable spot here. But yeah, I can't imagine I'm going to stick around for the entirety of game 2. it's Valentine's Day. We got to do what we got to do. Really was hoping that it would just be 1 3:00 game and we could start it here, or we could just start and end it all in one day. Got a little greedy with the doubleheader, but we'll play it by ear. If you guys are having a fun time and you guys are enjoying this, then maybe we will keep it rolling. Let's see. SCT, who is a very positive baseball fan, very positive, big baseball guy, but he says the chat has Big Z is unplayable energy. Are you accusing this chat of overreacting, SCT? I don't know if they would ever do something like that. Who knows? Stripiest Wig, a resident legend in the chat, says, look like a team playing their first game. Not too worried yet. If the bats aren't still going when we get to conference, I'll start freaking out. I'll even get a little more concerned if if they don't finish this series by giving us some juice. That would definitely be concerning to me. And I really I'm a little bit more concerned than I thought I would be. Like if you had told me Arkansas was going to kind of stink it up in game 1 and only have 6 hits, I probably would have told you, I'd be like, yeah, no big deal. I'm a little more annoyed than I probably expected to be. Again, I do think it's just baseball is a very large sample size sport. It's really tough to draw conclusions on a large or a small sample size. Let's see. Hot Magnet says Fouch has been impressive about 5% of the time. Well, he had an under 1 ERA last year, so I'd imagine a little bit more than 5% of the time. But when he gave up an unearned run because of a couple errors that didn't leave the infield, is that what you were upset about today? I don't know. Ryan Bryan says Arkansas might as well only play 3 innings and spot the other team 3 runs. That's the only time our offense prospers. Maybe that is what they should do. Maybe these are going to be the come from behind Hogs. Vids from me says, who got the dub? Fouch did get the dub. Again, wins in baseball are a pretty stupid stat. So he gets the win because he gave up the lead. When really it was a tie game, but he gives up the lead, was almost in line for the loss, and then ends up getting the win. He does get the win. He is the pitcher of record. So maybe that's the goal for this season, is just have Fouch go 60-0. Ryan McDaniel says, impressive or not, pitching is about not giving up runs. Fair enough. We're going to bring in a very special guest here on this program. You guys may remember him. His name is not Curtis Wilkerson. His name is actually John Neighbors. Stadium. What's up, buddy?
How's it going, man? I don't know if the audio is going to be nice enough where you can understand everything I'm saying, but hopefully it is.
Not bad, as I'm talking with wings in my mouth.
Yeah,
it's not too bad.
Okay, good. We're doing professional stuff here. Man, I'm here at actually Baum Walker. I know you talked about it, but never a doubt, right? Never a doubt in this team and getting it done in a walk-off fashion with Britt Iredale. So, what could be better?
What can you complain about? What could you possibly complain about? Love it. So how was the atmosphere, obviously, with it being a freezing cold game? Are you freezing your balls off right now?
Yeah, the atmosphere was really good. I don't know if I'm still with you, but yeah, the atmosphere has been great, honestly. All things considered, it is a little bit cold, a little bit windy. It is also a little bit the sun came out for a little bit and it was fine, but still not where it needed to be. But honestly, there's a lot more people than I thought there would be out here, and I think even more people have showed up for game 2. So as they're getting ready for it, and I do appreciate the fact that they did this thing where they were not allowing people to go back out and have to come back in. They basically set it up to where you can just keep your ticket and stay in Baum and not have to worry about it. So I'm very appreciative of that, the fact that they did that. But no, the atmosphere was great, man. And in fact, I kind of sat in the stands for part of it. I went into the hog pen for a little bit of it too, just to kind of see how it all played out. It was just about as fun as you could ask. People were pumped up and excited. It got frustrating at times, but it was pretty great.
It is Hillary. Hillary came and delivered me a Sonic drink. She really did not want to be on camera, so she's creeping her way through. If you're good. You're not even in danger. Come say hi to the chat though, Hillary.
Yeah,
she said hi. She doesn't want to be on camera. Not feeling the camera. But she brought me a Sonic drink, and I was like, "Yeah, bring me a Sonic drink. It'll probably work out well." And so in this little downtime between games. So, well, John, I'm going to let you get back to it because you probably need to bundle up. You need to get you an extra bundle. And I'll be honest, the audio is not that great. But we appreciate you for tapping in. And if you end up going back home and not being in the middle of the stadium, hit me up and we'll bring you back on for your elite takes as always.
I will do. I'll do that soon. All right, man.
All right, have fun. Eat you a glizzy. And by the way, put a condiment on your glizzy. I heard you were raw dogging glizzies at Bud Walton last night.
I'm not going to respond, but thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, you have a good one, John. Appreciate you. So that was John Neighbors. You guys know him. I didn't realize he was still at Baum. We had talked about him coming on the show, and then I was like, okay, yeah. And I see him down here. He's logged into this, but he doesn't have his camera on. So I was kind of waiting. I was like, what's going on with John? Where's he at? But I did not realize he was still at Baum. I thought he had gone home by now. We'll get back to the chat here. I still am not seeing a lineup though. I don't know why they haven't posted on Stat Broadcast. If y'all have seen it, posted anywhere, let me know. But okay, Ryan McDaniel, who again, we really appreciate everybody that chimes in and chats and tunes in and appreciates the show. Ryan McDaniel, man, he's tapped in with every episode, so I want to give him a shout out for sure. But he said you touched on something in game one, Andrew. I think the biggest problem with Arkansas the last few years is we aren't recruiting dudes like other teams have. Well, from an offensive standpoint, like that's objectively what has been going on. Like Arkansas, there's been a little bit of a talent gap between the Tennessees, the A&Ms, and the LSUs in the world than Arkansas. And I mean, Arkansas doesn't have these guys. I mean, I've said the stat. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Arkansas has not had a guy hit 20 home runs since 2017, and Tennessee had 5 of those guys. Had 5 guys hit 20 home runs, and so it's like, for all this talk about the approach and, they got to be small ball, they got to steal bases, they got to bunt, they got to do all this. Arkansas's approach would work if they had guys that were hitting home runs. And I also do think it's always an overblown thing. It's not like Arkansas goes up there and they're like, home run or bust. We don't want to try and get on base. They mix it up. They're trying to, like Fayetteville Fly, he struck out there in the 10th inning with the bases loaded and nobody out. Do you think he was trying to hit a home run? Like, do y'all actually think that's what was happening? He was up there like, yeah, I'm just trying to hit a nuke here, man. He's trying to shorten up. He just swung through a slider that was below the zone. It was actually the one well-executed pitch that kid threw. But like anytime, baseball is such a weird game and it's a results-based business. So if you get out, you had a bad approach. If you get a base hit, you had a great approach. It's just kind of how it works. But I think, look, I'm annoyed by the offense in game one as well, but I don't know if we need to necessarily draw big picture conclusions based on how Arkansas swung the bats in a 37-degree game. Woke COVID survivor says horrible comp with Big Z. Really what he was referencing is that after people saw Big Z play 4 minutes of basketball, everyone consistently was like, this guy sucks. Get him out of here. We don't want to see anything about this guy anymore. And clearly that was premature. You kind of got to let these things play out, let a guy get healthy, let him get some experience, get his feet wet. And now you're seeing how good Big Z is. It's no different for guys like Nolan Souza, who was 1 for 4, had a base hit there at the end, but wasn't great in this game. Fayetteville Fly, 1 for 5. We know how good he can be. Ryder Helfrich, like all these guys, there's certainly room for these guys to be big time. And you'll see a little bit more of that whenever the conditions get a little bit better. Bot Magnet is really not a big Christian Fouch guy. He said he gets hit hard every game. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can get behind that, man. Again, he led the team in ERA last year. I think it's definitely fair to wonder, why doesn't he miss as many bats when he's throwing 100? He's got one of those fastballs that's plays better up in the zone. I think whenever he's throwing it lower, when you're growing up and pitching, they always tell you, try to throw it low. You want your strikes to be low. I actually think Fouch is one of those guys that needs his fastball elevated. I think when he gets hit hard, it's when that fastball is lower in the zone, because it's kind of has that rising action, so it kind of rises right up into the barrel. But no, Fouch definitely does not get hit hard every game. I don't know what you are seeing or who is telling you this, but they are lying to you, brother. Dude had an under 1 ERA last year, and I thought they were very careful with how they used him. But let's not be ridiculous. I mean, you think all the MLB scouts that have him listed as a top 200 guy, you think they're just like making shit up? Like, I don't understand that, man. Samuel Brooks wants to know thoughts on Gabe today. Gabe was very good, man. Objectively. I mean, he was awesome. Hard to complain about that outing, man. Doesn't give up a run, only walks 1, only the 1 hit. And I want to say it was an infield hit. I think it was an infield hit like towards Rocco Pepe. And so not a ton of barrels against Gabe, threw a ton of strikes. I mean, he's a guy that, again, he checks all the boxes. The stuff is great. He's got the fastball. He's got a slider. He's got a curve. He'll mix in a change there, although I don't know if he threw many change-ups today. Really spun the ball well. I thought he threw those breaking balls and mixed them off of each other pretty well. He kind of is one of those guys that has such a well-rounded skill set. It's hard not to have confidence in him game in, game out. And it's part of why I was so confident that he was going to be able to handle this transition to the starting rotation. And you saw some glimpses of that today. Can't wait to see his development, man. It's going to be awesome. Andre, our guy Andre, who's a legend, man, says, just remember, SEC baseball isn't that great. The SEC will be 500 after conference play starts. Wow. Yeah, it's true. In case anyone is not a college basketball fan, that has been the running joke with all the college basketball coaches. They have all figured that out simultaneously. Ben Thomas says, national title favorite Virginia tied 4-4 with Michigan in the 11th. Now, this was 6 minutes ago, so maybe this has changed, but that's notable, man. Like we talked about it earlier, but Virginia was a team that like has a ton of preseason buzz, and certainly, had a lot of people. But a ton of people picked them to win the national title, but I think they're unanimously kind of viewed as the best non-SEC team, or at least the most well-rounded. I mean, this is a team that went to Omaha and returned all their starters, and that's a Michigan team that Arkansas is going to face next weekend. So it looks like that squad might be a little bit improved. So definitely something to keep our eye on there. Ryan McDaniel is mad that my wings are boneless wings. Yeah, it was boneless Thursday last night at Buffalo Wild Wings. You buy one, get one. Come on. Want to eat one while you piss and moan about it, Ryan. That was a big one. American Lee says, hey, Andrew, I enjoy seeing you happy, man. We were both worried there. Well, thanks, American Lee. I appreciate that. I don't know how happy I really am, though, if I'm being honest with you. I was happy to see Arkansas win, of course. You always want to see the Hogs win. And like I said, we're not going to complain about losses here, but I would certainly be lying to you if I said I wasn't a little bit annoyed by that performance and how it played out a little bit. See people reacting to John's raw dog allegations. Christian Holt, who is another great supporter that we really appreciate, always drops a woo pig suey on the videos. I always appreciate that. It's not lost on me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Christian says, 12-hour stream. Come on, Andrew. Another 4-hour game. Sign me up. Yeah, we will see. Again, I'm not committing to anything yet. I was hoping this would kind of go according to plan. And honestly, it was a bold idea to decide to do a full doubleheader stream. So I hope everyone can at least appreciate that. I mean, we're touching up on 4 hours here. We've never really done anything like this outside of when John Calipari got hired at Arkansas. That was like the longest stream we've ever done. So this is intriguing. Ryan says that they're wearing red jerseys for game 2. I hope that's correct. I mean, I haven't really looked. I mean, it makes sense. You get to see, I mean, the red uniforms are the ones that are not new, but very good. Very good. Let's see. Big KG says, if we don't have the guys, why keep swinging? Put the ball in action. Simple. Home run? Great. Need to squeeze? Do it. Well, okay. One, I feel like Arkansas went out and got the guys, like some of those guys. I mean, I feel like Souza fits that criteria. I feel like Helfrich fits that criteria. Brent Iredale certainly fits that criteria. So I think they're equipped better. And again, I have a hard time believing that y'all are grown-ass adults and you really think Nate Thompson is telling these guys, hey, don't worry about getting on base. Just hit a home run. Like, that's not a thing that any hitting coach at any level would ever say. Do they want them to be very aggressive in advantage counts? 2-0, 3-1? Yes, of course. That's when any team is going to want to do their deep sea fishing. They're all about high exit velocities. That's what they want to do. It's not about hitting it up in the air and trying to hit home runs. It's just trying to hit the ball hard. And that's what every hitting coach in America, regardless of level, we can talk about ways to do it and ways to train swings. Hitting a baseball, it's all about hitting the ball as hard as possible. And that's the approach that this team has, is trying to hit the ball as hard as possible. It's not about hitting it in the air as hard as possible, or hitting on the ground. 105 exit velo is an 105 exit velo. If that's through the middle, or if that's through the left side, through the right side, or if it's over the fence. That's the Nate Thompson approach, is hitting the ball hard. That's the goal, is they feel like if you hit the ball hard, you give yourself a best chance to win, of course, and that's an oversimplification, of course. But it's not like anybody who really truly thinks that Nate Thompson tells these guys, hey, we're not really putting an emphasis on trying to get on base. We're just trying to hit extra base hits. Like that's just not like we gotta like, come on. We gotta be for real for a second. And again, I also felt like, again, we're talking about Arkansas needing to be better situationally. Of course, every team needs to be better situationally. But again, that comes back to my point. I've referenced this a few times now, but last year when Arkansas was playing Kansas State and Kagan Smith gives up the huge lead, and I guess he gave up, 6 or 7 runs, and Arkansas started working their way back into the game. They were in a situation late in that game, runner on first and third, 1 out, Peyton Stovall at the dish. And Peyton Stovall swings at a slider in the dirt and strikes out. Think about it. Peyton Stovall, he was the best hitter on Arkansas's team last year. And what was the thing that we all loved about Peyton Stovall? He didn't try to do too much. He wasn't a home run or bust guy. He would go oppo. He would put balls on the ground. He would do whatever he needed to do. He was very good at making contact, but he was up against a pitcher, a closer type of guy who got him to swing at a ball in the dirt. That's not because Nate Thompson's approach is flawed. It's not because Peyton Stovall's approach is flawed. Good pitching typically beats good hitting more often than not. Not all the time, but more often than not. You're kind of, if a guy is nasty, if a guy like Gabe Gackle is locating his fastball and landing his breaking ball, no matter what your approach is, it's going to be hard to hit. And so I think sometimes people see the results and try to extrapolate that and be like, oh, that must mean X, Y, and Z, where sometimes it's your best hitter strikes out. And that happens. It happened to Vahiva Lloyd today. He struck out in a big spot. It wasn't because his approach was wrong. He swung at a pitch that was below the zone. It was a well-placed breaking ball. It's what happens. We don't have to try and draw big picture conclusions based on everything. And that goes the other way too. If Arkansas scores 12 runs in this game, it's not because Nate Thompson went there in the break in between the 40 minutes and was like, guys, let's focus on getting on base. Let's get guys on base and we're just going to have 15 hits. That's what we're going to do. Like it's, sometimes you get pitches to hit. Yeah, at the end of the day, you got to get pitches to hit, man. Yeah, John Sullivan is a funny comment. He says, Fouch is to Bot what Broden was to Whitty. Well, to be fair, Fouch has accomplished more than Whitty, or not than Whitty, not more than Whitty, than Broden. I feel like he should get a little bit of that benefit of the doubt. And apparently Addison says Virginia just walked it off. So there you go. Arkansas and Virginia avoid upsets in day one. Actually, no, I stand corrected. Addison says Michigan walked it off. And then we got Dayton also says Michigan won 5-4. So, hey, actually, never mind. Virginia might be screwed. I wonder if their hitting coach, if their hitting coach didn't have the right approach there, man. A lot of wing comments. Andre wants to know the goat wing flavor. So I'm a honey barbecue guy. That's what I'm eating now. I'm also like, I'm just not a big, I don't know. I'm not great with spice in general. If it's going to be spicy, it needs to be seafood for me. Like I can eat crawfish. I can eat like whatever, shrimp or whatever it is, lobster, load it up with whatever. But with wings, like sauced wings, I'm always a punk when it comes to wings. So I'm pretty mild when it comes to that. But if you like all the spicy stuff, man, Ryan McDaniel says goat wing flavor, Cajun dry rub from Slim Chickens. I don't know if I've had it from Slim Chickens. I've had the Cajun dry rub at Wingstop. It's pretty solid. Dylan Clifton said garlic parm. Shout out to Hillary, who was just in here earlier. She made like a homemade garlic parm sauce last week for the Super Bowl. That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. Alex says, think the win may have stolen a home run or two for both teams. It definitely stole a home run from Brent Iredale. He hit a ball really well to right center, almost dead center, and ended up going like 395. And you saw that outfielder kind of sprint back and then realize, oh no, it's coming back a little bit. Davalon had a really nice swing. I think there was at least one of those. I think it was maybe McIntyre that gave up a pretty deep fly ball after he gave up the home run, gave up a pretty deep fly ball to kind of left center, hit at the wrong part of the park. But yeah, I think this is probably a fair assessment. SCT says the goat wing is lemon pepper wet. A lot of people do like the lemon pepper, man. Gunnar says, Andrew, do you know if Coach Thompson uses as much tech with the hitters as Coach Hobbs does with the pitchers? It seems to be working on the pitching side. They definitely use a lot of tech, but I don't know if there's a ton that you can really do when it comes to swing and stuff like that. Because when you're throwing a baseball and you're tracking where the baseball goes, there's a lot you can do with that. You can adjust your grip, you can do all these different things, and you're getting that immediate feedback. With swings, it's a little bit tougher, especially because hitting is dependent on a pitcher. And so it's really tough to simulate a guy throwing 98 at you. Whereas a pitcher, you have the ball, you're in control. The hitter is almost irrelevant. You know what I mean? So they definitely do some numbers. I mean, exit velo is a big thing that they do, launch angle, all these things. They look at all that, and they have the stuff like the TrackMan that's set up in the stadium gives them feedback on everything. And I'm sure they talk about some of that stuff, but it's a little bit harder to do on the hitting side, but they definitely have some analytics. But that big lab, that big facility is more on the pitching side for sure. It's definitely, and it definitely is working. And so that's definitely worth something noting, but I just see all these other teams that figure out a way to make it work. I feel like Arkansas could as well. Steven says, just like last season, can't hit the ball. Stop making the other team's pitchers look good. I would agree with the second part for sure. Yeah. Hit better. Let's do it. Bob Magnet says the Souza double play was sick. I think he means the Aloy one. That Aloy double play, I mean, holy cow, what a play that was. Arkansas probably would have won either way because that guy walked 4 hitters. It is what it is. But that play was massive, man. Hard to overstate that. That was big time. Let's see. Hickory Hog says, Andrew, I'm just hoping we're not feeling sorry for you to have to do the podcast at the beginning of conference play like we did with Curtis. Well, I hope that's the case as well. Ultimately, man, I love baseball. I love doing this regardless of what the score is, regardless of what's going on. But yeah, it would be certainly nice to cover a lot of wins. And I do think at the worst case scenario, this team's going to win a lot in the regular season. Justin Swecker with some wisdom here. People forget this is baseball. The best hitters all time fail 7 times out of 10. I mean, this is true for sure. And also, again, it's a small sample size sport. I feel like trying to draw a big picture conclusion based on a small sample size, no matter what that is really hard to do, but especially in baseball, where it's a sport that I think Robert Moore actually a few years ago said you can't really tell much about a hitter until he's got about 50 to 100 at-bats. He's like, you really need like a solid sample size to know how you're hitting the baseball. Like, for example, Brent Iredale, I think he went 1 for 4 in this game, but he barreled up like 2 or 3 baseballs, had the game-winning sac fly. He currently is hitting 250. It's not an indicator of how good or bad he is. It just kind of is what it is. Brian Cooper says, hitting always takes more time to come around at the beginning of a year than pitching. No need to panic, ... for now. I think that's actually a fair assessment, especially the for now part. Because, again, like, don't confuse this for me trying to, like, I'm not trying to be like, hey, accept whatever this team does. I've said it all along. I've said it all offseason. This team needs to be much improved offensively. Like they really do. If not, we're going to, because I really do. A lot of times I've said, I think the talent level has been down the last couple of years, and it has. And they've had a couple injuries to key hitters that certainly haven't helped. But I think so. I think they've improved the talent. And so if they didn't have a little bit of a uptick in offense, it would be pretty concerning. And then I think, you'd really, and look, we've been having big picture conversations on the hitting and what they're doing for a while. But I think this year would be really, really tough to excuse. SCT says last year all over again, replace 7 of 9 starters. This team is categorically different from last year. We're 1 game in. I would agree with this. This is also sound. And look, don't take this as well, you should still be hitting better. Of course you should. But regardless of how much, like what the numbers end up being, like this team is just very different pieces, very different skill sets. So they're going to have different like ups and downs for sure. So Zach Kirkpatrick says, we brag about our analytics. I think our pitching analytics seem really good, but it could be that our hitting analytics are weak, or maybe we're trying to do too much. Our hitters. So again, y'all ever think, you do this a lot. Do y'all ever think that maybe Arkansas just had really good pitchers last year and not really good hitters? Has that ever occurred to y'all that might be the case? I think it probably should be, especially whenever all the pitchers are getting drafted in the top 5-6 rounds, and Arkansas really doesn't have many position players there. I mean, you should look down the lineup. Arkansas's got a lot of, like last year, they had a lot of pretty good hitters. But it's just you kind of need a little bit more in the SEC, and when it's an arms race. I don't think, like, sometimes we're always like kind of looking for a reason for something. I think Arkansas has recruited at and I mean, they had the number one recruiting class in the country a few years ago. So certainly we're hoping for that to come to fruition. But that featured guys like Helfrich and guys like Souza, as well as Gackle. Helfrich and Souza, who weren't everyday starters for Arkansas last year. And so now that those guys are up there, they're sophomores, it's time for them to join that. And those are going to be the guys that ultimately determine it. But I don't necessarily think Arkansas's decline in offense is because they've been doing anything different. I think they just have worse players, or have had worse players. I think they have better players this year. Dayton England says, "How are we feeling about Root?" Pretty good, man. He threw really well last week, so we're hoping he can build on that. I mean, he's a veteran guy, throwing a ton of innings. He throws a lot of strikes. That's the one thing you really won't have to worry about a ton with Root. I'll say that he'll probably walk 5 guys today, but he's pretty much known as a strike thrower. I think he only had like 20-something walks in 70 innings last year. He's definitely going to fill it up, throw 4 pitches for a strike. I feel pretty confident about Root, especially after the way he threw last week. Let's see. So Big KG says, no one said anything about approach. It's more how frequently in situational awareness of when the squeeze is called, like when Cal would call pick and roll awareness. So I guess he's arguing that like Arkansas should just be like doing, like calling more hit and runs, bunting more, all that, which, like, you know, that's fine. But also a lot of people have said stuff about approach. So I mean, you might not have said that, but a lot of people have definitely hinted at the approach being an issue. When is the second game start? A few people have asked this. 4:10. So here in the next couple of minutes, this game will be getting going. Let me pull up the ESPN, the Watch ESPN real quick, because I guess that should be live and rolling. That would have been funny if I'd have just sat here and rambled and just missed the first inning. Bob Magnet he's going down with the Christian Fouch sucks ship. He says, feel free to give me hell if Fouch doesn't shit the bed this year. I mean, look, will he shit the bed at some point? I'm sure he will. Hell, like all these guys are going to give up runs. All these guys are going to, but I mean, if you want to place a bet on whether or not the guy that throws 100 is going to end up being good or not, I don't know. I just don't know how you can confidently be on that side there. Especially, I mean, like, he didn't have any strikeouts today, and I know there's a little bit of an interesting outing, but like, what did he do today that was like so bad? I guess I'm confused there. He gave up those 2 ground balls that led to errors. Interesting. Caden Jowers says, going to be a lot different when we score 15 runs this game. Donald Anderson says, don't want to hear about the cold for not hitting. Oklahoma's playing in Norman, a lot colder there, and they scored 9 runs. Dude, this is so funny. We're just like taking pieces of information from random places and trying to draw big picture conclusions. I'm not saying that the cold is the reason Arkansas only scored 3 runs. It definitely doesn't help. Like, I don't think Oklahoma scored 9 runs because it was cold. I think Oklahoma, I have no idea. I didn't watch their game. I would assume they got pitches to hit. I don't know who they were who they were facing. Good for them, but like, it's not like I'm saying nobody can ever hit in the cold. Hell, Arkansas will likely score more than 3 runs in this game. It's not going to be because it got 3 degrees warmer. They just got better pitches to hit. But when we're talking about, the weather, like it's always a little bit of a factor, and it definitely doesn't help. I'm not saying it's the reason Arkansas hasn't scored runs, but and I don't know if anybody's like blaming like the entire offensive performance on cold weather. This guy, I don't know how to read that name. He says the first Washington State pitcher was throwing mid-80s fastballs down the middle, and we couldn't do anything with them. I don't believe that to be true. I think he's like a 91, 93 guy. I don't remember him throwing many pitches over the plate, if I'm being honest with you. In fact, I actually spoke about that during the stream with Curtis, that I thought that was like the most effective part of his day, is that he doesn't really throw the ball over the plate. He kind of paints the edges well, got ahead of hitters, and was able to kind of toy with them a little bit. I would love for you to show me pitches that he threw right down the middle. I will gladly. I'm sure there was a couple, but I don't remember seeing a ton of those. Let's see. Chris Bales. Also, the game should be like starting here now, right? Are we back in action now? I had to refresh my stream a little bit. Okay, it looks like they're about to get going here, but I'll touch on this one last comment here. He says something people aren't realizing with hitting is that they also had no scouting on this team. Van Horn basically said for 3 innings he was going to let the guys go out there and see what they could do. I think that's fair to point out from just a big picture standpoint for this game or this weekend series is that there's not a ton of familiarity on either side, but especially on the Washington State side where they really just don't have much to go off of with those guys. Because I mean they're like pretty much all JUCO guys. Okay, let's get this score bug going there, even though it is not yet a score bug. Oh, let's go here. Where are we going here? There we go. There's our score bug, which is not turned into a score bug yet because the game has not started. Okay. Am I tripping or did they just go to commercial right before the game was about to start? Did I miss something? Why are we at commercial? Shadow Viper is here. He says, just got here. Scores. The final score of the first game was 3-2. Arkansas won in 10 innings. It was an offensive juggernaut of a performance, man. You missed a great one. I kid. Arkansas had 6 hits. Gabe Gackle was really good. Made a couple errors in the field that tried to cost them the game. They end up rallying in the 10th thanks to 4 walks from Washington State and a sac fly. So you didn't miss much, Shadow Viper. So tap in. Hopefully this game will be a lot more exciting. Let's see. Also, Bot Magnet says, I recommend the ESPN app if you really want to watch games. Yeah, well, I mean, did anybody have any, was anybody under the impression that I was going to be like showing the game on this? So that, no, I can't do that. YouTube would demonetize me right away. ESPN would put a sniper in my head and they would shoot me down immediately. No, I'm not going to be able to put the game on here, but we will have the score bug there. But this was meant for like you guys to watch and us to be watching at the same time and we talk about it together type of thing. Okay. Now it looks like they're ready to play some baseball. Washington State switched up their uniforms as well, going with the grays, which I think I like better. Kevin Harriman says, off to a great start for the tried and true cold, hot theory. I thought it was just hot, cold, hot. Are you supposed to start the year cold if you want to win the title? I didn't know that was a thing. But we shall see. All righty, there's Zach Root, man. Looks good in that Razorback red. I imagine he's going to be wearing that a lot this year if he's going to be pitching on Saturdays. Why did they just lie about this game starting at 4:10? Like, what happened? By the way, okay, let's talk about the lineup real quick. So, okay, Pepe's playing right in this game. Michael Anderson's playing first. Cam Kojo's playing second, which is interesting because he's a left-handed hitter, and he's in the lineup in place of the left-handed hitting Souza. But again, I imagine Souza's probably just not as good against lefties. Other than that, Helfrich's catching both games. Interesting. And Kahio Aloy in there at DH in the 5 spot. So good for him, man. All righty. We are officially off and running with this game. Basically. I don't know where you guys are at. I'm watching Zach Root about to throw a pitch. They are taking their sweet ass time. We're gonna be here till 10 p.m. In case you missed me say it earlier, my goal is for Arkansas to build a very large lead, and then we all kind of mutually agree together. The game's over. We're in a good spot. Let's all go have dinner with our wives and girlfriends. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We might just get this thing popping. Okay, Zach Root makes a nice play on a ball hit in a little bit of a weird spot, kind of between him and first base. But good stuff, man. Good stuff. So I guess I didn't really. I was kind of skimming through the lineup. No Logan Maxwell in this one against the lefty, which kind of makes sense. Excited to see what Cahillo can do, man. He's had a little bit of a rough spring leading up to this point, but he showed some real flashes in the fall. He's interesting. He's very hot or cold, but he's got some big time power, man. Jonah Schull. Not to be confused with Jonah Hill. I thought that pitch was just I didn't know if you needed to call a strike or look down for the first pitch. I thought it was just in the zone. Again, I also hope that the delay doesn't mess us all up and I don't spoil things for y'all. Let me know if it's a real issue. Oh. So I called Zach Root a strike thrower, and he's definitely that. Maybe don't throw a strike whenever it's 0-2 and you got the guy down in a hole. But okay, 1 out, runner on first here for Wazoo. It's a lot quieter in here without Curtis, man. It's kind of sad. I had a lot of fun with him. I did not expect him to be there for the full game. That was awesome. We'll see where the zone's at for this game because last game, man, the zone was a little bit all over the place, if I'm being honest. Oof. Thought Arkansas had a pick there. I am definitely a little surprised that there's just no Souza in the lineup. I mean, it is against the lefty, so it's like not huge deal. And you got 4 games this weekend, so I'm sure a lot of guys will rest at least once, but did not think he was going to be one where it was like you're mixing and matching a little bit. Though, to be fair, well, he had the one really bad at-bat against the lefty, but weirdly enough, the one hit he got last game was against that same lefty. Strike 3, right? Zach Root gets a punch out on a big bender. Love to see it. Shout out Dalton Holyfield. He's been giving us updates on the Mississippi State game. He said he's starting to think this Manhattan team might suck. What was the scores in those games? What did it end up being that game 1? I have not been paying attention to any other SEC action so far. Here's Rico Longo. There's the changeup. That's the changeup for Root, man. That might be his best pitch. It's rare. Honestly, you don't see a lot of college kids that really throw the changeup a ton. Zach Root will. He's a lefty that will throw changeup, cutter, curveball, fastball. Just a unique little mix there. And he'll throw them all in whatever count. Strike 3. Okay. So Zach Root gets a couple punch outs, gets a ground ball base hit through the left side. You'll take it. You'll take it, man. My boy Jeremy McCollum. I see him say, wearing this game 2 star. Good to see you a few weeks ago. Yeah, always good to see you, Jeremy. And yeah, it started, I guess, like 1 minute after you sent that. Interesting. Yeah, Zelly B says, what happened to the crowd? It definitely looks like it thinned out a little bit. Nothing crazy, but it definitely looks like some folks decided to dip. But who knows? They might have just dispersed. Maybe there's like one area that has some sun. I really don't know. But John was saying that they allowed everyone to stay in the park. They didn't make them like leave and re-enter, which is nice because that's always tough. Dalton says Curtis is a jinx, so it's fine. But we're gonna find out if Arkansas rattles off like 15 hits in this game. He might be a jinx. I don't know if we can go like if they score like let's say they score 6 runs on 9 hits or something like that. I don't know if that's enough to call him a jinx, but if they like really rake, who knows, man? Who knows, man? Interesting, man. Yeah, Root is just one of those guys. I mean, you see how many strikes he's throwing there. He doesn't throw anything straight. Like even his fastball is not really one of those that just is like, you know, a real dead eye. It's not like a two seam necessarily, but it's not super straight. It's got a lot of spin on it. And so it's interesting that a guy that mixes speed so much and really doesn't throw the ball straight throws so many strikes, but he's just got an advanced command, advanced feel for pitching. You could make a case. So Arkansas's had a lot of left-handed pitchers here over the last 5 or 6 years. And I'm speaking about transfers only. Obviously, Hagen Smith, nobody's going to be as good as that. But you think about 2021, they had Lyle Lockhart. 2023, you had Hunter Holland. Last year, you had Mason Molina. Now you've got Root and Beidelshees. I mean, I think there's a real case to be made that Root is the best out of all these guys. I think Beidelshees, weirdly enough, I might even be a little bit higher on Beidelshees just from a raw stuff standpoint. I think Root is definitely the most advanced from a command pitch ability standpoint. But I think Root, and now again, Mason Molina I thought was going to be really good, so I don't want to get too carried away. But Root is definitely, I mean, if you just look at, he's projected as a top 200 prospect. You can make a real case he's the best one out of all these transfer lefties they've had lately. Charles Davalon swings at the first pitch he sees. Oh, center fielder took a bizarre route for that one, but ends up catching it about 20 feet in front of the track. Aggressive there, one pitch, but ends up getting out there. Davalon, I guess he's like 1 for 5 now at this point. I've really liked his at-bats. I've really liked his swings. I think he's doing a good job. And he, of course, scored their first run. Like, got him going a little bit. Still going with the pants legs down for Vahiva. He's still cold. But we'll see if he can get hot at the plate. Strike one. Ooh.
I'm just going to be here as long as possible until you notice that I'm here with you.
That scared the hell out of me. John, I was literally texting you back. I'm not kidding. I was texting you back right now. And I was going to be like, nah, man, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Holy cow, dude. You scared the piss out of me.
I'm sorry. It was just, I was in the lobby or whatever for like 10 minutes. And I was like, all right, well, I'll just jump in because maybe he doesn't see me. And then I was like, I'll jump in and then he'll see me. And then you didn't see me. I'm like, I guess I'm just going to have to scare the hell out of him and just jump on it. My bad.
No, I've got the, like, mostly I've been, I've got all these different tabs. I was mostly watching the game. Holy cow, you scared the piss out of me.
I should have done some crazy.
Like, where's that noise coming from, dude?
Yeah, my bad. No, I just got in, so it was battling up and trying to warm up. I don't know, you might be a little ahead of me. So here on the game.
What's happening on your screen right now?
Aloy is taking the base because he just got hit.
Okay, yeah, I'm a little bit ahead of you, so I'll try to be cool. Cool. There's going to be a throw over to first. I'm just going to spoil that for you. He will be safe. Okay.
You are pretty well ahead of me then. So I don't know why that's the case, but I'm on the Watch ESPN app. I don't know what you use, but
I'm using the same thing, brother. I'm just, I got that HD fast Ozarks Go, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
I also keep refreshing my stream like every 2 minutes or so. Just
right now he just threw the pitch to first. So that's shows you like it's a good 30 seconds, but that's fine.
So I will keep quiet during this Rocco Pepe nuke that he's probably going to hit.
No, don't. I'm not one of those people that like, don't spoil it for me, because I'm always been this way. Like my buddy Devin hates it when I do this, but I'm like, I'd rather know what happens and then I can watch it and be like, okay, so I know what to look for, like I'm fine with that.
I'm kind of the same way, honestly, where like, it doesn't really bother me kind of knowing. I would prefer not to, but like, it doesn't bother me all that much.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of nice though, because that way I can see like, okay, well, what type of pitches he throw here, and all of that. Now, if I'm there in the stands, I think it's a little bit different. Like I want to watch it live, but
well, I don't know how it could possibly be spoiled for you. But it's funny because when I'm at games sometimes, I'll be like scared to check my phone because I'm like, oh, I don't want to get it spoiled. But I'm like, wait a minute, I'm here. There's no way an action is going to happen, and I will not be able to see it.
Oh. Well, Dabbing Rhino says I need to close the app and reopen it. So I'll give that the old college try and see if.
Okay, so John, do you want me to spoil?
Yes.
What happened here?
Yes, 100%. You are the mainstream. I'm just the replay guy. So yes, please spoil it.
I know, but I kind of like this dynamic that we have going here. Rocco Pepe just drove in Arkansas's first run of the game.
No shutout today, boys.
No shutout. Nope. This offense is scorching hot, man.
Dude, Nate Thompson got him in there and said, hey, he's making the adjustments that they need. They're going to be on fire now. 20 runs coming up right here. Get ready for it.
I just gone through this whole rant, John, and I was like, man, even if Arkansas hits well, it's not like, because everybody always, anytime something bad happens, they're like, oh, that's a bad approach. And if something good happens, they're like, man, that was a good approach. And so I'm like, if Arkansas scores 12 runs in this game, it's not going to be because Nate Thompson rolled out this elite game plan for these guys. And so, you know what? Hey, we're actually going to attack here.
Yeah.
But yeah, just roped it down the third base line, man.
I'm watching it.
Did not expect Aloy to be able to score from that one, frankly, but he was off and running.
By the way, dabbing Rhino, I restarted it and it didn't matter. I'm still behind. So that's fine. Just spoil away, please, Andrew. Seriously, please do. Because
I'll only spoil when cool stuff happens.
Yeah. Well, hey, I want to give, I know you probably didn't hear me because audio was terrible, which I tried. I tried that. Didn't work. Good to know. But your boy Iredale, man, just making moves out here, just doing his thing.
I mean, he has lifted Arkansas to their first win of the year. He might lift them to all their wins. Maybe that'll just have to be what happens.
That's what he does, is just win. That's what he just wins.
I've never seen, so okay, I've noticed this on the broadcast a lot, and obviously Washington State has a lot of JUCO guys. You rarely see SEC Network or ESPN or whoever showing like stats from JUCO. You like never see that. But they've done that a few times now for Washington State, and then they just did it for Iredale, and I'm like, I've never seen them do that before.
Maybe it's because they're just like, we got to post something, Jerry. Like, we got to do something. Yeah. Get their JUCO stats.
Usually you get that height, weight, where they're from, maybe a fun fact about them.
Yep. Kind of like the Little League World Series. It's like they call him Big J, you know, like down there on the bottom. Yeah.
Oh.
I was hoping, I tweeted it out, Andrew, because I just see the pass ball there, but I was hoping for a Charlie Welch moment there in extra innings. You know, the bases loaded, wild pitch, guy scores to tie the game. I was hoping that Arkansas would go up and knock a home run, but you know, it wasn't bad.
That feel to it, didn't it?
It did. But granted, that was even to tie it, not even to, because I guess in the Charlie Welch game they took the lead, but still.
Yeah, which kind of killed the moment a little bit, if you ask me. But clearly, that moment has lived on forever.
That's right.
Well, weirdly enough, I actually had Stat Broadcast spoil this for me, and I'm going to go ahead and spoil it for you. Arkansas is up 2-0 now in this game. I'm actually not going to tell you how they get it. I'm going to let your imagination run wild for a minute.
No, I just saw it.
Oh, okay. So you're all good.
Okay, I'm rolling with it because like right now I see Pepe going to the dugout. Is that what you see?
Gotcha. Yeah, I basically just saw that. Yeah.
All right. Hey, appreciate you, Dabbing Rhino. Apparently you got it right. I just had to reset.
Dabbing Rhino, the tech genius, fixed it for you.
Yeah.
I will say, man, and you count as this because you were in one of the games. Anybody who went to Baum-Walker Stadium today, man, I got a lot of respect for you because it's just it's cold out there, man, and I mean, look, I'm not out there. Mostly because I wanted to do this. Like if I wasn't doing this, I definitely would be out there. But it's not for the faint of heart, man.
No. In fact, I'll be honest. Like it was one of these things where I was like, man, I'm before I leave, I was like, I'm gonna grab my gloves. I could only find one of them, so I wasn't gonna be going out there with one glove. It'd be weird. So I didn't have gloves, and it was fine. And for a second there, it actually got pretty warm because the sun came out. But then when it just. And it's not like it's just absolutely freezing, horrible cold, but it's that wind. And if you're out there too long and exposed, yeah, you'll be feeling a certain way.
So we got the first plate appearance for Baby Aloy, as he is known in the streets, Kahio Aloy, BYU transfer. Had a pretty solid year at BYU last year. And wow.
Okay. Okay.
1-for-1 with a double in his Razorback career. The graphic up there faked me out for a second. It is like they're saying it's 3-0. I don't believe it is.
It's not. No, it's 2-0.
It's very much
right?
not 3-0. But they had a runner on third still because they didn't replace from the last one.
Gotcha.
But it duped me for a second where I was like, oh wow. Anyway.
Hey, now Andrew, I'm just going to ask this question: Is Baby Aloy better than Vahiva Aloy? I mean, that's all of a sudden the question. Is he better?
I mean, I don't know how you could make an argument against it. Frankly, I mean, he's 1,000 on the year.
Yeah.
Since we overreact to every sample size that we have, we've got to admit that the one at bat sample size is enough for Kahio Aloy.
That's right. God, this sucks not having my regular mic because it's like I have to tweet and it's like I have to hold the mic, do all that.
Addison says 107 exit velo. I'm gonna just take his word for it.
Sounds right.
Yeah, I mean it looked pretty good. But yeah, good for Baby Aloy, man. He like I was saying earlier, he's been struggling the last few weeks, but he had some moments in the fall, man. He has as much like just raw power as his brother, but like literally anyone on the team. Like not a joke at all. He had a home run off of Will McIntyre in the fall that I think went 470 feet. Like not an exaggerate. Like he absolutely massacred it. He had a bunch of like just special loud swings. So it'd be cool if they could get him going.
Well, it's like I told you, it's the same comparison of Jason Giambi and Jeremy Giambi. I mean, it's the same exact thing, you know?
Exactly.
Helfrich was not too happy with that at bat.
Yeah, no. I'm also not happy with it.
They fixed it. It's 2-0 now on the score they fixed it right before we went to break.
Shout out to Oliver on the stat broadcast. He was dialed in. He didn't get duped.
Can't be falling for it.
Yeah. By the way, John, I was saying before you got on here, I was like, I don't know if I'm committing for the full game, frankly. My game plan, especially just because they went into extra innings, that was not supposed to happen.
That's true. Yeah.
Wrap that other game up at 2:30. Start this one at 3:00. We should be into like the 5th, 6th inning by now. We are not. They also it ended up being like damn near an hour between games, which what the hell?
Plus, I'm not going to pay you overtime, and so you have to make sure you're under the 40 hours for the week.
This is an hourly operation we've got going.
Yeah,
that's why we go live for all those transfer portals. We're getting paid by the hour over here, buddy.
That's right. And
we're like random D lineman that's never played. Let's go live.
Yep, might as well. Why not? We got to do something while we're doing nothing. Well, no, that actually, I mean, you do what you want to do, but that actually works because I'm going to have to go back out there anyways. Back to
what are you going back out there for?
There's just a certain individual that happens to be a very dear, good friend that she asked me to come and sit in next to her. So Valentine's Day.
Does she work at an establishment on Dixon Street?
She does not.
Okay.
So she works at.
Do I know this woman?
Yes, you do.
Is she my coworker technically?
No.
Okay. I'm running out of guesses. How many females do you know?
At least 2.
We got 2.
Yeah. No, she just happens to work in the media and does a really good job of also doing podcast and
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I liked you know what? Of the options that we had listed, it's probably the best one.
Yeah, I don't know who. I know who one of them was that you referred to. I didn't know who the other one was. So,
how
about the intern was one of them? I know that.
Yeah, and then the one that owns it or runs an establishment on Dixon Street.
Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't.
That you've attended baseball games with before?
Yes. Yeah, no, it's not that. So
I tell you though, if Zach Root is going to continue to just fill up the strike zone and work quick like this, hell, we might be able to wrap up this full game.
I'd say if at this rate,
he don't waste too much time up there, man.
No, I like the flow he's got going on too. Like, there's just something about, I don't know, like a pitcher going up there with long hair, number 33. I don't know. There's just something about it.
We have Hagen Smith at home. No, it's good.
Yeah. So what is your screen doing right now? Like, where are you at right now?
0-2 count. Just had a foul away.
Okay. See, somehow I'm behind you again. Like, that's what I hate about like streaming stuff. Like, I just now saw the foul off. It's weird how it works, but it's all good. Doesn't matter.
Camera guys are having a rough go of it today. I would love to spoil what happened just now, John, but
you can, like, please do.
No, I mean, it was like the camera literally, like, they hit a ground ball to Brent Iredale. You'll see it. They hit a ground ball to Brent Iredale, and he makes a really nice play on a ball that looked foul. They just didn't show the guy at first base making the play.
Well, yeah, we're not going to get that one on Sports Center because of that. Thank you.
Okay, now we got another angle for the replay, so that's good.
Okay, good.
Michael Anderson, by the way, who's playing first base, and of course Rocco Pepe, did not have a great game defensively there at first base, which is something we'll have to kind of keep our eye on. Of course, he's going to be in the lineup with his bat, and he's playing right field today.
What a throw.
Anderson is the better defender. Now, he's very, very hit or miss at the plate, very boomer bust. But he's got a ton of power. So if Anderson can hit enough, it really would make Arkansas kind of rethink. It would kind of force a little bit of a log jam there in the lineup. But it'd be a good problem to have. So Anderson with a nice little pick there. We'll see if he can make it up at the plate and kind of force this issue here.
Number 42, right?
Yeah, number 42.
Number 42.
By the way, he's way better than the Washington State 42, who really struggled in that 10th inning on the mound.
Yeah, he did. Also, I just laughed because this batter is Jack Wise, it looks like, and it just makes me think of, you remember Jake Wise for Arkansas. Even though he doesn't look like it at all, this guy looks like he's like a student counselor at a high school. Like, he does not fit the mold for baseball player. But Jake Wise, an underrated good baseball player for Arkansas.
Yeah, good defender behind the plate. Jake Wise always looked like he was like 37. Even when he was like a sophomore, he just looked old.
Just what he had going on.
Boy, my posture. So like normally, like when we finish Inside Arkansas every day, I like realize how bad my posture is, and I'm like, oh man, good to like straighten out. Been sitting here for damn near 5 hours, or I guess more than 5 hours because we did Inside Arkansas Live. I just kind of leaned back and I was like, oh, my back is going to be toast after this, man.
I'm gonna say it right now, and I know that you know it, but everybody who's watching this, you better give a lot of love to Andrew Ellis for doing this. This was something that it wasn't like John told him he had to do this. This was a complete, he wanted to do this, and he's going through it, and it's been awesome. So, but yeah, so give a huge shout out, give the likes, give the claps, everything to Andrew Ellis for doing this. He's a marathon man. But I will say though, Ellis, to your point, I had it in my suitcase that was luggage was lost. But I will recommend, it's something that's helped me because I have bad posture too. There's this little posture corrector thing, man. And I know it sounds ridiculous. You just wear it under your shirt. Works wonders when you're sitting that long. Just to throw it out there.
Fun fact: I'm gonna make fun of Hillary for a second.
Okay.
Who is not in the room with me now?
She's about to be.
She had scoliosis growing up, and she used to have a back brace that they would make her wear to school. And now that she's a grown, beautiful woman who, is married or soon to be married to a smoking hot guy, a really famous guy, now it's cool to like look back on, but like it's like a little bit of a sensitive subject because when she was growing up, she had to wear a back brace to school. Oh, could you imagine how humiliating that must be if you're like 13 years old and you're like the most insecure you've ever been and you got to wear a back brace to school?
Yeah, that'd be rough. Kids are mean. Kids are really mean and they don't understand it. So. Yeah, I could understand.
If my classmates in junior high were wearing a back brace, I would have bullied them into oblivion.
Yeah. In fact, I probably would have made them, really have to consider life choices, like if that's the case. But no, I always thought about how fun it was when we were kids. Man, this dude's dealing.
He's spinning that bitch.
Yeah, I didn't get to see that one. Sorry, he just threw the ball, so I got to wait. But
eventually you'll see it.
I'm sure it's a good one. But no, like I remember kids wearing like casts, like I thought that kids don't wear casts anymore. I thought it was always cool if you had a cast and people sign it and stuff. So
yeah, my nephew recently had to wear a cast for a few weeks because he fractured his forearm, and but he was wearing not the hard one for a while. Like he had just like the sling. Getting the hard one is cool because that's where you can like get people to sign it, and like that's cool. But having just the sling is just tough because it's inconvenient. But at least you could take it off. Those casts, when you take them off, you're whatever part of your body is, it just smells horrible. Yep.
It's guaranteed. It's kind of like taking braces off I don't know if you had braces or not, but I had braces. And like when I got them taken off, like I could smell, and like the people are like, oh my gosh, like it's just gunky, gross. But hey, shout out to Angel for the super chat. Said, drink a beer, bruh. That's to you, Andrew. So.
Yeah. Maybe we'll tap into some of those tonight. Maybe some Coors banquets tonight.
Yeah. So are you going to the game tomorrow or no?
Yeah, I'll probably go to the game tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, they moved first pitch up to 1:00, so we'll see how that looks. I told Curtis, I was like, yeah, might dip out of the watch party just a little bit early.
Yeah.
So if anybody was looking for my basketball takes tomorrow, you will be a little disappointed because I don't think I'm going to be on the basketball postgame show because it overlaps with baseball. But Curtis will have you covered. And, the watch party's still going to be fun. But, yeah, I'll probably dip out a little bit early, try and get out to Baum.
I was going to make a joke. I was like, well, I guess, Curtis hasn't asked me to be on it because I guess he doesn't. He's like, no, we're fine. We don't need you, John. We don't need your takes.
Well, you're going to be on the watch party. And so it'll probably be at the last minute. They'll be like,
No, I'll stay on. I'll stay on with Curtis if he wants me to.
Yeah. Y'all got to start a chant in the chat. John.
It's just so fun because like the funniest thing is when me and Curtis went down to that Baylor game and we did the post game and it was awesome. It's just like I feel like when I'm sitting there and he's going through all the stuff and what was going on and at this play and all that, and then I'm just like, yeah, I mean that one shot, man, it just felt like it was going in and it just didn't. It's just like. Listen, I don't know what all this means that you're saying, but it sounds great, and I agree. So I just got to roll with it.
Yeah, I always like really love when Curtis will agree with me because I'm like, thank God I'm not a moron, I guess.
Yeah. I'm not just a complete idiot that doesn't know anything about the world of basketball.
Shout out Cody Buckner. He says, Root is on fire. I'm curious who's going to be coming out of the pen this game. Well, if Arkansas gets up big, it certainly helps. But a few guys I was kind of thinking about. I mean, I'd love to see Carson Wiggins make his collegiate debut here at some point. Ben Bybee is going to be one that I'm interested to see how they use him because he's a guy that has been a midweek starter. And in these scrimmages leading up to the season, he's typically starting games, and he's got that kind of skill set. But obviously, he's not going to be starting in the weekend rotation. So I wonder how they move him to the bullpen. Like, is he going to be like long relief, mid relief, setup guy, like whatever? I really like his stuff, and I think he's getting better year by year. So I'll be interested to see kind of how they deploy him a little bit. Dylan Carter, the senior, of course, you'll most likely see at some point. Colin Fisher, the sophomore lefty, a lot of people really like him. But yeah, Wiggins is the one that like I hope we can see Carson Wiggins debut together.
All right, so honestly, I don't know much about this guy who I guess just struck out, but is it how do you say it's cozy? You said it before, Koziel, right?
Koziel is what we're going with here.
Koziel, yeah.
So
I've done some looking up and research on most of the players. This is a guy I know nothing about. Like he's one I'm like, who is this guy?
So he transferred from Vanderbilt. And he's a true sophomore, so he's in the same class as Souza, Helfrich, Gackle, all those guys. He was like a part-time starter, but he played like 40 games or something at Vanderbilt. Had pretty decent numbers. Hit 284, I think like 4 or 5 home runs, something like that. Like a promising freshman year. He doesn't have quite the ceiling as Souza and Helfrich necessarily, but he's a guy that can hit for sure. He really struggled in the fall. Like when he first transferred to Arkansas, there were a lot of people who like penciled him in, and there was actually a lot of a debate of like, all right, is it going to be like a competition between him and Souza at second base? We quickly realized that wasn't going to be the case, but Koziel really struggled in the fall. He was a lot better these last few weeks leading up to the scrim, or like these last few scrimmages, and so I think they were kind of waiting on that. And there was a couple weeks ago where someone asked Dave about Koziel playing first, and he's like, he just got to hit, man. If he hits, we can kind of have a conversation about where to put him, first, second, DH. I think he's going to be a DH option for Arkansas.
Ooh.
Oh,
that's a dub. Is that double? Oh,
yeah. So that's I guess that'll go down as a hit. I don't think they're going to throw him an error there. So Justin Thomas with his first hit as a Razorback. Good for him.
Yeah.
He's a fun guy. He's a fun guy to watch, man.
He's fast too, dude. He got the second quick. So
he also had the first stolen base of the season. He has introduced this new era of small ball Arkansas. That was that was a really tough read by that center fielder who like started back like that ball was going to hit off the wall and then missed it by a good 4 feet. The replay is so funny. That is
you weren't even close. Like, dude, like he must have misread that one horribly.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there.
Yeah, that's a tough look. By the way, also just a few things while this is going on, I noticed my observations there at Baum.
Let's hear them.
First off, I completely forgot until today that Hudson Polk is on staff, and he is the
first
coach.
base coach.
Yeah, the first base coach. Warren is third base coach. And I was like, that doesn't look like Nate Thompson. I don't know. Those aren't the biceps. Where's those are at? So I noticed that. And hold on. We got to give a shout out to our guy, Jeremy Stewart here. Awesome. For the super chat. Yeah. Thank you so much, Jeremy. He says, you guys rock. We need Baumbastic shirt to purchase roundside, or I bought my Inside Arkansas shirts. Whoop Sue. Thank you, Jeremy. And yes, those will be happening. We just wanted to prioritize the hats first, but we will get the shirts.
I was still on the tab of the game trying to watch that pitch right there. Then I'm like, oh, wow, it's a $50 super chat. Yeah, Jeremy Stewart, man, really appreciate that, man. That's awesome. Yeah, did you get you the hat at least? Which this is not it. This is a hat that Hillary made. But yeah, I'm really, it's going to really probably bring a tear to my eye, John, the first time I see someone at Baum Walker Stadium with a Baumbastic Podcast hat. I really genuinely might shed a tear.
I listen, it's a cool thing. And you just got to make sure that whoever it is, you get a picture with them.
Oh, hell yeah, of course, man.
Yeah, got to do that. Oh, that was bad.
Charles
yes, thank you again, though, Jeremy. That's awesome, man. And thank you for your support for us all. Oh, yeah. So my other observation was that I'm doing this for you, Razorback fans. I tweeted about it, but I'm going to let you guys know about the parking situation. I was not aware of this, but it's new.
Yeah.
So so for those of you who are going to a Razorback game, yeah, there's no, okay. So this is what's stupid. And it doesn't make any sense. So people were able to park in Baum East, that big lot next to it. There was some of it that was reserved and the rest of it was just a free for all parking. That does not exist anymore, except they have an allotment during non-conference games that you can use for free. I'm like, okay, that's just dumb because you're going to go up. No one's going to know if it's full or not. Like, it's just a mess. So anyways, but if you want to go to the game, the best place to park now is lot 99, or was lot 99. Now it's 500. And it's still decent, but a little bit of a walk. And you got to pay $5 for it. And you got to download an app where you can have a text. And also you cannot back into the parking spot. You have to have your license plate visible so they can track you. So just a lot. It's a lot going on. But I wanted to give everybody a heads up because I know there's people out there be like, what the crap's going on here? Just a heads up and letting you know.
Interesting. I did not know all those extra details. I knew they were charging people for that lot, which is honestly just kind of BS.
Yeah. Apparently, disgruntled Hog fan is very upset that he's like, yeah. He's like, this has been announced for a while. Okay, we'll tell that to literally everybody there that was not knowing that, and the people had to be told to turn around. So I'm helping.
Right, like I knew that it was no longer a free lot, but I didn't know all those extra details. So appreciate you for that. Wanted to touch on a few chats here real quick. One, Cody Buckner says, is Colin Fisher still recovering? He is not. He's actually been pitching since they got back from Christmas. He's thrown 3 times, and last week was the best he's looked. I think he threw like an inning and a third, or an inning and 2/3 against the starting lineup, and did not give up a run. So encouraging. He obviously had a pretty promising freshman year. People will be excited to see him. Ray Gallus, who's a legend of the Baumbastic Podcast, always commenting. I love Ray Gallus. Like, seriously, maybe my favorite commenter of all time. He says to try a Yingling Premium red and white can. Case lots only thus far. I take it back to Nebraska regularly. Love that. Devin Lowry says, Andrew, I almost asked you to not predict the sweep this weekend. First game almost got you. Well, I didn't really do like an official prediction, frankly, but they're sweeping these cats. Come on. What are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
If they were going to get you, it was going to be earlier today, and they couldn't do it. If you couldn't get them when they only had 6 hits, like, come on.
I like it so far. I mean,
this game needs to not be close. Like, they really need to go ahead and get a little bit of a cushion here.
Yeah, some insurance runs, I think, is what the term sometimes is used.
Oh yeah,
late in games.
It's crazy that people accuse you of not being a baseball guy, man. You're tapped in.
Yeah, it's like my baseball knowledge is very limited. I still don't know what a balk is because I've asked like 4 different people and they give me different answers. So like stuff like that. I don't know the unwritten rules, about like running over the mound. I don't know what that is, but
don't touch the lines. If you're a pitcher and you're coming off the field, do not step on the line, the white line. See, if you do that, it's bad.
Well, if I ever get out there and play professionally, I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Keep that in mind for sure, bro.
Yeah. But it's like, but here's the thing. It's like, I don't watch Major League Baseball much. Sometimes I'll watch if it's like World Series and everything, but I've watched Razorback baseball literally for like 15 years. So and I watch it every year. So it's kind of like I pick up on some things after watching something for 15 years. And been through still with 2009, man, one of my favorite games, Brett Eibner's home run against Virginia was like one of the most fun things ever. And it's just good stuff. Those were fun times.
Boy, Zach Root is filling up the strike zone, dude. He's thrown 34 pitches, 27 strikes, 7 balls. And Helfrich may have helped him there. That was a good sell.
That was a good sell.
That was Helfrich he's probably stolen 3 strikes. Nothing bad. Justin Thomas redeems himself. He dropped that one earlier in that same kind of area, but look at that. He made a much more difficult play. Good for that. Love to see that from Justin Thomas. He's just a guy that's fun to cheer for, man. Just fun to cheer for. So that's good stuff from Zach Root, man. He's cruising through 3 innings, got 5 strikeouts, just the 1 hit, which is a little squibbler through the left side. Arkansas starting pitching, good today.
Yeah, I saw like how many changes to the lineup that I guess it's just Iredale and
decent amount because so Iredale I think is still at third base.
Yeah.
So they moved Pepe from first to right field, have Michael Anderson playing first. They switched DHs, took Maxwell out and have Aloy playing there. Second base, no Souza at second base for game 2 against the lefty. A little bit interesting there. But I think that's it.
Okay, yeah, because I was looking at it. It's like I was wondering what Dave was going to do for like the rest of the game, like tomorrow's game, and obviously the doubleheader. It's always interesting, different with the doubleheader.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that Helfrich caught both of these games, and who knows, maybe if they get a little bit of a lead, they'll get him out of there. But I was thinking, I thought freshman Zane Becker might get the nod there at catcher. But I guess since they have a day off on Sunday, and Helfrich, is a big boy, he can handle it. It's early in the year, but usually I don't like having the catcher catch 18 innings, and he had to catch 10 innings today. So I really don't love that. But it's early in the year. I'm sure he's excited to play. I remember Dave played Caden Wallace every game in 2022, and every single time someone would ask about it, he's like, he can handle it. He'll be all right. He's a big boy. He can handle it.
Yeah, I was trying to think of. I feel like there was a time there they would. Was it last year that they had the 3 different catchers that they would start just figuring that out until they got it figured out? Because it's like Parker Rowland
a little bit, but we always kind of knew they would play. Helfrich would catch a little bit, but it was I think they kind of knew Hudson White would be the guy, and then Rowland. It was last year because they had 4 catchers on the roster, which they never do. Because you had Hudson Polk, Parker Rowland, who were in 2023. It was basically them every other game. You bring both of those guys back, and then also bring in 2 guys on top of it. They were kind of prepared for Helfrich to not make it to campus, and I think they were also prepared for Parker Rowland and or Hudson Polk to move on. Both guys wanted to stick around. They let them stick around, so you end up with 4 catchers. But so early in the year they were kind of just playing guys wherever. But we always kind of knew Hudson White would be the guy.
Oh wait, did you see that first pitch? I guess it didn't count. They just threw it to Aloy, and it was almost like Aloy just had his bat down, didn't even care about it. I didn't know if you saw that or not. I didn't know if it was
just now.
Yeah, just I know he just got out, but his first pitch.
I must have missed the first pitch. I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, the first pitch, I don't know. I don't think it counted, but I think maybe he just threw it prematurely or whatever. I don't know. It was just weird. Don't have the audio on, so I don't know what these.
A little bit of a weird situation here with Pepe, who claims he did not foul that ball, but the umpire was adamant he did.
I don't think he did. First look at it, I don't even think he was close.
He seemed pretty baffled by it.
I don't know if we'll see a replay of that, but no. Here's the thing. I know, TV's not always going to tell the story, but from my point of view, it literally looked like he didn't touch it. But
did you get a good look at the Aloy play there in the 10th inning?
Dude, that was wild. Yeah, that was him catching it over the shoulder, spinning, and just firing a dart. That's big league.
It was the most casual game-winning play I've ever seen.
Yes.
You know what I mean? The most casual game-saving play I've seen in a minute. I honestly feel like he should have just planted his feet and threw. He had plenty of time. He catches it casual, throw just turns around. The throw was on the money though, man. It was perfect. Good job by Helfrich to get that
Yeah.
tag, man. That's tough to get that tag down
Mhm.
in a moment like that.
Yep. Well, the foul off didn't matter because he walked him, so
Yeah.
that's good. But no, yeah, I saw that, and it was crazy too because I don't know if you had a chance to like think about it, but what was with the review process of that? Like, it was the
Okay.
strangest thing because they went out because they get out of there and they go and talk to the Washington State coach first, and then they go talk to Dave Van Horn, and then they come out and they start talking together, and then Dave comes back out. Like, what was going on?
So one, we obviously aren't listening with sound, so it's like we were trying to figure that out as well. What we gathered from the chat was that they went in to review it and the technology was not working. They could not get a replay. They were like, the umpires were having trouble getting a replay. So they were going out to explain that to the Washington State coach, like, hey, we don't have a replay or whatever. Then they eventually did get in there, get a replay, determine that he was out. And so it all worked out, but we were also very confused on the stream. That was probably not good air where we were just like, what? Huh? What? What's going on? Huh?
Yeah. Well, they didn't explain anything. And of course, when you're there, you don't know. And like people were getting fed up and booed. They're like, oh, they're trying to screw over Arkansas and all that, but they held up the call. So that was good. So did you get to see a replay of it though? I mean, was he out? Like for sure?
What
did we just get? What happened? Tell me.
I thought Brent Iredale hit his first home run as a Razorback. It appears he missed it by a few feet.
Oh,
man.
Dude. Dang, man. The thing is the wind's blowing in.
David want to check it. Dave thinks it might have hit
the top
behind it. Because if it hit, there's like a little bit of a fence back there. If it hit that fence, that's a home run. So they might take a look at this.
Well, I don't know. Is there review technology working right now? Like,
well, I guess we'll find out now.
Dave's out here
getting together.
Dave's got the look of like, you guys better check this. Yeah, hit the headphones.
I want to see a replay of this one. I couldn't tell in the moment.
I mean,
Iredale appeared to like stop running.
As if it was like as if he was 100% sure on it too.
I think that actually might be a home run.
Okay, well, I haven't seen the replay yet, so let's see. Okay, here's the replay.
I think
it is. I think it hit.
It hit off the top of the fence.
Yes,
but I think it hit the whatever's back there first.
Yeah, it looked like it hit the little metal green bar right there, like the thing to make it bounce out that way.
I got to be honest with you. I'm kind of pissed off that I bet on Brent Iredale to hit a home run in game 1, and then he immediately does it in game 2.
A day late and $1 short.
How about that? That's going to be the first nuke of the year, is a review granted home run.
I know, and I really want to tweet out, I do, with the piss missile, but I don't think you can do a piss missile if it had to be reviewed.
No, dude, it used to always like secretly piss me off when you would post piss missile and it'd be like it would be a moonshot is what it would be. It'd be like a little high towering one. You'd be like piss missile. And I'd be like, oh, come on.
And the thing is why I did that is because I did that one time where it wasn't, and trust me, if it was a moonshot, I would have known it. But like there was one that it was just a great home run. And I was like, dude, they're just so mad at me. They're like, don't use that term ever again because that was not a piss missile. So I was like, oh, I'm just going to keep doing it for every home run. So that way you just get people mad. But I don't think I can do that one. If it's a reviewed, I feel like I got to draw the line there.
Yeah, it's really tough. What's funny is like the actual swing was kind of piss missile-y. Like it was hit well. It was a missile. But yeah, that is a fascinating one. Look at Gage Wood there in his gray. He's bundled up.
Yeah, he's ready for Monday.
Yeah, or I guess no, he's.
Or is he tomorrow?
He's tomorrow. He'll be tomorrow. Yeah, because he's game 3.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, I mean, I think it definitely hit that. Whatever.
You're not gonna. I just saw the game stats. You're not gonna like it.
No way.
Doubled off left center. That's what they called it.
That's some absolute baloney.
That's horse hockey.
Absolute baloney. Is there one out in this inning, by the way?
There is, yes, one out.
Okay, so interesting spot here for Kahio Aloy. Second and third, one out. Had the huge double earlier. Could do himself a large favor if he could get this run in from third. The Arkansas Razorbacks will never hit a home run this year.
Nope. If they didn't do it then, it's never going to happen.
There is no joy in Mudville for mighty Bryn Iredale has been held to a double. You know what he said on second base there? Crikey, mate. Crikey, mate. The ball's over the fence. Ball's over the fence.
I know. It's just sad that everybody I always hear that is an Australian. I'm like, Crocodile Dundee, or, like the Crocodile Hunter. Just somebody named Crocodile. That's Australian. It's like, that's what they sound like no matter what.
I really don't know what the rule is, like when it comes, because every venue is different and stuff like that. I just feel like if it hits above the yellow line, I feel like it's a home run, no?
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. Like, to me, that's a home run. Like, that's why I even tweeted. I was like, that's a home run.
It's a home run in our hearts for sure.
Is it one of those, like, the call on the field stands type of thing, where
I think that might be actually just what's happening here, which
we
don't have indisputable video evidence, which apparently is just a thing that does not exist. It's just weird. The angle where it's like, it didn't hit, if it like bounced and went straight down, it like bounced up. And I'm like, I don't know how it could do that, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, make them pay here. That's all you got to do.
Come on, Kahio. It's weird. Kahio Aloy and Vahiva Aloy, if I just saw them standing next to one another, I would not be like, oh yeah, brothers.
No.
Separated by a year. They like to have just completely different builds, completely different faces. What are you check swinging for on 3-0, buddy? Did they not give you a take sign?
That's rough.
All righty. 3-1. This is where you go deep sea fishing here. That's what we're doing here. I don't think that's going to be deep enough.
Don't think it's got the distance.
Jeez. Well, that's not going to help your case, Mr. DH.
Umps robbed Arkansas of 2 runs, man. They robbed them.
I mean, that's where we're at. This team's still reeling off of that botched call. So I believe it's Anderson here now. No, Helfrich. Okay. Helfrich's good for it. He'll go ahead and drive in a couple here.
Would be nice.
He had the first hit of the season.
It's true. I'm not going to bring it up.
It does not look like he will be bringing home those runs. He grounds out to second base. The Hogs are held to just 2 runs. They've got this pitcher at 60 pitches through 3 innings, but have not really broken through yet. Shout out to Kuzi. Out from Orlando. Appreciate you all, as ESPN Plus sucks, so I can at least hear games through y'all. LOL. Looking forward to a kick-ass season. Yeah, man. Appreciate that. As always, appreciate you tapping in. Definitely appreciate the super chat. And we will try to keep you as informed as possible. But yeah, I cannot guarantee you that ESPN Plus will not suck. That will always be the case.
Mm-hmm. Very inconsistent.
Yeah. American Lee. This is a great comment. He says, Andrew will always be my fave on here. He loves baseball. Andrew, number 1. Not my burner account, believe it or not.
Yeah. I love the commas that he left too.
Yeah. I really am kind of messed up that they just did not give Arkansas 2 runs there.
I don't know what they check the Twitters and see if maybe some other people who know baseball more than me was disagreeing, and it seemed like the mass reports were saying that should have been a home run.
Yeah. It just, everyone hates the Hogs, man. Everyone's getting in the way. We're going to end up firing Nate Thompson because they were 1 home run short of their quota. Do you know if this is a true statement from our boy Dre? He says, Arkansas, fun fact, only state where you can get a deer, elk, and gator hunting tag.
I mean, I would trust Dre. He would not lead us astray with such a fact. I didn't know the gator part of it.
Yeah, where do they have gators in? Where do they have gators in Arkansas?
I mean, if any place, I just assume it's in the south, like southeast Arkansas, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know. I have not been around any gators. Deer, okay. Elk, okay. I feel like gator hunting is one of those things where if you gotta, it's almost like you got to think you're in a movie to go gator hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got to be on a boat, like a fan boat, with like a club or an arrow that has a rope tied to it. Very intense stuff. They're showing the little like place of how it hit. I still don't understand it.
I didn't realize there was that much space between the concrete there.
So again, then what did it hit? Like, that's what's crazy.
Yeah, I just don't know how it could have possibly hit. Also,
And bounced that angle. Like, I don't know. That is the weirdest thing.
okay, my brain just went in a pretzel for a second. For some reason, I thought they were showing Iredale like out in left field. And I was like, wait, what the hell is he doing out there?
Dave's really getting crazy.
He wanted to go see the home run for himself. So he's like, put me in left, coach. I want to go check this out. Oh, so we were at the top of the fourth. Luckily, this game is
Cruising.
yeah, and Arkansas's, didn't take long to get the lead. They literally didn't lead until they won.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
And I'll admit, they proved me wrong. Because I thought when bases loaded with no outs or whatever, I was like, we've seen this before. You
thought they were about to just come up empty-handed?
I thought they were going to have a strikeout and then a double play. Because I felt like how many times that happened last year? Just all the time. Bases loaded with one out or no outs, and they would not get runs. It was so annoying.
Oy. Yeah, Root might pitch the whole game, man. If he keeps that pitch count at this current rate, man.
It's insane.
You know how when Arkansas is hitting and like you just see the starting pitcher that they're facing get into a rhythm and you're like, oh man, this guy's just cruising. You can just tell he's got a good feel. That's kind of how Root pitches like every inning. Like you just feel like he's in a great rhythm.
And he's because again, just to clarify, he is the TCU transfer.
ECU.
Yes. Dang it. Okay. I'm going to get it right at some point.
One of these days.
Yeah.
One of these days, Zach Roots' background the mystery will be solved.
Yeah. At least I didn't say Ohio State this time because that's usually what I always got him mixed up with Beidle.
Yeah. Well, what's weird is, and Dave actually, I'm glad Dave spoke about this because when it happened in the moment, I felt this way, but I didn't know for sure. So Root was, the number one pitcher in the portal, and literally everybody was after him. And I remember he came and visited Arkansas, and then after he left Arkansas, he went and visited Auburn. And I want to say he went on maybe one or two more visits. Oh, there's a base hit. And so I remember at the moment we were like, oh man, looks like we maybe missed out on Root. And then Beidle committed. He was the number 2 pitcher in the portal. And so it was like, okay, you had your 2 lefties that you were trying to get. You didn't get the number 1 guy. Let's just take the number 2 guy. It's all good. And then Root at the end was like, actually, I want to go to Arkansas. And so then they ended up with both of them. But it was kind of crazy how it worked out. And Dave even said that the other day. He's like, once we got Beidle, we thought for sure Root would, go somewhere else where he could, for sure be the ace or whatever. But he just really liked what we had going on and wanted to be a part of it. And now it has turned out to be a bad decision because he's got 2 runners on.
He can't hit a batter at 0-0, man. You just can't do it. First pitch, you can't do it.
Man, we'll see if he can.
Let's say interesting situation though. No outs with runners at first and second. What does he do? How does he handle it?
Yeah. Turns out guy can't handle adversity. Just going to crumble here.
Lights are too bright against Washington State.
Yeah. Yeah, those lights.
You're up 2-0
degrees and gray outside is just.
Oh man. By the way, real quick, our guy Dre, super chat, appreciate you, Dre. Says, do I skip part of my MBA class to go to the baseball game tomorrow? Yes.
Yes.
If you have to ask.
Maybe here's what you do. Skip whatever you got going on Monday.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. No one wants to work
Monday
check. Anyway.
What's the weather going to be like tomorrow?
Could get. I think it's going to be. That's why they moved it up. Is because there's power. Like I think late evening or afternoon.
Yeah, yesterday. So as of right now, the weather app is showing. Basically, it's like a 50-50 chance of rain during the afternoon, but it looks like after 5 p.m. is when there could be some real pickup in the rain. So it'll probably be a little bit of an interesting one to monitor throughout tomorrow, but hopefully they're able to get something in.
I can see it.
It'll be kind of crazy if they end up actually playing all 4 games.
Yeah. Especially since
6-4. Okay. Not a 6-4-3 double play, but did get a very important out there at second base. And now you've got runners at the corners with 1 out. I don't know how they didn't turn that. How that wasn't 2 outs there. Maybe it was just hit softly.
Yeah, I guess.
Let's see. We'll see the replay here. Kojal kind of took his time turning that one.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. The turn. Which, by the way, like, I know it's raining. We talking about weather. I did not realize, well, me and Curtis are going to be in Auburn next week. On Wednesday, it's going to snow in like a high of 14.
Wait, Wednesday in Auburn?
No, Wednesday in Fayetteville.
Oh, in Fayetteville. And so y'all will be in Auburn.
Yeah,
okay.
we'll be in Auburn. Yeah.
Yeah, weather's going to be it's always going to be crazy weather, man. I was seeing some of the weather guys talking about that. Yeah, there's a chance for some craziness these next few days.
Especially it's going to be -2 as a low on Thursday, so we'll frigid.
Goodness gracious. That's a perfect time for me to leave town.
Yeah.
And go to Arlington where you get to play indoors.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be in the close to the 60s at least in Arlington around then. So, well, shucks.
Ooh. Okay, so Washington State's on the board now with another fielder's choice. Yeah, that's really annoying. I mean, I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but I feel like that slow ass double play kind of cost him a run.
Yep.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. That's tough. Maybe don't bench your second baseman after a 1-for-4 day in the first game. Maybe just have your starting second baseman just play the second game of a doubleheader.
I don't see why you wouldn't.
I'll be sure and call Dave after this and let him know.
Give him your thoughts. Break it down. Oh
man, dude. By the way, but speaking of our second baseman, Souza, dude, I thought for sure. I guess it was early in the game. It was maybe the third or fourth inning. Whenever Souza, they had that play at second base where he dropped it, and they were like, "Oh no, it was on the transfer." And I'm like, "Why is there a transfer with 3 outs? What are you doing with the ball?" That was tough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
See this, and that's again, I know what it can be great, but also bad about baseball. You think about it, that 2-run home run should have been one. We all feel like it should have been, but it's not. And then you talk about that double play at turn 2 and just changes the entire game right there. 2 plays.
Anderson with a huge save right there, saved an E2 or an E1.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I don't know if Pepe would have been able to get to that. The difference in size between Pepe and Anderson is really stark. Pepe's 5'9" on a good day, and Anderson, that boy is a good like 6'4", 6'5", 230. He's a unit. Yeah, well, I mean, we're talking about Arkansas is 6 inches away from being up 4-0. Instead, it's a 2-1 game.
Yep. Cruel mistress, the game of baseball.
Hashtag, it's just baseball. This is baseball. Jeremy Dewey says, "Can we get a report from the hog pan on that home run?"
I don't think we can. I don't know if we have any correspondence out there.
Who's our correspondent? Yeah, out in the hog pen. Who'd be our call? What about Forrest?
Forrest is not out there today.
He's not out there today?
Yeah, he has this thing called work apparently. So
what a coward.
I know.
What an absolute coward.
Or else it would be Forrest. Forrest has always been the correspondent. So I don't know. Everybody else is too busy doing their things with signs and all that stuff. So apparently a guy got kicked out before he even got in because they were out waiting in the line outside and he was smoking a cig. And okay, get out. Get him out. All right, cool. So, but yeah, apparently he's smoking a cigarette and he threw it on the ground. And one of the ushers like, "Hey man, you mind picking that up?" And he like went off on him and they're like, "Okay, you're done." So there's that.
Hold on. Maybe I'm seeing double here. Ryan McDaniel, do you have 2 different YouTube accounts? Because I saw a comment from Ryan McDaniel that said, "LOL, Andrew going in hard." And now I'm seeing Tangular Water IIV saying that. Do you have 2?
Is that a Roman numeral or is that just IIV?
IIV, that would be 3, but V is
5.
V is 5, right? Yeah. So for II, you would just do III, right? For 3?
Yeah. I don't know what that. Yeah, you would. I don't know what that was. Maybe it's just trying to throw us off.
Shout out to my niece Riley. Ladner fam in the house. I saw the Ladner fam commenting during Inside Arkansas Live today. They just don't go to school. I've determined. Like they just never go to school. They're
we have a lot of
commenting
those
all the time. What are y'all doing?
I feel like we have a lot of those that are just like,
Yeah.
like teenagers and just kids are just like timing in. It's like, shouldn't you like be in class or eating at the cafeteria for lunch?
Yeah, that's where Trey and Harrison makes his calls during the lunch break.
Yeah.
Ugh. What time you got to get back out to Baum? Because I mean, this game's kind of cruising by.
I think after this next half inning is
okay. After Arkansas adds on a couple runs here.
Yeah, because I'm more offense than defense. I want to see the offense. So, but yeah, we'll do that. See how that goes.
Yeah, she says they got Valentine's off. Who gets off on Valentine's? That's when you go to school, right?
Yeah, that can't be a real thing. That cannot be a real thing.
She says teachers had to stay late every other day this week. Huh.
Oh, sorry. They had to do their jobs.
Yeah, I don't
know.
What
does that mean?
I don't know. Valentine's is when you want to go to school because that's when you get to bring the little cards that you give to everyone. Like I think that's always a fun day at school.
And you get to make your little little pouch that you put in front of your desk that people put the cards in.
Yeah. Michael Anderson with a hard hit ball, but the play is made over there at third base. They got to get this little pitcher, this little freshman lefty. They got to get him out of here.
Yeah,
they got to start crushing him. I can't believe he's lasted this long, frankly.
I don't think he can either.
Yeah, he's like, man, this is crazy.
Why is people calling Curtis a jinx? What did he jinx?
Just because they stunk while he was there. Not like it's been smooth sailing necessarily this game.
Oh, I was about to say because you could say the opposite though. It's like Arkansas won in a walk off. It's like that. It's not like they didn't win; they still won. So, in fact, they came from behind to win in late innings. So,
turns out that was as good as it'll get.
Yeah,
they'll get a run here this inning, right?
Oh yeah, come on now.
Get Cam Kojal on base.
Kojal, I think like this is his moment. I feel like he's going to do something here.
Yeah,
probably
he
not.
may or may not owe us a run. So
he probably won't, but I'm calling it. He's going to do something here. That was a hard swing, though. That was a hard swing.
I'm going to be very interested to see what DVH's vibes are like post game. I don't think he's going to be happy.
No, I wouldn't think so either. I mean, he doesn't look happy right now. So, but of course, I don't know. Did he do something?
He did. He got a base hit, and he's going to try and stretch it to 2, and he's there. Good hustle.
Oh,
that was
good.
That was a good piece of hitting. Good piece of 2-strike hitting. Got a pitch to hit over the plate. You see what happens when Arkansas gets a pitch over the plate. They can hit it. How about that?
Amazing what can happen.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Yeah, the right fielder took a preposterous angle to get to that ball. Like just he thought that ball was like going to the fence. He like rounded it so much that it kind of gave Kojal a chance to get on up to second.
These outfielders for Washington State, not hating, but man, they've been taking some rough angles.
Justin Thomas with a hard hit ball to third base. That third baseman's made a couple nice plays in this frame.
Yeah, he's getting after it.
This lefty they've got, he's got an interesting strategy of just let them hit the ball very hard right at people. Okay, we're back to the top now with Davillon.
There's something I was telling somebody in the game. There's just something natural about a number 24 being at center field. Like there's just something good about that.
Yeah, it's just cool. Hey, Blue, that's not a strike. Come on now, Blue. What are we doing, Blue?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this guy's struggling. Davillon wants to say something, but he can't.
Davillon, he's like, look, you're going to call a strike. I'm just going to rope an RBI single up the middle. Make it a 3-1 game. Suck on that. How about the 2 lefties with the 2 hits in this inning?
Heck yeah.
Davillon is so fun, man. He's fun to watch, man. He's a dirtbag if there's ever a dirtbag, man. Him and Pepe. Grinders. First guy in, last guy out.
Is this a manufacturing of runs that Dave Van Horn would once refer to as, or as they say?
Yeah, this that snooze fest small ball you guys want.
Yeah.
Poking base hits through little holes here and there. I want to see some nukes.
Yeah. Forget that. Let's see the long ball. Chicks dig the long ball.
I mean, wouldn't it just be cool if like right after this at bat, it was a 5-1 game?
I would appreciate it if it was, personally. It's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like it for sure.
I wouldn't be against it. No.
I don't think Vahiva hit a home run last weekend, but like since they got back from Christmas break, he has not been hitting the long ball. He's been hitting pretty well, but not the long ball. I think the temperature has to get at least above 50 before he can start launching them.
Also, I don't know if you saw, just random fact, the Washington State flag that they always like fly at game day and stuff?
Day?
They mailed it to the game today, because that's what they do. It's not the same guy. They mail it to wherever Washington State's playing. And it's there in the hog pen, the Washington State flag. So,
oh, there you go. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very good. Let's see.
What's that? Am I stupid? What's that MW on their jersey sleeves for Washington?
Mountain West Conference. That's what that is.
Oh my gosh, it is. Holy crap, dude. It's like
Arkansas could improve to 2-0 against the Mountain West today. It'd be nice.
Be big for the I know they don't use net rankings, but whatever it is.
Yeah. They're still with RPI in baseball.
Archaic.
I know. Okay, so a 4-pitch walk. That's probably. Okay. I mean, I feel like they got to get this guy out of the game, right?
I would think at some point he's up to what 75 pitches.
75 pitches. Their first starter today was pitching well, and they didn't let him go 75 pitches.
Maybe they just don't have the depth, and they're just trying to get it all that they can.
Now that is true. They definitely do not have the depth. So we're about to get to a point by about Monday. It might get ugly for Washington State. They might start throwing some yous and me's out there.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. Not that I'm a uniform guy, but the uniforms Washington State's wearing is just weird with that small lettering at the top of the chest, and it's because it's such a long name. It just, I don't know. Looks like someone screwed up on the jerseys. Just me.
I don't like the font of their. We were talking about this last game. And I don't know if the font's the same for the numbers, but the number font is just weird. It looks a little Jeff Long.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot like between that and the Texas A&M uniforms and stuff. Like people have been struggling with. I've always felt like when it comes to uniforms, simple is better. Like how often have we seen a very complicated uniform where we're like, oh man, that's great, or like something that's crazy new? Yeah. It just doesn't happen. Keep it simple.
Ryan wants to know, is Davalon a sophomore? He is draft eligible. He is like an older sophomore that will turn 21, right around the draft. Might potentially only be a 1-year guy. Although I will say, he does have buzz as like a draft prospect, but he's not like a surefire, only going to see him for this 1 year. Like he'll definitely, if he ends up having the year that he's, projected to have by the experts like me, he'll have a good chance. But like, I don't think it's like a surefire. He's not one of those guys that has like undeniable tools that'll certainly get drafted in the top 3 rounds. But I think if he plays well, he'll work his way into it. But that's going to be an interesting thing to monitor as we get closer to the end of the season. But I do think he's got the skill set that would probably make him a decent prospect.
I know this is your stuff. I was just going to bring up the super chat. Appreciate it from Ghost444. It says buy or sell being roommates with Curtis. What does that mean? Do you know what this means?
So he made a comment earlier with just that, and then now he does a super chat. Buy or sell being roommates with Curtis. I mean, I will buy it because like I wouldn't mind being roommates with Curtis. He's not. When we traveled with him and stuff, like it's not bad to share space with him. But again, I don't know what necessarily. I'm with you. I don't know what that means necessarily.
Yeah, is it like buying or selling that one of us is Curtis's roommate, or buy or sell that you would want to be? I don't know.
That would dictate my answer, because if you're asking if we are roommates with him, I will sell that. I am not his roommate.
We are indeed not roommates. No.
We do live in separate houses, us 3. It is kind of crazy. We need to get us a streaming house like the what's like those TikTok groups that they all are in the same house. What do they call that? There's like one of them, it's like Hype House or something like that. Yeah. We need one of those. Yeah.
Well, how stupid! Like it'd just be really stupid if us doing Inside Arkansas Live every day on separate cameras, we were actually all in the same house and just different rooms. Like we just didn't want to do it all together in the same camera. It's like, no, we need 3 cameras, different rooms. Makes sense.
That would be That would be funny. We're bringing up Troy Eklund's lineup from when he was a hog, cleaning up at DH there. Troy Eklund was a dandy good ball player.
Yep. Just not big on Twitter, though.
Not big on Twitter. Needs to stay off of that.
Yeah.
All right, Pepe. Pepe can officially clinch being a huge fan favorite with like a 3-run nuke here, or I'll even settle for a 2-run double.
I'll just settle for anything, really, if he just gets on base. I'd like that too. That would work.
That won't be good enough for me. I need a 2-run double.
You need some sort of scoring on this particular at bat.
He had the double earlier and then he got walked. So having a productive day 2 or game 2.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that count up there is wrong. I think it's a 2-1 count. Okay, now we're good.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say. I think it was 2.
Oof. Oh man, he missed one there. That was what we call in the streets dick cheddar.
Oh gosh, dude, yeah, man. I know I'm behind you again, but if that connected, that would have been.
That's one you got. You got to do something with that one, kid.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we talked about this earlier. This kid's from the Netherlands. What the hell? They don't have like anything to go. Like they don't know anything about these pitchers at all. And scouting is like such a big part of what they do. They don't have anything because most of these guys came from JUCO or are freshmen or came from wherever. So like they don't have much to go off of. Like they don't really have a scouting report for this team.
Oh,
As the bases are loaded and we get on our hog hats, I want to answer this question from Jeremy. He said, "How's Dietz been looking? Anyone know?" He has not thrown yet to live hitters. The last we heard was about a week or 10 days ago, and Dave said it was kind of like they're working his way back. He's been a little bit behind the guys that have been rehabbing, like Colin Fisher. I feel like there's one other guy that I'm forgetting. Oh, and like Aiden Jimenez, who got back to action. Aiden Jimenez is the guy we might see today. But no, Dietz has not thrown to live hitting, or at least he probably has now. But leading up to the season, he had not. And he's not going to be available this weekend. And so we will see if he gets in there at some point, maybe next week or before SEC play.
Andrew, I'm sorry. Twitter ruined it for me. Something good happened.
Hey, I just saw, like, as you were saying that, I saw the base hit getting through the infield there. There's Brent Iredale with his, I guess it's his 4th RBI of the day, 3rd RBI of the game. Should be like his 5th and 6th RBIs of the day. But okay, 2-run base hit. So now Arkansas's up 5-1, building a little bit of a cushion here.
Mm-hmm.
Is what we like to see. Man, that dude's a hitter, man.
Yep.
I would love to see the exit velo there. I imagine it was at least triple digits, maybe in that 105 to 110 range. Kahio Aloy, he likes to hit balls hard too. I would love to see him really run into one, man.
You did say, even though it's different circumstances, but you did say it'd be nice to be 5-1 right now. So I mean,
exactly.
But just different circumstances because
we took the long route, but
because you were not happy with Pepe taking a walk.
Yeah, no, did not like all that. I'm Nate Thompson. I'm Homer or bust. Oof. Kahio was trying to really break that one open there. Washington State, a lot of their pitchers come in and just look very nervous.
Well, I mean, I would too. Like I think it was Phil and Bubba were talking about on the pregame show. They're like, these guys haven't been able to practice like pop-ups. Because you can't. Because apparently it's been like 2 degrees in Pullman.
Oh yeah, this is a beach vacation for them. This is great weather. And it's crazy. So obviously, this is not a peak Baum-Walker Stadium crowd. I don't know how many fans you were there. How many would you estimate were there at game 1? If you give us a rough estimate,
I'd say 3,000. Probably.
3,000?
Yeah. I'd say 3.
There's a good chance if 3,000, if you're accurate, we'll even say 2,500. There's a good chance that Washington State doesn't play another game this season in a crowd that big. That's very much in play. and that's the worst bomb walker crowd you'll see. But like they're not going to play in front of, definitely not at a park like this, but just not in front of that big of an audience.
Well, there was a team that Arkansas played. It was a small team. It's a few years ago. It was one of my favorite stats that like they went back and looked at it. It was like that team that they beat in the early part of the season. And if they added up all of the attendance for all the games they went to and combined, it still didn't equal like a full bomb walker or something like that.
I feel like I remember this. Yeah, I think it might have been New Jersey Institute of Technology. It might have been them.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was Central Connecticut or one of those teams that were in the regional. Because you remember those Central Connecticut, like their guys, like after they lost to Arkansas in game 1, they like showed up the next day to see Arkansas play because they were like, we just want to see what this stadium's like just go be a fan here.
Yeah.
Like they were like oohing and ahhing, just looking at everything.
They're just having a party.
Yeah. That's when you know you're going to get out of your regional, when the teams start, wanting to shake your hand after you kick their ass.
Shake my hand.
I want to shake your hand.
Yeah. I don't have beers, but beer on heads, I guess, for bases loaded.
Yeah. Sonic drinks on head.
Golly.
I think this is Route 44. This is the big dog. Hillary got me the big dog.
You got the big gulp.
Yeah. Okay.
Dang it, Twitter. I'm sorry, it spoiled it for me. I got to stop looking at the screen.
Well, it's funny. So I'll wait for this to happen here. 1-2 pitch to Ryder Helfrich. I must be really behind because now it's a 2-2 count. But I was going to say, I now see it on Stat Broadcast, but a lot of times I'm like looking at Stat Broadcast when there's runners in scoring position. I'm like, if it's not changing, must not be anything happening, but I do now see it. Does it say it on our screen? It sure does. So 2-2 pitch to Ryder Helfrich.
Dude.
Absolutely blasted to right field. Oh man, that dude probably should have caught that ball.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, mine's about to happen now. So
Okay,
there it is.
Oh man, that's a tough one, dude.
Oh, that's brutal.
I bet they're gonna give Helfrich triple. I don't think they're gonna do an error on that.
No. Well, here's the thing. First off, I love triples because they don't happen often. But two, dude, I'm telling you, and I was going back to the point of like the foul ball practice or pop-up ball practice and stuff. These outfielders every one of them have been timing them awful. So
yeah, no, their routes and everything have been weird. Again, because I mean, like you said, it's not like they've been able to practice, tracking down balls off the bat. Ugh. Yeah, so Stat Broadcast officially did give him a triple for that.
Good.
And we'll take it. 3 ribbies, 8-1 ball game, and just in time for you to go do your thing, man.
Yeah, I gave the Hogs like what was this 7 runs on this stream. I gave them all I got.
That's Shannon Sharp. Just know when you lay your head on that pillow.
Yeah,
I gave you everything I had.
Yeah. Oh man, so you're gonna make it last for the whole game?
No, not going to make it last for the whole game. Especially now that this is broken up a little bit. I'll stick around for a few more innings probably.
Yeah.
We'll see maybe if they cruise through it, but I'm going to stick around for a little bit more and babysit these kiddos here.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, dude, if you're going to power to you, do it as long as you want, but yes. You're a much better man than me. That's for sure. So,
well, John, have fun hanging out with Tara Talmadge on Valentine's Day.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm sure that's the good stuff there.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Tell her I said what's up.
Yeah, I'll pass the message along. Thank you.
Here's what I need you to say. Hey, right before I left, Andrew wanted me to tell you something, and then like really make eye contact and say, "What's up?"
Gotcha. I'll give her the finger guns too when I say that. So, all right. Hey, keep up the good work, Ellis. Stay in there. Do the good work.
All righty, brother. Appreciate you for coming and hanging out, man. Multiple times on the stream. So you have a good one.
We'll have to do it again sometime.
Yeah, let's do this again sometime. I'll catch you on a Tuesday night against Arkansas State. That's when I'll get you to tap in.
Can't wait. All right, man. We'll see you.
All right, brother. All righty. We are back to one cam. Oh, wait. Got my score bug out of there. There we go. So now Curtis, I see Dabbing Rhino says, Curtis is officially blocked from baseball watch parties. We'll get him back in here for a midweek game, and we'll test the waters a little bit. But it's not looking great, man. It's not looking great. William Sampley says #run rule. Hopefully that doesn't jinx it, but that would be nice. That's a hit. That's nice. Yeah. And so I see a few people commenting on the call there on the scoring. I mean, I think you go hit there. I mean, look, the guy like he should have caught it, no doubt about it. If he took a better route, he definitely would have caught it, I would imagine. But you know how the weird rules are where, and it actually did kind of touch his glove, but like, it's not about should you have made the play. It's like, it really needs to go in the glove and then out if it's going to be an error usually. So we'll take the 3 RBIs there. Caden says extend Nate Thompson's contract now. Not yet, but hey, I agree with this. It should be 10-1, and if it were 10-1, then I think you could you could extend the contract. But for now, we'll make him earn it. Would love to see Root. So he's at 57 pitches here now with an 0-1 count. Would love to see him get through a 5th inning here, and then I think he probably, we'll see where we don't want to put the cart before the horse. We don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but I think you could maybe get 6 out of Root today, man, which would be tremendous work. Getting squeezed a little bit here. That ain't gonna help us. That was good of old John to come hang out, man. Appreciate both of my trusted and valued coworkers for coming and kicking it with me on the stream, and I appreciate all of you guys for being here, man. Just curious, I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat. Is there anybody who like discovered Inside Arkansas or discovered the Baumbastic podcast via this? I see 159 people in here watching, man, which is just huge. I would have never thought that if you'd have told me when I first started covering Arkansas sports that there would ever be damn near 200 people, which there were at one point, over 200 people watching me watch baseball, man, like that. I definitely wouldn't have thought that was possible. In fact, my previous boss, like I was actually told not to cover baseball. Not even joking. I was told not to cover baseball at my previous stop, and was told nobody cared about baseball. It didn't really move the needle. And so this whole process and the Baumbastic podcast has been very, very rewarding, man. It's been cool to just see the fan base. And because I know Arkansas fans are psychos. I know they love Arkansas baseball. And so I knew there was kind of a market for this kind of thing. But it really has been awesome. Let's see if Helfer can make this play. Oh no. Wow, that was one of those rare ones where it lands, a foul ball goes behind and it lands there. Because if you're ever at Baum-Walker Stadium and you're sitting behind home plate, if you look up, there's like the net, obviously, and then there's the whole over thing. There's really only like a brief, like a small little window there. So it's rare that a ball lands behind home plate at Baum-Walker Stadium. So that was actually kind of cool to see that. It'd be really hard to even intentionally do that. So the coolest thing about baseball, just weird stuff happens like every game, no matter what. Bum, 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 bum. David says, should Root be showing his grip right before the pitch like that? I must have missed that. Let me really lock in and pay attention here. Oh, like how it like leaves his glove. You know, it's weird. That's been a thing here lately. I say here lately. Like in the last few years, I see a lot of pitchers that'll do stuff like this where they're like a lot of times you see it in like the workouts where they're in like a lab or whatever and they're doing it and they do the kind of let it go out. It's kind of like a weird thing. I have a hard time believing, mid pitch that would be able to be relayed, like, because think about it. One, the hitter can't see for sure if it's behind his head like that, or I guess for him, it's a lefty behind his head like that. I have a hard time believing a pitcher or a hitter would be able to kind of see that. So I don't know if it really matters, but it's definitely something that I've looked at and kind of been like, is that what you really want to do? It's interesting. I think it's just kind of like a weird rhythm thing. Oh. And there's been a lot of bad bunts in this doubleheader here. A lot of bad bunting on display. Man, how sick would it be? Yeah. How sick would it be if Arkansas just run ruled these cats? David says base runners could scream something. Maybe, but again, it's such a quick thing. That'd be so funny. Dude on second, he's like, slider. Imagine you're hitting against a guy throwing 95 and you just hear change up. That would be so funny. Woke COVID survivor says he's telegraphing his pitches with his facial expressions. Is he now? And here Moobley's onto it. He's had a good pitcher, could tell you what he's throwing and still get you out. Y'all remember when Greinke did that a couple years ago? Which, by the way, there's a punch out for Zach Root. Zach Greinke, former, had a nice little run there for a couple of years in Houston, but legendary Royal. I know some of you guys like that. In spring training one year, or no, it was during COVID. It was during that 2020 season. He literally was pitching for the Astros, and he would just signal to the catcher, like do whatever. It was so funny. It's kind of like a little bit of a mind game thing, but it's interesting. I've said this a lot. I don't think the common fan realizes how big of a deal sign stealing and really just like pitch tipping and pitch calling and pitch recognition, like how much that stuff is such a factor. Obviously, when the Astros got caught cheating, it was like a big talking point, big conversation. But I, as an Astros fan, of course, always would point to this. There were a lot of people, like a lot of MLB teams, who when the Astros got caught were like, because everybody does some version of trying to get signs. Of course, the Astros took it to the next level where they were, buzzing in video and banging trash cans and all that. Of course, that's a step too far. But I remember when Wes Johnson was on staff at Arkansas, and all of the pitchers that were not throwing that day, all of their jobs, you'd have one guy that was sitting there looking at the glove, one guy that was sitting there looking at one part of his body that was trying to see if he was doing anything. One guy was looking to see how many times he touches his hat, like whatever, trying to find any type of pickup they could find on signs. And if you remember when Wes Johnson was the hitting coach at Arkansas, or the pitching coach at Arkansas, there were several games. I can even lay out a few of them for you. Brady Singer in the SEC tournament in 2017. You remember they scored like 10 runs on Brady Singer, who, of course, is thrown in the big leagues right now as a first-round pick, one of the nastiest pitchers in the country. You don't score 10 runs on Brady Singer unless you have some type of help. That was a game they 1,000% got his signs. They knew what was going on there. There was another game in 2018. Arkansas faced Sean Jelly, the Kentucky pitcher, who was the SEC pitcher of the year before. And Arkansas lit him up for like 7-8 runs. One of the first hit of the game, Eric Cole gets a 2-1 slider and just absolutely belts it to left field. And it's like in a 2-1 count, first pitch or first at bat of the game, why are you sitting slider? Arkansas had some stuff going on there, which, by the way, Zach Root just got another punch out. That is his 8th punch out of the game, which, by the way, he went 5 innings, had 8 punch outs last week, and he also gave up 1 run in that game. Zach Root, very good. I assume his day is done now because his pitch count got up there into the 70s. I'm going to assume that will probably be it for him, and job well done, man. He is in line for the win. Good stuff right there, man. Good stuff. Let's see. Yeah, Caden Jower says the run rule in baseball 10. So it's 10 after 7. Yes. 15 after 5. Well, I don't know if they still do the 15 after 5 thing, but yes, after 7 innings, it's 10. So if Arkansas, what are we in now? The bottom of the 5th. If Arkansas gets 11 now, it won't end. It'll be after 7. So we shall see. David says, I think Root should replace Coyle in our circle of trust. Well, Root is definitely, without a doubt, in the circle of trust. All of the 4 guys that are going to start this weekend are like, no doubt, locks. Frankly, call me crazy. All 3 of those guys you mentioned are, I think, firmly in the circle of trust. Coyle just threw like whatever, 6-7 pitches or whatever. But no, like I think Root is 1,000% in the circle of trust. Arkansas had to pony up to get him to campus, man. You don't pay for a dude and then not put him in the circle of trust. Let's see. Yeah, and then Davin Rhino says, if there's a reason why if you're tipping pitches, it gets noticed immediately. Dude, some of these teams, I mean, I just mentioned the Wes Johnson thing because I knew about that situation, and I'm sure every team has some version of that. It's definitely a thing. And yeah, Addison says Singer struggled every time he faces. He sure did. I think in 2018 they faced him and he scored. Arkansas scored 6 or 7 runs off of him. And look again, like I can't remember who it was that said it earlier. Like if you know the pitch is coming, it's still like hell. If you threw me a 95-mile-an-hour fastball and you told me it was going right down the middle, I don't know if I'd be able to hit it. Like you still gotta. There's still a lot that goes into hitting, but yeah, it's still tough. But hitting is so hard, man. You got to find any type of advantage or leg up you can. I think that's also why you see these Razorbacks that hit, weirdly enough, better against, like Arkansas starting lineup scored 7 runs on Gage Wood last week. That doesn't mean that the Washington State pitcher who kind of shut them down is better than Gage Wood, but they've seen Gage Wood throw 1,000 times. I'm not saying that he was tipping pitches, but they just kind of have a feel for his stuff, how it works. Like all this stuff really, it matters for sure. And I love this from David. This is just great stuff. This is why we keep you around, David. For good comments like this, I am Groot. We're going to be running this one into the ground all year. There's no doubt about it. I missed this play here with Kojal. I see we're reviewing something. Let me know, guys. Was he out or safe? Was he out or safe? Bum, bum, bum. Let's see. Oh, I mean, this play could not be closer. I think he might be safe. The ball's not really in the glove yet when that foot's down. It's very close. I don't know if they're going to be able to overturn it. You know, they called him out on the field, it appears. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a tough one. While we wait, Dalton Holyfield says, will TCU have better pitchers than this? For the most part, yes. TCU is a top 25 team. They are going to be better than Washington State. I will say, though, their projected ace is now out for the year. That got announced, I think, yesterday. And Arkansas is going to face TCU game 2, so they wouldn't have faced him anyway, A-Belt. But he's like a top prospect, their guy. He's out for the year now, so that kind of changes things a little bit. But even with that, yes, TCU is definitely going to have better pitchers. Their coaching staff, Kirk Sarloos, that dude's a stud, man. I'm a huge believer in him. Obviously, Schlossnagel did a really good job at TCU back in the day before him. I'm going safe on this, by the way, boys. I don't know about y'all. I'm going safe. Did they call him safe? His foot touches the bag, and the ball is getting to the glove, but it's not in the glove. People always say tie goes to the runner. That is not actually a real thing, but, sounds good. Dabbing Rhino says, Fouch threw one at 3,300 spin rate. That's insane. That is very insane. I wonder what pitch. That had to have been his splitter. I would imagine. Oh, wow. They stuck with the call on the field, called him out. I don't know if I agree with that, but probably just not enough to overturn it, whatever. Yeah, that's 3,300 spin rate is like crazy. Anything over, like, I think the MLB average for spin rate on breaking balls is like 2,700. So anything 3,300, I know we're talking weird stuff here. But anything 3,300, that's like God level spin rate. I'd venture to say there's maybe only 5 pitchers on the planet that are spinning the ball like that. Oh, yeah, I don't what'd y'all think of that call at first? Am I tripping for thinking that he probably should have yeah, people are not happy about that, as I see. All right, Justin Thomas. Hey. David says, how do they measure spin rate? So that's a TrackMan thing, 100%. Like, and if in TrackMan, they set that kind of stuff up in the stadium. The number you see on the scoreboard and the number that you see on the broadcast is not the same number. And I'm talking about miles per hour, the same number as the TrackMan that the team has. And the technology is a little bit over my head, and I'd imagine over a lot of you guys' head. Or not that you guys are done. I just mean, I don't understand how it all works, but they set up all these weird things in the stadium. So where every time you throw a pitch, it's tracking everything. And definitely when you're in the pitching lab and that performance thing, they're tracking some of that stuff. It just, when you throw the pitch, all these metrics pop up. It'll tell you the horizontal break. It'll tell you the vertical break. It'll tell you spin rate. It'll tell you velo, exit velo if it's off a bat. Like, it tells you all these crazy metrics to show you the exact location. And so I used to love, every now and then my press box seat would move around, but every now and then my first year covering the team, I was sitting on the second row because I hadn't earned my stripes yet. And I had a perfect view of the TrackMan. So the entire 2022 season, I was just scribbling down every note I could on the TrackMan where I'm like, oh, Connor Nolan threw a curveball and it did this, blah, blah, blah. But anytime there would be like controversial calls, I could see whether or not it was in the strike zone or not. And I missed that a little bit. Oh, we got Justin Thomas off and running, and he is there easily. That is 2 stolen bases today for Justin Thomas, 1 in each game. How about that? Good to see Justin Thomas getting on base a little bit. That's what they need, man. He's got some power for sure, and you'll see some of that here and there. But if he's on base at anywhere near this clip, he ain't leaving that lineup, man. Like, he just got too much speed. Hasn't had a great defensive day, but they like his defense out there in left field. I think like definitely brings a little bit of a spark to this offense, and having him in that 9-hole, man, to kind of turn the lineup over like they're doing right now. That's definitely something. Oh, Davalon just got under that one. Okay, so 2 outs now in the bottom of the 5th. Yeah, and then Hoobley says, yeah, basketball has that. What's it called, Noah? Yeah, it's their version of it. And some teams use different stuff. It's not all TrackMan, but TrackMan's kind of the big one. Rapsodo, have y'all ever heard that? Like, that's a term that was being thrown around all the time. Every team kind of has their own different version of it. But man, I would really love to just spend a full day in that performance facility and see all of the crap that they have, all of the analytics. Matt Hobbs, I remember I was watching this video of him. Oh, he's off and running. Thomas gets to third on the wild pitch. But Matt Hobbs was saying when they have pitchers come, like for instance, a freshman at Arkansas now, like Carson Wiggins, he was like, we every time they throw a pitch in their performance facility, it like charts it and they can put it away. He was like, we don't do any coaching with the pitchers until they've thrown a certain amount of pitches, because you kind of need the sample size. You need to see, okay, his fastball does this, his slider does this, his cutter does this, his changeup does this. So yeah, I'm again, a lot of it's over my head, but I mean, if you love pitching and love baseball, it's stuff that it's probably fun to nerd out about for sure. All righty, come on, Vahiva. Vahiva's been very frustrated at the plate today, man. He's got the 1 hit, got on base earlier with the walk or the hit by pitch, but he has not been a happy camper at the plate. Does not like playing in that cold weather. Those boys on the Big Island. Ooh. Oh man, I meant to ask John about walk-up music. Whose walk-up music stood out to him? Obviously, I'm listening with no sound here. I don't know if y'all can hear him on TV or not, but that's the stuff I like to nerd out about, is the walk-up music. Hey, it's the second time he's been hit by a pitch today. So runners at the corners now with 2 outs for, I guess it would be, who's up third? Oh, Pepe. Is Pepe hitting third today or in game 2? The right fielder, Rocco Pepe. Not to be confused with the first baseman, Rocco Pepe, who's not good. As a joke, but he went over 4 in game 1. Hunter Ratio says, Andrew, what does a pitcher's pitch mean? Trying to learn more baseball terminology. Okay, so when we talk, I actually have been not meaning to talk about this, but okay, a lot of times when I'm watching baseball with people who, I'm not saying they don't know ball, but or maybe don't have an understanding of kind of what they're watching. For instance, say it's a 2-0 count, and the pitcher throws a fastball on the outer edge, and it's like a strike, but it's not like over the heart of the plate, because your strike zone is about this wide. So over the heart of the plate, that's right in the barrel zone, of course. But if a pitcher throws one that's like a strike but barely a strike, really well located, like where you want them to be, that's a pitcher's pitch. Where if you're a hitter and you're in a 2-0 count, you're just going to take that one. You're just like, all right, I'm taking that. I know it's a strike, but I can't do much with that. I'm just going to go ahead, because if you try and pull that one, you're probably going to ground it out. You're not going to make good, clean contact. A lot of times you'll see these pitchers, like a lot of times hitters react. They're always upset when they get out. But a lot of times when you see guys like maybe pop up a 3-1 pitch or pop up a 2-0 pitch or whatever, and they're really angry, it's because they know, damn, I swung at a pitcher's pitch, or sometimes they swung and didn't hit a pitch that was down the middle. But a lot of those, like Kendall Diggs is a guy that he likes to he has a very patient approach at the plate. You'll see him a lot of times if he's in a advantage count 1-0, 2-0, he doesn't mind taking a pitch. And of course, when you're a hitter and if you're in an advantage count 2-0, 3-1, that's your time to be selfish. You're looking for one pitch in one location, like whether that be fastball right down the middle or fastball up, or maybe you're looking for a hanging breaking ball. Every now and then you get those. And so if the pitcher basically is able to execute any other pitch than what you're looking for, you're kind of just taking it. So a pitcher's pitch is definitely one that's on the outer edge, but not really a good pitch to hit, like a strike, but not one that's down the middle. This guy's just hitting hogs, man. Hogs have the bases juice now after Rocco Pepe was hit in the back. Brent Iredale back up at the plate. That's not who you want to see walking to the plate when you got the bases loaded. You're struggling to throw strikes and you really need to groove one. That's not who you want to see walking up there. He's driven in like half the Hogs runs today. But yeah, a lot of times I'll hear people and they'll be like, "Man, why'd he take that? What's wrong with that? That's a strike. Just swing at that." And it's like, well, you want to swing at the strikes that you're looking for. You want to swing at those. Going 3-0 now. Is this dude about to walk in a run? I said it was going to get ugly with Washington State's bullpen because it's something they get deep. A lot of guys that have not thrown a ton. Yeah, he just walked in a run. It might be happening now, man. We might be reaching the bottom of the barrel. Their top few arms really weren't that bad. I mean, everybody has arms, in this day in college baseball, especially D1. Everybody's got a guy or two. The guy that they started in game 1, I thought he had pretty good stuff. Didn't throw the ball over the plate a ton, but you're starting to see they don't have a ton. They don't have a super deep bullpen. It's always so funny because I'll hear Hog fans say stuff like, "Man, our top 3 pitchers are good, but then once you get past that, it gets a little shaky." And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of how things work. It's like being like, "Man, our first 2 guys off the bench in basketball, they're good, but then once you start getting into the 8th, 9th, 10th man, they're not as good." I'm like, yeah, it's usually how it goes, man. Cahillo Aloy. I'd love to see Cahillo just get one grooved. I'm telling you, this kid can hit a baseball as hard and as far as literally anyone on the roster. He can also swing and miss as much or more than anyone on the roster. Kind of like his brother, but they're a little bit different, though. Cahillo is a lot, like his swing is, he can go oppo like crazy. Like he hit, I think, 3 or 4 oppo home runs in the fall. He's interesting, man. I think this time next year, if they can keep him around, man, I think he's gonna be something, man. He could maybe play first base, maybe play outfield. Okay, 2-1 count. All right, we're coming up on 6 o'clock. If Arkansas can get a few more runs here, I might be closing up shop soon, if I'm being honest with you. But if they got a chance for a run rule, I might have to stick it out. Ump felt a little bad for him here. He's giving him a ball or 2 outside now. Once again, man, appreciate everybody for being here. Oof, there he is swinging through one. That was a pitcher's pitch right there. That was a pitcher's pitch out on that outer edge. Not much he could have done with that one. Let's see. Woke COVID Survivor says, "I'd love to see Aloy stop being garbage." What do you mean stop being garbage? What are you talking about? What did he do? He made the play of the game last game. What are you talking about? Let's see. Yeah, their jerseys are a little weird, aren't they? Aren't they, Ryan? Kim says, "It looks like we're doing better than last game. Been to Sam's and headed home with a pit stop at Colton Steakhouse. Yum. Well, have a great night. Have a great Valentine's Day. I hope all of you guys, hope all of y'all are getting laid tonight." But yeah, that's awesome, man. They are doing better this game. Can confirm. And shout out to Jaron. Appreciate all the content. Best baseball coverage in the state. Really appreciate that, man. Both the comment and the super chat. And again, appreciate everybody for being here, man. Like it's really cool that people are excited for baseball, that there are this many people that wanted to watch baseball, man. It's and of course all you guys are going to watch baseball anyway, but doing it here with us at Inside Arkansas and Baumbastic, man. That's awesome. Tangular, which I believe is Ryan. He says, "Thank you, Andrew, for cracking the code on the Roman numeral joke in my name. First person to ever do that." So I mean, is it I guess I still don't get it though. I mean, I understand like 3. If it's 3, it should just be I. So like that's the joke, is that it's just an incorrect Roman numeral. Maybe I missed it. But shout out to Jeremy Stewart, who's chimed in with a few super chats today, man. Really appreciate it. Seriously, says great job tonight, Andrew. Definitely appreciate that. And again, it's just awesome that there are people that want this, that people that want to consume this content, man. It's really awesome. Shout out to a $1 super chat here from Ryan. Appreciate that. I thought I heard my door open, and I know Hillary's about to bust up in here. David says, "We are all degenerates here." Hell yeah. And Kim says, "Andrew, did your girl like her flowers?" She did. She really did like them. Shout out to Ava's Flower Shop. They delivered them a day early. She actually got them yesterday. So I was talking about it on the show, and I was kind of nervous that she was going to hear about it. They sent them to her work a day early. I'd scheduled it for February 14th, of course, Valentine's Day. But I guess they just maybe had a overload of flower deliveries, which I'm sure they did on Valentine's Day. But yeah, that was tough, man. But no, she did like them, so it was a good Valentine's Day. And I have a gift in the corner that I need to give to her once I'm done with this. COVID Survivor says Slavens was decent, but not Dollar General Slavens alloy. Which alloy are you talking about? Are you talking about Cahillo alloy, maybe? Because like Cahillo alloy, I could kind of like get behind that. By the way, wait a minute. We got breaking news. Aiden Jimenez is on the bump, making his first action in D1 baseball in 2 years. Aiden Jimenez is the Oregon State transfer who is coming off of, he had surgery a little over a year ago, like right before the season last year. He was a guy that had a chance to be in Oregon State's weekend rotation last year as a sophomore, pitched a decent amount for them as a freshman. And now he's worked his way back from injury. He's been one of those guys that I was mentioning earlier that ahead of schedule in his rehab. So he's back in action. Good to see him getting some experience here. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. His dad's a former big leaguer too, I believe. I think his dad played 6 or 7 years in the big leagues. This kid's got good stuff, man. He's interesting. I'm gonna be interested to see what role he ends up with. Could be a midweek starter for Arkansas. Could maybe be a middle relief, long relief. Mixes speeds well. Throws a bunch of different pitches for strikes. Throws a ton of. Rocco Pepe comes in, makes the play at right. Aiden Jimenez. Good to see him out there on the bump, man. Would love to see him have a nice outing, nice performance. And I think it shows you what they think about him. DBH really, really talked highly about Aiden Jimenez last week at the Swatters Club. But I think it tells you, I mean, it's a 9-1 game. This isn't a super high leverage situation, but I think it tells you how they view him, that he's one of the first guys out of the bullpen this year. I mean, the other 2 guys that have pitched so far out of the bullpen, Parker Coyle and Will McIntyre, 2 veterans that have been around for years, pitched a lot for Arkansas. Love to see that, man. So I've been hinting at this a little bit. I think the 7th inning is probably my cutoff point. It's probably going to be my cutoff point. I think I might call it a day after the 7th inning. Hopefully Arkansas makes that the end of the game as well by just run ruling these cats. They just need 2 runs to reach that threshold. So hopefully maybe we can wrap this up pretty quick, but it is Valentine's Day. I've got a very smoking hot girlfriend that I've got to spend Valentine's Day with. So got to do whatever. His dad, Ryan McDaniel, I want to say it's Jason Jimenez is his name. I think it's Jason Jimenez. I think I follow him on Twitter. Let me check this real quick. Oh, that ball was hit well. And maybe, no, not hit well enough. Oh, Rocco Pepe, what are we doing, brother? Oh, no. Rocco Pepe. Oh, God, that's going to go down as a double in the book because it didn't touch his glove at all, but damn. That ball looked like it was crushed off the bat, and Rocco Pepe thought it was going to be a play at the fence. He kind of starts drifting back, and it just lands right in front of him. That's a tough one, man. Yeah, his dad's name is Jason Jimenez. So, there you go. That's tough. Dalton says Pepe just pulled an Ozuna. Yeah, he did. Marcel Ozuna used to do this. Is a classic. This is a classic. Bum, 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 bum. SCT, what'd you do? Did you say something bad? Man. Oh, I see Stat Broadcast has ruined it, so I know a run's coming in somehow. Man, that's gonna be tough because it's gonna go down as an earned run. Oh, maybe not an earned run because Michael Anderson is probably gonna get hit with an E there. Ball hit right to him. Two really tough defensive breaks there for Aiden Jimenez, who's throwing strikes and doing a good job. His defense just ain't helping him out behind him. And now we're further away from a run rule than we were. So thanks for that, Rocco Pepe and Michael Anderson. Boy, that first base battle. They gave him a single on that. So it's going to go down in the scorebook like 2 base hits that Aiden Jimenez gave up. I don't know if either of them should have been. The double, I mean, you have to rule that a double. Didn't touch his glove, but that's tough. Ghost 444 says, I've been in the stream for 6 hours. We've come too far to quit now, Andrew. Well, hey, I'll tell you. It would be nice if Arkansas could just run rule these cats, because then I could be like, oh, hey, we did it all. But I was not planning on the first game going into extras and then starting an hour. They started the second game like an hour after when they said 30 to 45 minutes. It was definitely more than that. So blame the Hogs for sucking. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Yeah, man, this is defense. Arkansas has been one of the best defenses in the country the last couple years. Okay, let's see. Ground ball. Iredale 5-4-3, and they actually got a turn this time. How about that? Once again, though, like, am I tripping, or is Kojal just really slow on the turns? I feel like he's been a very good defender at second base throughout the scrimmages, but man, that's they tried to not get that one either. But yeah, I think that was a nice little double play. Iredale's he's looked really good at third base throughout the fall. He's looked really good. I've been impressed with him as a defender, but again, defense has been like a huge point of emphasis. Like, Arkansas has been one of the best fielding percentages in the country. They've set the school record, I think, twice in the last 3 runs here. Twice in the last 3 years here. And so there's a high standard, and I don't know if this team is necessarily going to be there. I don't think they're going to be bad defensively, but they kind of have no choice but to be a little bit worse. But I don't think it'll be much worse. Let's see. I'm well behind allegations. Oh, Ozzy's back. Anytime something bad happens, that's when you see Ozzy pulling up. He says Washington State fixing to put up 6 runs. Well, the Razorbacks are about to bat, so I don't think that's going to happen here. Yeah, how about this? Somebody says, where is it at? Ryan says, where the hell is Kingsley? He not a baseball fan? No, Kingsley's been tapped in with the Baumbastic Podcast. He listens a little bit. Yeah, he might just have a life. Might be spending his Valentine's with his beautiful wife. Not that you guys don't have lives, but we can't shame folks for not being there every day. It's something. These guys are allowed to take a day off here and there. But I appreciate you guys for not doing that. But okay, so we're at the bottom of the 6th now. We'll go this half inning for sure. And then we'll see. Hopefully Arkansas scores 3 or 4 runs right here, and then can wrap it up here in the top of the 7th. But either way, I'm cutting it off at the 7th inning. Potentially we'll get to see a run or a walk-off, another walk-off in the 7th inning if Arkansas reaches that run rule. But after the bottom of the 7th, I am officially calling it a day and going to enjoy my evening, regardless of how that works or what it looks like. Let's see. Oh man, yeah, Arkansas not. We got to hit a home run today, man. We got to. Somebody has to hit a ball that goes over the fence, and that we don't need a review. Nick says, "Where's the dinner reservation at?" Andrew might have just said it already. Just joined. No, I don't have a reservation. I am just cooking. I am cooking, and so hopefully it won't take me too long. It's some type of pasta, but this is a great idea by me to not go spend $100. Just cook here at home. I don't cook much, but I'm cooking tonight, man. So we'll see how that works. SCT says chat meetup at El Matador. I love El Matador. I love going to El Matador. I can't go as much. Hillary had like a bad burrito there once, and now she's just sworn it off. So I will not be able to make it to the chat meetup at El Matador. But hopefully one day. Alex Eden says, I underappreciated solid defensive play in previous years. Feels like I've seen more drops, errors, missed double plays than I did all of last year. No, this is true, man. Like it's one of those things you don't notice until, you don't have the best defense in the country. That 2022 Arkansas infield where you had Stovall at first, Wallace at third, and then Battles and Moore up the middle. And then Turner even behind the plate was really good that year as well. I really don't think we're ever going to see anything like that again. That was unbelievable. That was like a completely different level. And I don't think Arkansas is going to be bad defensively. Like, I don't think this is going to be a thing. I mean, it's early in the year. A lot of the weird plays have been guys playing positions they really haven't before. Although Pepe in the outfield, I mean, he's played outfield a good bit, not necessarily right field, but like that was a little surprising, a little disappointing there. But, he had a couple weird plays at first base. Even the Helfrich overthrow, like you could argue, if a taller first baseman's there, he probably catches it. But yeah, and then Kojal's also not necessarily, he's not your everyday second baseman. So you're going to see a little bit of this, especially like this is kind of like midweek defense. You're seeing a little bit. I think Aloy is very solid at shortstop. I think Iredale is going to be good at third. I think Davalon in center field is definitely going to be really good. Thomas and left, you feel okay about. Helfrich behind the plate, despite making the error, I feel pretty confident that he's going to be at least average to maybe above average behind the plate defensively. But yeah, it has been a little bit of a weird day. And again, I just feel like Arkansas had no choice but to get a little bit worse defensively. So we'll see if they make some improvement. But that's why I'm interested to hear from DVH and see how frustrated he is after this game. I bet he's not going to be not going to be a happy camper. Let's see. Oh, Helfrich's day is done. Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to be able to get him out of there. So did they send in Becker to pinch run? Becker, Arkansas's catchers between Becker and Helfrich, Arkansas's catchers are like extremely athletic. Yeah, that is Becker there. Good for him making his collegiate debut. Hopefully he'll be able to get an at-bat out of this, and we just see him play some defense. I guess he'll definitely get an at-bat. But I really like Zane Becker, man, from Flower Mound, Texas. I really like that kid. He's had some impressive swings, and I feel like he's been solid behind the plate. And he just straight up beat out Elliot Peterson for the backup catcher job. Like, just straight up beat him out. Michael Anderson, we'll see if he can get going. He hit a ball hard his last time up. Didn't like that call. Hope I'm not too far behind here. Good take there. David says Peterson's a junior. Yeah, he's the guy that came from JUCO and hit, I think it was 517 at the JUCO level. Just like crazy numbers. And again, JUCO, you got to take with a grain of salt sometimes. Some JUCOs play tougher schedules than others. But he was a guy that was kind of a notable pickup. He hasn't caught much. I don't know if he was banged up or what. I think he maybe caught 2-3 games in the fall and then didn't catch it all in the spring leading up to the season. It's been just Helfrich and Becker, and it seems like those are going to be the two catchers that they're going to roll with. Good pitch there, swing and miss from Michael Anderson. It just seems like Becker and Helfrich are going to be the two catchers Arkansas rolls with, and it's honestly rare that teams really rotate three catchers throughout the season. Like last year, kind of was an anomaly. But yeah, I think Becker being as ready to contribute as he was probably led them to realize, like, okay, Peterson's really just a DH option. And, we'll see if he gets any action there. Cam Kojal back up at the plate. Kojal's had an interesting day because he had the double. he had what almost looked like an infield hit there. Had the double, came around and scored a run. I think he struck out once maybe. And there they are showing his line there. Oh, man. God, I'd really appreciate them going ahead and run ruling these cats. Oh, Cam Kojal gets a hold of one. Off the wall. That'll be 2. Is Becker going to score? Are they going to hold him at third? What decision did Bobby Warnes make? Looks like they held him at third there. Okay. Cam Kojal, 2 doubles in his first start of the year. Love to see it, man. That ball was touched. That's good to see, man. Kojal's you're gonna still see Kojal. Not at second base most of the time. I think he's more going to be a DH option, but I think he's an interesting one, man. I think these last few weeks he's definitely helped his case a good bit, and of course he's a guy that when he first transferred in, a lot of people had him penciled in as like a surefire transfer of the year type of guy. I mean, D1 baseball had him as like the number 12 transfer in the country or something like that. Definitely looks like he's going to be able to help him, man. Let's see. Justin Thomas back up, gets up. I believe that'd be 2-0 now. Justin Thomas had a pretty good day overall at the plate. Takes a strike there. I see my boy Angel making waves in the chat. Angel's a legend, man. He's probably a top 5 commenter that we have at Inside Arkansas. Taps in every day. In my head, Angel is just perpetually high. I don't know if he actually is, but like in my head, he's just stoned 24/7. Alrighty, Justin Thomas takes another walk. I like that, man. I like walks. I love walks. I'd love to be a part of one someday. All right, so the lineup turns back over. Charles Davalon. I think if Arkansas is going to get that run rule, man, I think now would be the time to pounce. You really got to make the most of this. You got bases loaded, 1 out. Lineup turns back over. Let's see what they can do. Charles Davalon absolutely smokes one to right field. That's a base hit. Oh, ball dropped around there. Is that going to score 1 for sure? Did that second run come through? Okay. So we'll call it a 2-run single for Cam Kojal. No, not for Cam Kojal, for Charles Davalon. Sorry. He's had a pretty solid day here too as well. Had an opposite field single in the first game. RBI single here, 2-run single in this one. So that's 3 RBIs here for him here. Davalon's good, man. And Washington State is not. I think they might be running out of juice here, man. They gave Arkansas their best punch early. By the way, how do y'all feel about the double base thing? We haven't really talked about that. Apparently it's a safety thing, but y'all like that? Anti? What do you think? Let's see, man. Let's see. Ozzy says Nate Meathead Thompson is stoned 24/7. I don't think Nate Thompson is a marijuana enjoyer. That's just my guess. I don't know that to be true. He's a pretty intense guy. Yep. How's that Nate Thompson extension looking, boys? Get that one up and rolling. Would really like to see Vahiva get a hold of one. I'll settle for him like just driving in that run from third, but would love to see him have a swing that just really feels good. He seems very frustrated at the plate. He's had a couple decent at-bats here. He hits that one hard. Oh, grounds into a 6-4-3 double play. That's tough. That's one of the hardest balls he's hit today. Just right at the shortstop, 6-4-3 double play. So if Arkansas is going to run rule these boys, it's going to be a walk-off in the bottom of the 7th. But we go on to the top of the 7th here. And Tate McGuire is on the bump. Tate McGuire is another guy that, if y'all don't remember, Tate McGuire last year threw like an inning, maybe I think it was like maybe 1.2, like got 5 outs all year. Really, I think it was both of them were in the first 2 weeks of the season. Was a freshman that was pretty highly recruited, but just kind of wasn't a top guy. Was a guy that kind of got lost in the shuffle, and so they ended up not using him much. He ends up, and he wasn't on the travel roster or anything down the stretch, so he ends up going to the Cape and got to go a little bit early because he again wasn't with the team down the stretch. So he got to go to the Cape a little bit early and get some really good experience. Got some starting experience there. Was going 4 or 5 innings. Definitely caught the attention of some scouts. Dude's got good stuff, man. Mid-90s fastball in that 93, 95 range. Throws a changeup that's actually pretty good. Slider behind that as well. Like Tate McGuire's, he's an interesting arm, man. Bum, bum, bum. Man. Chat's wilding in here, man. Ozzy says, does everyone know that they have not hit a home run all season? That is true. Although actually opinions vary on that. Cause I think Bernardale, I think that was a home run. Do we agree that was a home run? It may not go down in the record books, but thought that was good. David says he likes Jimenez and stuff. Yeah, I thought Jimenez, he pitched way better than his line indicates for sure. His line has him with 2 runs and a hit, or 2 hits and a run. Yeah, I like him, man. He just mixes speeds, throws a ton of strikes. Another fastball that'll get up there in that 94 range. He's interesting, man. I like him. Good to see him just back and available after having surgery last year. And they're showing the graphic there with the starting pitching, man. That'll do. That will do. Certainly. 10 innings, 15 strikeouts, like 3-4 hits maybe combined, just the 1 run. We'll see if Mr. Wood, the pride and joy of Batesville, will keep it going tomorrow. All righty, Tate McGuire. Let's see what you got, kiddo. Tate McGuire is a guy that I did not put in the circle of trust. I did put Aiden Jimenez in the circle of trust. I did not put Tate McGuire in the circle of trust. He was literally either the first or second guy off. He's right there on that line, but he's gonna have to work his way into it. And he can definitely do it, man. He's definitely talented enough. I think he's definitely gonna pitch more than he pitched last year. There he goes. Gets a swing and miss on the fastball there. Probably not where he wanted to locate that one, but he looks like he's put on some weight too. Like he just looks a little bit bigger, more filled out. Just blowing cheese by him, eh? Oof. May have gotten a generous outside call there, but 3-pitch strikeout for Tate McGuire. And an immaculate at bat is what we call that. Yeah, that's some good stuff there, man. Look at the frame job from Becker. Oh, foul ball. It's really good to see Becker get out there. I'm surprised. I really thought he was going to start this game, but it actually kind of worked out perfectly where they're able to get him in, build a little bit of a cushion. Zane Becker is going to start games on the weekends for Arkansas this year, man. You don't want your catcher to have to catch 55, 60 games. Like, you just don't want to do that. So I think they're going to definitely have some days, especially because you'll have some doubleheaders, where weather forces it in conference play. And you definitely don't want Ryder Helfrich. All right, ground ball to Aloy. Oh, throw gets away from him there. They're going to go E6 on that. It was a little bit of a tough play. We'll see what the stat broadcast had to say about it. They went with a single, infield single there for Jones. I think that's probably the right call. Obviously the throw pulls the guy off the bag, but I don't think, I think if he had planted and thrown, I don't think he would have necessarily. I think that was like the way he threw it was kind of the only way he had a chance to make the play. And Arkansas is making a substitution. Carson Bowles. Carson Bowles is the Division II transfer from Lincoln Memorial. I think that's the name of it. I've said that a ton without ever verifying if that's like, I've said it a few weeks ago where I was like, he went to a D2 school and I was like, Lincoln Memorial. And I've just rolled with it since then. Oh, 6, 4, 3. Okay. Double play. Again, is that the slowest turn of all time or what? I don't understand. They get the job there, but like, what the hell is up with these turns at second base? I mean, maybe I'm just going crazy, but it always feels like it's like boom, boom, boom. And then it's like just stuck there at second base for a second. Let's see. Maybe I'm just overreacting. Yeah, I mean, nothing crazy. Could probably be a little quicker, but maybe I'm just overreacting. But it always just seems like there's like, it's like, oh yeah, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. And then it's no. Hunter Ratio says Aloy was slow last year too. Well, yeah, Aloy is he's not like the most, like, I wouldn't say he's quick by any means, just foot or just, you know, with what he does, he's kind of methodical and deliberate. But I feel like he's been okay, at least getting the ball over there. Will Weaver wants to say, how do I watch this game? Oh, wait, no. So on the ESPN app, you know, if you just log in with your TV provider, can be Hulu, can be YouTube, can be, you know, AT&T, DirecTV, whatever. If you go to the ESPN app on your phone, laptop, TV, whatever, SEC Network Plus is how you can watch it. But okay, so Arkansas, we are on to the bottom of the 7th. Will we see a walk-off here, boys? Will we see a walk-off? I guess I got interrupted there mid play, but yeah, Carson Bowles. I've been saying Lincoln Memorial. Let me check that out right now. Let me fact check myself because I've been saying it a lot. Yeah, it is Lincoln Memorial. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, from Tennessee. So he's a guy that, you know, is from the D2 ranks and hit like 460 or like something crazy at the D2 level. Just absolutely crushed it, like 450 with 14 home runs. Like he was awesome. And so gets the call and he's now he's playing D1 ball, man. Got in there for that one last out or those last 2 outs there. We'll see if he gets an at-bat here. I've completely lost track of where we're at in the lineup. Got absolutely no clue. So just one run will end it here for the Razorbacks. So we'll see if they can make it happen, man. That would actually be quite convenient for me if that were the case. Oh, here's Bowles now as we speak. Asking, you shall receive. Okay, show us his numbers here. Show us his numbers, cats. They got all the JUCO numbers. You'd think they have the D2. Uh-oh. Carson Bowles with a base hit. He's hitting 1,000 as a Division I hitter. So he mastered the D2 level, and now here he is. Drops it into center field for a single. He actually swung the bat pretty well in the fall. I don't remember what his final numbers ended up being, but had at least 2 home runs. You know, just got on base here and there. Like he's a good baseball player, man. Like obviously, I don't know if I'm not saying he's a threat to, you know, play every day in the outfield or anything at Arkansas, but like he can absolutely play at this level. Like no doubt about that. Good to see him, man. Get in there, get a swing, get a base hit in his first at bat. Brent Iredale, you gonna send us home, buddy? You gonna send us home, Brent? Crikey, mate. I cannot believe they didn't hit a home run today. That is disgusting. Like, what are we doing? No home runs. Opening day when you play a doubleheader. That's shameful stuff right there. Brent Iredale with a very long and loud single to left field. Runners on first and second. We are getting dangerously close to that fat lady singing. Ghost 444 says announcer said he hit 475 in 50 games with 15 home runs. So that's kind of about what I remembered it looking like when they picked him up. All righty, Kahio Loy, you gonna send us home, kid? Well, man, I hope as we hopefully are coming to a close here on this program, I hope everyone had a good time, man. I'm glad that they might get this run rule out of the way to to let me keep true to my word of doing the full doubleheader. 6.5 hours, man. Man, Homer would be awesome. Yeah, it sure would. But man, I really appreciate everybody. Anybody who stuck around for like the full 6.5 hours. Obviously, I have not gonna hold it against you if you came in and out a little bit as you wanted. No issues. But man, this is awesome. We're definitely gonna have to do these again. Certainly for midweek games. And maybe what I might do is maybe on Sundays, I might do this, like where it's like kind of a series weekend recap, and we'll just watch the Sunday game together. Maybe that can be a fun little thing we can do. A little post-church action. Okay. 3-1 count now to Cahillo. Man, I would love to see him like get a whole. I mean, like I've been saying, I've said that every time he's been up, but like I just love to see him just 3-1. This might be the chance. Like you get one. Oh my God. Gone. Walk-off home run. Cahillo Aloy into the bullpen. I don't know if he even got all of that ball. What's crazy, I don't know if he even really squared it up, but that tells you what kind of power he's got, that he can kind of mishit a ball and just get under it and still get it out of there. But love to see that. The Hogs are no longer homerless. Nate Thompson is no longer fired. The Hogs are 2-0. They went 14-2 in game 1. How about that? Love to see that, man. Love to see Cahillo. Big debut as a Hog. Had a double in his first at bat, a walk-off home run in his second. Hogs swung the bats much better in game 2 against some shoddy pitching. Man, you love to see that. That has to feel good for him. And aloha, mahalo. Appreciate you guys, man. Really appreciate you guys for tapping in, man. Y'all some troopers. And we're definitely going to have to do this again, man. Like I was saying, we will be back. I don't know when. I'll have a game recap for you tomorrow, but make sure everybody tunes in tomorrow, 11 a.m. Arkansas versus Texas A&M. We are going to do a live watch along for that basketball game. And then, of course, Curtis will have the post-game show afterwards. Thank you guys so much for doing this. This was really awesome. I see one last super chat here from our guy. I'm assuming this is Ryan, $1. Really appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who tapped in, man. This is really special. And, the Baumbastic Podcast to the moon, man. So make sure you're subscribed here to the Inside Arkansas YouTube channel. We will be back tomorrow for another fun day of action. Go have some fun Valentine's activities. I'm really glad we were able to make it through this full thing, man. Shout out to you, Cahillo Aloy. Everyone have a great night. Thank you so much for being here. We will be back tomorrow on Inside Arkansas. Love you guys.